Another night up at the bar late, skinny dresses and heartbreaks. There's nothing magic going on. Then on came you, all the lights are down low and I keep losing my focus. There's something happening, I can't keep cool. Oh, I can't sleep, I'm dancing with adrenaline. I can't speak, hands they keep trembling. I've been so weak when you make an entrance. When you leave, oh, I can't hardly breathe. Oh, I can't breathe, can't hardly breathe. Oh, I can't hardly breathe. You're saying things with your body, so I take your hand and there we go. All eyes on you, and I pull you in closer. You got me hooked and you know it. You're like a gamble, but I love playing it loose. Can't sleep, I'm dancing with adrenaline. I can't speak, hands they keep trembling. I've been so weak when you make an entrance. When you leave, oh, I can't hardly breathe. Oh, I can't breathe, can't hardly breathe. Oh, I can't hardly breathe. Tell me what you done. I'm awoken and I love it more every moment. So give me something for when you leave. When you leave. When you leave. 'Cause I can't hardly breathe.
God, I got some wisdom on me. It takes pain in order to gain it. I'm gonna pour myself that drink, sip some whiskey, have a think, and get myself together. Love is a way of breaking your heart. Love is a way of putting you down. Love is a way of making you feel like you've never ever been found.
Tere tulemast teenuse disaini konverentsile PLAYDAY! Me oleme Lexsoul Dancemachine ja me tervitame kõiki osalejad, kes on kohale tulnud ja kes jälgivad meid ka virtuaalselt. Me tahtsime ise ka, tõesti tahtsime kohale tulla, kuid moodsad ajad nõuavad moodsaid lahendusi. Come on! mul tutvustada Dr. King Cobra, what you got to say?
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone here in Pärnu at the Strand Hotel and people watching us virtually. Playday 2020 with the theme Service Design Meets Tourism has now started. My name is Willy Legrand and I will be your host and moderator for the day, so you're in good hands. I am a hospitality strategist, writer, speaker, and presenter at hospitality-related and tourism-related events around the world. I work all around the world, and I've traveled around the world more so in the times of COVID, albeit virtually. And I'm very happy to be in my home country right now. We live in strange times, and strange times call for different measures. We have a great day in front of us today with lots of content for you. So I hope that the speakers will enlighten you, inspire you, motivate you, and challenge you to build back better. Please stay safe. Please make sure you follow all the rules and regulations. The team here has been working really hard to set those up for you. So please do take note, because we all want to be safe. So without further ado, I would like to present you the first speaker, Nick Hall, please.
Hello, and I'm so pleased to be with you virtually, and I'm really sorry that I can't be there with you in Pärnu. I must say this is a huge disappointment. I particularly love Estonia, and I also love the Estonian people, and I've been to your country so many times, so it's a real disappointment for me not to be there. But I'm going to try and open this conference with a dose of inspiration, because I think right now, after such a challenging year, that is exactly what we all need. So without any further ado, I'm going to jump into today's presentation, and I'm going to start by talking about how do we think about redesigning tomorrow's new normal when we think about tourism. And of course, we're very aware that we have a lot of challenges, but design plays a really key role. So I hope that the community watching this will really see that they have a crucial role to play in helping the industry get back on its feet and using design to do that. So first of all, to say, we really are champions of design here at the Digital Tourism Think Tank. My background spans more than 20 years in tourism, and I have to say it's only over the last 10 years that I myself have found this real passion for design. And it's something really exciting that we're always telling people about. But it takes time and it takes a lot of involvement to really show people what this is all about. But once they get it and once it clicks, people really start to see the opportunity for using design in tourism to really shape incredible experiences and solve many of our major challenges. So this is just a little bit of a glimpse at some of the stuff that we do here at the Digital Tourism Think Tank. We have developed more than 100 design templates for remote design facilitators to work with all sorts of strategic needs and ideas, from product development to mapping out story plans to working on new technology to solving just those existential challenges and working through empathy mapping and user journeys and things like that. But for us, design is so much more than just one specific angle of design. It's about the world around us. It's about the industry. It's about how we can create experiences, but it's also about how we can create really incredible digital experiences. And one of the things that we've learned to be guided by is other people in this field. We use many, many tools and we seek inspiration from many places when it comes to design. So I can't possibly tell you all of them, but I thought to open today's conference, as this is a design community, it would be great to maybe show you just a little bit about some of the tools that we're using. Well, first of all, the graphic you see on the screen there is a tool called Mural. Now, if you aren't familiar with Mural, I suggest that if there's one thing you take away, get to use Mural, because it's an incredible tool for the times we're living in right now. It allows you to do remote design in a truly creative way. And this is where we always tell people, hey, digital is an enabler. Don't see it as a barrier to your creativity. Don't see it as a compromise. It's actually often better. We also love IBM, and I'll tell you more about that in a minute. But we also find inspiration from people like the Luma Institute, from Stanford D School, who are just, I think everybody in the design field can really respect Stanford D School. And then IDEO, which just do incredible things, especially when they take those macro level world challenges and try to solve them. So this is a little bit about where we seek our inspiration. And we often start with this simple exercise of asking people to draw a vase if they don't know about design, because it helps them to understand the limitations that we find ourselves stuck within if we don't think bigger, if we don't take off those shackles. So the conclusion here, and by the way, I have to give credit to my team because these vases were all drawn by them when we asked them to do this exercise for the first time. They are nice. We like those vases. They're great. So, if you ask someone to draw a vase, this is what you'll get. So if you already predefine a solution, the outcome is quite inevitable. I wouldn't say predictable. And what if we think a little bit bigger? What if we think about the experience at large? What if we actually go beyond trying to define a vase, but try to define what that experience of enjoying flowers looks like and where that might be? Then our imagination runs wild, because actually there are so many ways in which we can imagine what a real experience looks like. And this is what tourism is all about. It's about creating real experiences that connect with people, that have a sense of emotion or evocative feelings to them. And this is what we're trying to create here in the industry. So the honest truth is that we can all become designers. Design is about creativity. It's about the creativity we have within us, not our drawing or our design skills as an artist, which I have to say I really suck at. So I'm very glad that there's still an opportunity for me here. It's all about the experiences we have and how they make us feel. And of course, we all have similar actions in different settings, such as in a restaurant. We all eat our food in the restaurant, but our individual experiences are completely different. So the question we need to ask ourselves in a setting like a restaurant is, how does it make you feel? What's the emotion that that experience creates? And what were you doing other than eating and drinking? What were you thinking? Were you playing on your phone like I am, as I have to keep unlocking the clicker? Or were you distracted by emails? Or in fact, were you falling in love on your social media? All of these different aspects that come into that food experience make up your total experience. And as a designer, your role is to try and shape that, to try and make that incredible. But the only way you can do that is by applying empathy, by understanding who your users are and what they're in when it comes to that specific setting and context. And of course, we didn't just develop these skills overnight. We also follow design systems. They help drive guide and align us when it comes to our thinking, but they also help focus us on the needs of our users. So here's just a really quick snapshot at IBM's thinking when it comes to design thinking principles. We really, really love the IBM model. We think it's a great guiding force for enterprise design thinking. And it's something that if anybody decides to do one action in terms of learning and developing enterprise design, this is definitely the step to take. And IBM do free training courses as well, so everybody can become a practitioner and then progress through the different stages. As an organization that's not purely about design thinking, this is our first week's training exercise for everybody to develop those basic skills. And we genuinely believe the entire industry needs to develop those basic skills because it will help us solve so many challenges that we are working with assumptions without following those specific frameworks. So when we think about tourism, well, I want to frame it as solving tourism because nobody can deny that we have some major challenges right now. And whilst optimism will get us some way, and I hope it will get us a long way, we also have to look at the root cause and the root problems and what we need to do about that. We've been doing this for a number of years. We had an event here in Canterbury, where I am now in the UK, called the DTTT Academy, when we invited 50 different participants from around the world to start using design thinking and involving everybody in the design process. And we opened the session by quoting this famous quote: "A problem well stated is a problem half solved," because that's really what we need to think about when we consider the problems we have today. But one of the key aspects of using design is being able to frame the problem, being able to understand what it is. So here's an example of what that looks like when you ask different people to come up with problems. We see DMOs saying, well, we're struggling to convey our message in an effective way. We're struggling to collect and obtain data from different partners in the industry. We're struggling to slow down and do things differently, or to measure the success and all sorts of different problems. And actually, often you start with a problem at the very beginning, and it's an assumption that you know what that problem is, and you know what's at the root cause of that problem. But then we go through an exercise called the 5 whys, and we get right down to the root cause of that problem. And inevitably, we always discover that the problem is actually very, very different to the problem we first stated. So that is why it's so important to frame the problem at the very beginning. But if we zoom forward to 2020, or even October and November 2020, well, we're doing things very differently. This is an example of Mural, that tool I told you to go and use. And this is an example of a design sprint we did with the Slovenian tourism industry just a few weeks ago. And on the board, you can see just how many ideas. Now, you have to use your imagination a bit and imagine an entire conference venue covered in sticky notes and ideas, because that is effectively what we created all on a screen. And what I'm really proud of is all in 1.5 days. So it just shows how many ideas can come out if we move it to a digital space. So we can still do design, and we can still do it in a digital space, even if we can't all meet up. And that's where I go to saying, think of digital as an enabler, but also do what Mural did, and that's reimagine the design experience, reimagine it around your users. Here's a snapshot at that 5 whys exercise on the right. And underneath, here's an early stage set of solutions to some of the challenges we identified. But what's really key there is also looking at the users. And when we think about tourism, there are so many users, and this is one of our biggest challenges. Well, I work mostly with DMOs, that's the destination marketing organizations. So the guys like Enterprise Estonia and Visit Estonia are exactly that kind of organization. They have their own challenges. They have leadership. They have to market and brand and promote the destination. They have to persuade governments to invest and prioritize certain activities. But then when you look across the sector, you've got businesses, SMEs, that are right now really struggling because of the finances, because of the drop in international visitors. And then you've got the visitors themselves. And what's become most important and a big priority for tourism is also the locals and the residents, because we've also realized that sustainability is key and communities are central to sustainability. And this is why we now work a lot on experience development, not because we've particularly pushed it, but because those destinations recognizing that they need to prioritize the involvement of communities have inevitably reached that conclusion that experiences are what it comes down to, in creating really authentic experiences which connect people, and they bring visitors and locals together to create a common community and a common understanding. So let's just have a quick look. If we think about pre-pandemic problems, we've got some really big macro ones. Obviously, there are millions of problems, so I can't possibly tell you about all of them right here. But just to touch on some of the top level ones, seasonality is a big problem. How do we move from a summer season to an all year round tourism industry and benefit the local economy in a really impressive way? Visitors dispersion is a big issue. If you just take the context of Tallinn, how do you get people out of Tallinn? How do you get people across the whole of Estonia and do that really effectively so that not only those businesses in those big cities or those big attractions benefit, but actually the entire country can see the benefits of tourism? Also, thinking about problems like over tourism, which has become a really major issue in cities like Amsterdam and Barcelona. Obviously, not such an issue today, but if we just return to normal, it will be an issue once again. And then sustainability. And now, if we think about the post pandemic problems, they're really quite different. We've got issues around trust and confidence. You know, people don't feel safe traveling anymore. And even if we get a vaccine and everything returns to normal, there will still be a really big problem with confidence because people just don't feel so confident. Economic pressures are changing how we do things, what we do, and how fast we do things, but they're also changing the viability of different aspects of the industry. There are also major barriers to connectivity. If you're a destination that depends especially on air travel, you have a lot of issues to work through. And then there's the issue of safety and capacity, which is now something that everybody needs to think about, not just businesses, but also individuals. So we have to really empathize and understand those different perspectives. So now I'm going to jump into what design looks like when it meets tourism and really focus on the kind of macro level issues when those leaders of design really think about those bigger level issues as well as those granular details. If we think about visitor needs, we've got to apply empathy and observation. If we think about community needs, we have to think about things like collaborative design, involving people in the process. If we think about digital needs, we need to think about the entire visitor journey from gaining inspiration, maybe even 2 years before traveling, right through to experiencing that trip and all the details which come into that journey and all those touch points and how we make every single touch point incredible. So then we have leadership needs, and leadership is so much more important than sometimes we realize. The importance of empowering people, but also persuasion. And to do that, we need to understand the context and the setting that those people find themselves in. Well, my favorite example of a city, and I know this is maybe a competitor city to Tallinn, so I'm very sorry if anyone in the audience is sitting in Tallinn or from Tallinn, but I know it's a friendship as well. My favorite city when it comes to design is Helsinki. They apply human-centered design through every aspect of their thinking. And it's really hard for me to say in a short keynote what that really means when it translates into solutions. But to give you some context, they have recently announced welcome to the first world city as a service. So the SaaS model, which they're creating. It's a bit of a play on ideas, but it's also a bit of a play on their thinking. It's about designing a city and the experience you have in a city around the needs of its users. And when we think about tourism, we have to think about users as all of those people who have a role to play in the city and not just a specific customer. So this is that bigger thinking. So they've worked on different user problems, such as the Chinese market and how they can redeem and engage and use services and connect with locals in a really meaningful way. And they always go through this really impressive and thorough design process to do that, applying empathy at every single stage in what they do. So my favorite best practice is definitely Helsinki. And we've got more content on that if anybody is interested. Also, Lax is one of my favorites because it's a Swiss mountain resort. And they have the luxury of being able to control the entire experience that visitors have. You go up to Lax in the cable car. The experience is super controlled within the space of the resort or the destination. And the destination management company manages every single detail of that journey. Now, this is a dream or a luxury. If you think about Disneyland, for example, they have the ability to control the entire experience, which of course means that a lot of the challenges that others might have, they don't have because they can seamlessly manage the experience. And this means that from the arrival to the slopes and activities, to retail and commerce, to drinking and dining, to even booking and reservations, and then ultimately their competitiveness when it comes to both the experience and what they offer is really, really impressive. What does this look like in reality? Well, it's actually something quite unique. the entire experience is a digital experience. So as well as having a really optimized end-to-end physical experience, and we often think about optimize as something we do in a digital world, they also optimize the digital visitor experience. So before you go, you have that really incredible experience on the app, and user centricity is central to that. But then every single thing you might want to do, you can do through the app, from booking to purchasing to ordering. And then one of the things we really love is they thought about the competitiveness. The fact that it's not only the utility value, but people go to Lex with their friends to compete. And they created a competitive aspect within the app, which allows you to compete with other people who are in Lex in terms of the number of skiing, number of slopes you do. And you can also compete with your group of friends. So they really thought, how can we solve this problem that we want to be part of people's experience and create that competitiveness? And they really saw opportunities to do that with that kind of completely well-managed digital ecosystem. Ile de la Madeleine is a very different example. They're based in northern Canada on the Atlantic coast, and they're a very small tourism community. One of their biggest problems is seasonality, because people only go there in the summer generally for tourism. So they've had to work a lot with local communities, local businesses, and this is just a glimpse at how they've created a design process that involves the entire community in the process of creating meaningful visitor experiences. And so much has come out of this. And it's not something they start and end. It's something that's part of their mindset, part of their belief system. They focus on trying to improve those experiences, but also try to link experiences and try to create more authenticity, address issues like sustainability by bringing locals into the process. Now, if we go, I'll just go back one. Yep. So this is one of my other pet favorites. It's a destination in northern Italy called Val di Sole. They completely rethought the process of mobility using design, thinking about the needs of users. And it's, again, a total mind shift from thinking about how can we create a mobility solution to how can we create an incredible user experience and encourage people to use mobility in a different way. They had a big issue around sustainability because there was a lot of traffic in the mountain region, and they really had to deal with this for obvious environmental reasons. But persuading people to get out of their cars and to use clean mobility was not something they could just do so easily. They had to really work on this. So they really worked on a user design process. And that involved bringing on board the mayor, for example, bringing on board all the leadership and all the local government players into that process. It's not only about creating that solution. Another example of destination management is Dolomiti Paganella. They work with a model called the St. Gallen model of destination management. It's a university in Switzerland, and they have a really great model. And it looks at using design flows, interpreting and understanding how people travel and how the visitors flow through the destination. So when we think about user empathy, this is a very different way of reflecting on the needs of our users. And ultimately, it's all about the experience. It's all about the experience that we can create for our users, and that can be in any context or setting that we can imagine. This is something that one of my team just came up with only the other week, which I really, really love. It's a company called Unyoked, and they create not a hotel, but a complete experience when it comes to staying in, let's say, the hotel. Basically, they tried to go further. They tried to go so much further than just thinking about a room and a place for people to stay. They thought about how to actually allow people to create an entire holistic experience where every single part of that experience is something unique and memorable and evocative. And as you can see here from their website, they say themselves, we don't follow someone else's conventions. This is all about creating something emotional and something that is highly differentiated and encouraging people to just step outside of their 9 to 5. Another example here is thinking about designing experiences around changing needs. And this is a recent example. This is actually a business that's situated directly below our own business here in Canterbury in the UK. And it's called Rock, Paper, Scissors. And they basically have created something that's a concept store, but then a week after they opened, they had to shut down because of the next lockdown. So they've had to completely reimagine the business around the fact that their customers are stuck at home. And they've designed a multi-layered, multi-revenue stream business, which is just something really, really unique. And it's a real example of triumph and survival in times of adversity, which are obviously really, really challenging, but using design to think through the process and the experience that your customers have, and think about, could we create a digital experience that is just as powerful? Up Norway, another great example of one of those really successful startup businesses. This is a digital Norwegian tour operator that has created an end-to-end incredible experience for their customers. Now, often when we think about luxury, we often make those really wrong assumptions that the luxury traveler needs a real person concierge, that they need everything done for them. And this is a company that understood that that's not reflecting the real needs of today's users when it comes to the luxury travel market. And so they actually reimagine this as a digital experience. They recognize from their user research that, in fact, luxury travelers want to do things independently. They want to do things which are supported, but not necessarily run completely by assistants and everybody around them. And they created a really seamless visitor journey from the very beginning through to the very end, including during that trip where you have an in-app concierge constantly, somebody available to support your trip. And there's so many details that I can't show you all of them here, but just little details like once you've booked your trip, your entire itinerary and an hour by hour suggestion of the things that you're doing and booked is all available to you in the app. So they've really thought about how to create a seamless and complete experience. Another example of a business doing this is Dyreparken. It's a zoo and sort of a small theme park in southern Norway. And they've been investing in technology for years and years and years. And they have really, really optimized every single aspect of the visitor journey. So it goes back to that idea of optimization and how can we use technology to optimize the experience. Well, it's not all about technology. This is an example of the Truman Brewery in London. The Truman Brewery is really a little bit different because this is not about technology at all. They worked with Stella Artois to create a brand experience. And as you can see here, it's a giant mural on the floor, which is painted, and it encourages people to experience the Truman Brewery safely using social distance bubbles, but they also created something very, very social at the same time. Also, another great example, design-led in digital experiences. And how does this come about? Well, first of all, I have to say, I love this Estonian design system. It's just incredible. It's something that we here at the DTTT have spoken a lot at, and it stands out there as a best practice. Creating a design system that is open source and that other people can use and tap into is a great way of creating something that can extend so much further. Well, if we look at design from a brand perspective, just an example here of consistency, we are used to seeing competing destination brands. So you have one destination and then maybe 10 smaller destinations within the destination. And what we often see is they're all competing, all investing in brand, all investing in web experiences, all investing in digital, and often a lot of poorly used public funds. And actually, ultimately, what it translates to is a bad experience for customers. In Denmark, they've created a seamless experience so that wherever you go in Denmark and whichever tourist board you experience and go through their website to experience, you have a consistent brand experience, as you can see here. And thinking about brand and digital is really key. Visit California have had to rethink in the post-pandemic time about what a brand experience looks like and what people are looking for. And it's not all about those really incredible feelings and touch points that you have on the website. Here, they've focused on creating a seamless brand experience when it comes to content, understanding that today their users have a lot of needs and content should respond to their needs. So it's not only about the design, but it's also about the quality and the content that you provide, what you bring to your users. And to give you an example of that, this is how Switzerland Tourism, this is just an example of their sessions on their new website. They did a lot of user sessions to understand how accessible it was for different types of users, to make sure that people follow through the website with the correct journey and it really responds to their needs. But it's not only about observation of users. And this is one key point that I want to get towards the end of this presentation. It's about also thinking about the role of technology and data. And in this case, we see Switzerland Tourism using AI and big data to actually really analyze how their users are behaving and automatically respond to that. And so as we think about the next phase and the next era that we enter, we really have to understand the role that technology plays in also predictive analysis and serving up solutions which are automated. Well, the truth is there are many new problems that we have to solve as an industry. And it's not easy to solve, and it's not possible to solve every single problem, at least not tonight or today or tomorrow. I want to just focus on a couple of trailblazers who have been focusing on trying to solve user problems. One of our favorite here is Wim. It's also in Helsinki, and they rethought the entire mobility experience, and they coined the term mobility as a service. So going very nicely with the idea of city as a service that we see in Helsinki. Ultimately, they fundamentally wanted to redesign the mobility experience and encourage people to consider a wide range of transportation options as a way of encouraging them to not just use private transportation. Seeing everything as a service really helps us reimagine the world from a different perspective. IBM, Cantify, which is a big data and AI company, and SNCB, which is the Belgian National Railway, have been working using design for many, many years. In fact, they've been actually creating with IBM and SNCB a design process that spans around 10 years. So it's really something that they've woven in to the way in which they work as an organization and as a company. But what they've really done recently with the pandemic is they've said, what are the problems that we now have to solve for our users? And one of the biggest problems was fear and concern about overcrowded trains and the fact that they only had 10% of the customers after the pandemic that they had using the trains before. So when they went through that empathy, user journey mapping process to understand how they can actually go through that design process to respond to the needs of their users, they discovered that the biggest challenges were providing reassurance and communicating. And so that resulted in something that's actually very simple, and that is an iteration to their planning app, which shows people how crowded trains are, and the data comes from a range of different sources. So it's just a good example that it's not only about those macro ideas, it's also about those tiny little details which change and completely transform the experience. And ending off this presentation, there are so many innovations which are coming out right now. So many startups and tech companies which are trying to create incredible user experiences for people in real life, everyday contexts, trying to solve problems that seem quite difficult to solve right now. And they're using design to do that. So on this graph here, we have on the left an example of a company which is showing how crowded cities are and allowing people to try to avoid crowded places. In the middle, we have a queuing app. So if you get to a restaurant in the middle of a busy season and it's overcrowded or there's no space, you can queue in the app and return later on once your table has become available. Very, very simple concept, but it solves a problem. And for businesses, it stops them losing customers by saying, hey, we're full at the moment. And the last one is digital table ordering services, which are springing up everywhere. And it's all going to be about the user experience. This is how the winners of this space are going to succeed, because they also create an incredible user experience. In this example, they solve the problem of human-to-human contact, and they allow people to have a still brilliant experience at their table. And in fact, what I would say is a better experience, and that's what you're trying to achieve. Well, lastly, we have to think further. We have to think beyond today, not even tomorrow, but 10 years ahead. And one of the biggest things that we're now aware of is sustainability. And the United Nations have created the Sustainable Development Goals, which is 17 different sustainable development goals that they're focusing on in tourism as well as other sectors. And as an industry and as designers, this is the challenge that is beset upon you. Try to solve those major challenges that we see in the world and try to solve them using design. There are so many, and it's up to us which ones we want to pick and how we want to do them. But on that note, I want to say thank you. Thank you for having me. And it's been a great pleasure to join you virtually. I hope my little dog here, little pug, hasn't distracted you too much. He's just decided to start barking in the middle of the presentation. But hey, that's all the joys of remote presentations. And I hope you've enjoyed watching. Thanks very much.
Hello. Okay, I haven't heard anything, so I don't see any picture now from the moment. This is fine, so I don't have any visual. Okay, everybody. Okay, now I'm gonna see something. So good morning from my side. My name is Maarja Sepp, and I would like to talk today a little bit about the implementation and how you're going to maintain a so-called perfect customer or guest experience. And as soon as you're going to charge the people, your guests, they are sure becoming customers. So first thing is, I'm from Austria, and tourism plays a vital role in our country, as you can see by the numbers that I'm showing you now. We have a little bit time delay in the picture that I see. Oh, here I am. And you're gonna see, you're gonna see that the numbers of tourism matters, which is a good thing in general, but which is a bad thing during the pandemic now. But I think if you look at the numbers, more and more tourism destinations and also Austria and especially Tirols are moving away from counting overnight stays, and we are going more to value creation. So what we are looking at is how many money people will spend in a tourism organization. What are we doing? What we love to do is we analyze, design, and optimize service systems on stage and behind the scenes for delighted customers, motivated employees, and superior business results. So this is what we are going to do, because if you want to deliver a good customer experience, all your employees have to be behind you and back you up to deliver and stage the experience every day. Can you still hear me? Hello?
Yes, Mario, can you hear us? Let's try again. This is the new world, so patience, everyone. Let's see if we can get Mario back in the session. He's frozen, so there we go. Anything? All right, Mario, can you hear me?
Yeah, you just have been, everything was blacked out, and I just re-logged in. Is everything fine now?
Yes,
it's much better now.
Yeah, good. So I'm
Sorry
Hillary,
about
by the
that.
way, so we'll talk later in the panel, but do continue. So I'll be here just to make sure that everything goes well, yeah?
Okay.
All right, continue.
Sorry for the
We can hear you.
That's fine.
That's all right,
So,
we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. So what we're doing is we analyze and design service systems. So we really look what's going on the stage. These are the areas where your customers and your guests are going into your interaction with you and your stuff. But we also look, let me say, in our research, what is going on behind the scenes. Are there any processes? What is going on? So this is what we do for a profession to bring up a good customer experience. Why do we do that? Because there's still interesting thing going on in all the businesses, regardless if it's tourism, it's retail, it's the industry. So there's a good study from Bain & Company where they asked people from the C-level, so CEOs, CCOs, all these kind of people, about Fortune 500. Are you offering your customers, your guests, your patients a good service? And 80% said, yeah, we're offering perfect service. I love the 20% saying, no, we don't. But in a way, then afterwards, they asked the customers on the various segments, do you see it the same way? And the people are saying, no, it's just 8% said, I think that the companies I'm dealing with are delivering a good service. And the question is, why is it? There are many reasons, but I think there's a fundamental reason which already starts in our education, even in my university education and all the management educations that you have all over the world. So for instance, if you look then on the next slide, where is it all coming from? We have just a small time delay on the slides. Sorry about that. It should switch immediately. or you can switch it on site if you want. Going to the next slide is that normally it's still an inside-out business. So you have an organization who is able to do something, might be a hotel, might be a tourism destination. So you're good in something, you have some competence. The next thing that you're doing is you're coming up and setting kind of processes, because you have to deliver whatever you do, if it is a service or product, to your customers. The next thing what you have to do, if you have processes, you need touch points, some places where your customers can get in contact with your products or your services. And then you will have some kind of interactions, because your staff is doing something. You're going to train them maybe, or you just tell them do them, or they are trained by other staff people as soon as they are new and boarding on in a company. And then you have various customers experience. So they might be good, they might be average, they might be really not so much good, in a way, so really room for improvement, but you have various customer experience. So what we thought is you have to change that. What does it mean? We have to go the other way around. So if we then jump to the next slide, you're going to see that is we just turn the things around. So what we are saying is, let's think about the experience. Let's think about what should the customer experience, the guest, the patient, whatever experience look like. And as soon as you know what you would kind of experience you would like to deliver, I think it's completely clear how the interactions should look like, how your touch points, your point of sale, and whatever it is should look like, and how your processes should be installed, designed, and maintained in a way. But you still can do the same thing that you're doing, but you just see it from an outside-in perspective. It's not that you deliver something to a consumer who has to consume something, which is a bad word in itself. It's like a cow steering on the wall with steak. It's not that people should consume something. You deliver them, you make them, it's a kind of co-creation. It's like more the prosumer style. So what you're going to do is you design the experience and go outside into all the processes, and you set up your company in a different way. If you then move on to the next slide, the definition of customer experience. So everybody's talking about customer experience. So we have our own definition of customer experience. You can Google tons of them. What we are saying is, it's how do people feel? Maybe just click on, please. How do people feel? We have still a short time delay here on the presentation. Sorry about that. So how does a customer truly feel? Might be still at the end, it's a customer, and what will he actually remember? These are the things that you found on a TripAdvisor and Google, wherever it is. So people are rating something, Net Promoter Score, all this stuff. So what we are talking here about, we're talking about emotions. The next thing is, how does a customer truly feel, and what will he actually remember from the experience during and after direct and indirect interactions? I think a direct interaction is clear. If you deal with a customer, if you deal with a guest in a restaurant, in a hotel, whatever, that's a direct interaction. But you have to still think about the indirect interactions. Other people watching your interaction with that customer, with that patient, with that guest, whatever it is. So they are checking you out, they are evaluating you on how you're going to deal with the other guy or with the other girl, with the other woman. So it's really these indirect interactions, which are really, especially in the hospitality section, where people are sitting in a restaurant, sitting on a cruise ship, watching other people being served. These are the indirect interactions, and they really then think about what will happen to me, if he's coming up to me. So it's from the experience during the direct and indirect interactions that you see along the customer journey. And the good thing is that you have to realize at all touch points during this journey. So you have to see a customer journey end to end, holistically. What is going on your point of sale, on your place, in your company, but what is happening before somebody's choosing you, and what is happening after he has chosen you, to consume maybe your services or your products, or you buy your products. So this is what how we're gonna define customer experience, is how does a customer truly feel, and what will he actually remember, because this is, let me say, what he's going to tell to his friends, your families and relatives from the experience during and after the direct and indirect interactions at all touch points during his journey. So we just move on some steps. Again. Okay, so the next thing is, how is the correlation between brand and customer experience? There's always a brand promise. Pärnu is promising a lot of things, but for instance, in the Nordic Riviera, your beach is the Nordic Riviera, but there's more to having water and sand. So as soon as you have a brand promise, I have a customer or a guest experience. But the question is, how's the reality? So how is service reality? How is the customer experience? how do people talk to each other? How is a guest welcomed? How are the interactions on the various touch points that you have? What is the culture inside? As soon as somebody sees how you're going to interact, it's the same thing that the reflection is. The reflection to is the interaction to him. So it's always, let me say, a kind of checking out of the brand promise versus the customer experience. So you have to be sure that they both fit. So how does service design take place? We have seen a lot of theoretical examples and also practical examples on tools and everything. But in general, just as a glimpse overview on service design in reality, you always start with a kind of exploration. You can do it with data, as we've seen in the Switzerland example from Nick before. You can do it with real life observation, with work alongs, really deep diving in. It's always an exploration. It's trying to frame the problem, because as he already said, it's not always this thing, at the end, which is really the problem or the challenge that you fought initially. So we start with an exploration. The next step is, after all this exploration, you come up with some insights. There are some ideas, how you can do it. What is possible. So you're coming up with a concept, something, let me say, that you try to design to implement. The next step is you have to prototype that, because the issue is that prototyping is well known in the industry, well known. As soon as you buy a car, a lot of prototypes have been crashed with crash test dummies against the wall. But as soon as we go to services, more or less still the majority of all the services are instantly implemented and, let me say, in-life experiences, let me say, for customers. So there are not so many prototypes for services still in a lot of companies yet. They're getting more and more innovative companies are trying to prototype even in services, but it's still an issue that normally prototyping is reserved for products. But it should be also, let me say, used immediately with a minimal viable product on prototyping also in services. And then you come to the final design, which is fine, that every consultancy says, well, here it is, here you go. But at the end, it's not worth the money as if you're not going to implement it directly with your stuff. So what they have to do is they have to understand with their behaviors, with their actions, with their part in the process, what should be the outcome? What kind of things would you like to initiate in the customers or in the patients or in the guest's mind? So it's about then the implementation. It's the real implementation, which requires some training. I'm going to show you an example afterwards how you really can implement something. You need processes. We are talking to and we are working with so many even huge companies, and really many of them have really processes like service blueprints where customers and employees know what they have to do. You get these processes, for quality assurance and everything, but normally in daily life, you rarely found processes for interactions for employees, how you're going to deal with the customer along the customer journey, end to end. And the next thing is it has to fit the organization, because sometimes, you're going to see services which are not authentic. So services have to be authentic and they have to be fit, let me say, with the cultural fit of the organization. Okay, so much to the theory. I would like to give you a practical example, just one example, but an example in depth where also, let me say, the employees and the customers will speak. We're talking about Edelweiss Bike Travel, which is the world's leader of guided bicycle tours worldwide. And they are number one, and they wanted to stay number one after 35 years. So what we started with a service design project. And this is how the service will look like today.
Excellent. Muy bueno.
I'm married with Edelweiss, seems to be. I like the group of people. It's always great time, great team.
So I've come halfway around the world to ride with Edelweiss. Rode my first time, I think, 18 years ago with Edelweiss over here.
One of the things I like most of these tours is being able to build friendship all over the world in these tours.
I like the professionalism.
It's the Edelweiss tour is something special. It's spectacular. Please, I will do more tours again in my life because I really enjoyed it.
I should say Edelweiss is highly recommended.
So this is how the experience looked like. And one of the guests that you have seen later on already, let me say, realized what the new experience looked like. It was building friendship on the tour. And in 1980, they started with having fun on a motorcycle and having a lot of mileages, a lot of curves to drive, and doing a lot of daily driving through mountains, valleys, and everything. But at the end, we changed the complete experience of about building friendship, and which was really a huge change. And I would like to share you how we did that. So first step is we did a lot of research, exploration. We went into the things saying, where are the customers coming from? Majority is from the States. We worked with personas. We created Jeff, which is an average guy. They are 55 years in average. The participants of these journeys. There's 1 millionaire on every journey because it's a high price thing that you're going to see there. So we thought about his journey coming to the starting point in Munich, for instance. So what is his expectations? What he's looking for? Then we thought about on the outer right side, who should be the right tour guide? What's the role of the tour guide? Must be a mixture of best driver, the leader of the gang, a cool guy, the leading guy at all. And he has to bring together, especially in the beginning, all these guys. So from Indiana Jones to MacGyver to all these guys, really, he should be the type of person. Then we looked into the commercials saying, well, this is how much you're going to charge. And you always are what you are doing. So anyway, if you're charging such high prices, your competitions are not other motorcycle companies. Your competitions are high-level cruises, for instance, like the Queen Mary or high-level safari. So you have to change your service. And we changed a lot, really, on what is going. As soon as you know who your competitor is, you know in which kind of sandbox you're playing. Next thing what we did is we looked on the customer journey. This is very aggregated here, what you're going to see here. So we looked on the phase before a tour. And the issue is, they even are offering around the world tours. So the planning time can be up to 6 to 8 months. So there's a lot of time being spent, let me say, from the first desire that you see on the left side to that you have chosen your motorcycle, you've chosen your destination. So a lot of things are now happening upfront, before any customer will get on a tour. Then what is going on during the tour? We changed it completely. For instance, I've been on the exploration phase on one of the tours, and we went through the Toscana, and there are certain picnics on special places where you go with your motorcycle, and what they serve where have been pineapples and stuff like that, bananas. I said, where are pineapples and bananas growing in the Toscana? We have to change that. And it's not about getting, feeding people, not being hungry. It's learning about the environment. It's learning about the cultural things. It's learning about food that you can eat here regionally, and we have to try and explain it to them. So you have to learn something. It's not having a holiday on a motorcycle. It's having holidays with motorcycle in specific destinations. And then thinking about the journey doesn't end. What is happening afterwards? So this is we looked very deep into this phase after the journey. What we did, a lot of co-creative design. We came up with a lot of ideas to make the life for the tour guide and the customers easy. Just one simple example. There has been a T-shirt with the tour on the T-shirt up front. And the tour guides always gave that T-shirt out on the last day of the tour. And they say that's the most expensive T-shirt you can buy because we're talking about a couple thousand euros, going on the tour. And we said we have to change that. Bring that to day one. Why? Because normally the mechanics prepared the motorcycles for the tour, and then people arrived, and you're going closer and closer to the target. So the distance is going to be smaller, but the expectations are raising immediately. And then these guests are coming and they're seeing the tour guide preparing the motorcycle, saying, "Hey, hi, it's me." And the tour guide said, "Hey, we have the meeting at 5. I'm gonna prepare your pair. So talk to you later." You have to think about that kind of experience. You just invested 8,000 euro, having just a tour, and the first greeting that you have is, "I have no time for you. We're going to see us at 5," which is crazy. So the thing is, that they we gave them the tour T-shirts as soon as they checked into the mail. So they realized there are other people who will be on the tour. They can talk to each other. There has been a name on them. Why? Because then people can say, "Hey, John, I remember you have been on 15 tours." So the tour guys have been prepared, like in the Sacher Hotel in Vienna. It's not like the bellman knows everything. He's just good prepared. So we definitely prepared the tour guys too, and that changed. So then we came up with a lot of ideas what will happen before the tour, during the tour, and after the tour. And then you really have to do project and process management. The good thing in design thinking is you can be creative. You can think about the different usage of a ways or the different things. But at the end of the day, you have to bring it into the organization. That's hard project and change work. I think everybody can agree if he thinks about his own projects. So we did a lot of work. But then at the end, we realized we have to train the tour leaders. We have to train the tour guides because they are going to design and create and stage that experience. So for the training, we came up with training videos, and you're going to see then some snapshots. You already have seen one. We came up really with training videos showing the real life, so real customers, real tour guides in real situation and what you have to do. And we came also up with a quick reference guide, like a booklet that you can put in, for instance, showing people how to exactly drive in a curve. After you've driven these curves, you're going to see them afterwards. You have to give them a feedback. And this is what we have done with this small implement. So you're going to see now that the thing is that the moments of truth that we defined have to be staged by the tour leader. This is one of the mountains you drive on. It's roughly 2,800 meters. And just give them a high five at the top. And let's do a picture that thing, having the name of the mountain and the leverage, the altitude of the mountain in the back, so they can remember their picture and say that I did something great. It's nothing special for the tour guide. They're driving there all the day, but it's something special, and you have to acknowledge this for the guests. So simple things do matter. So here you're going to see a small example how the training will look like.
Aber trotzdem mit Feinheit, fährt man der niedere Sitz, fährt man der Top jetzt nach.
I think that training video is really important because we have to create that feeling for the tour guides, the customer feeling that they know what the customers need, what their expectations are.
This is a perfect training for the common tour guides.
Also für mich ist so, dass Bilder mehr sprechen als 1000 Worte und Bilder sind immer hilfreicher wie Dutzende von Worten.
I've been watching the new video, which helps me immensely with all the information, especially being English speaking. A mixture of English and Deutsch is very helpful.
Somit ist es für mich natürlich umso leichter, die Anforderungen von den Kunden zu erfüllen.
Dann auch die eigene Sicherheit zu haben, dass man einem Gast dann auch wirklich einen super Service bieten kann, wo dann auch die Punkte abgedeckt werden, die Edelweiß natürlich auch wichtig sind.
Ja, das hat mir schon sehr geholfen zu verstehen, was wir für Kunden haben, wie die empfinden, wie die reagieren und was sie von uns auch erwarten.
Ich finde es sehr gut, nicht nur die Theorie, sondern auch die Praxis zu sehen.
So the issue is, with all the chapters, I can't show them to them because more of them are confidential. But we show them in all our interactions what you're going to do with the customer on site, what you're going to do with as a tour guide, how you're going to treat the customers on the tour. Because magic is something you make. You're raising the bar of the expectations, and you have to fulfill the expectations. So this is the magic. The magic is something you're going to make, and the most important thing is what do customers say. So this is the customer feedback after the first new tour.
That's amazing. I never had been in so, how you say in English? Narrow roads, We call in Spanish páramos. Yeah, but this páramo, Jesus Christ.
We are at the end of June, start of July, really summer. And 2 degrees, 20 centimeters of fresh snow, something not usual for us from the Middle East.
For me, the highlight of this tour is how we all together overcome the adversity of the Mother Nature. We had, since the first day, a lot of rain, but the hope of that we were going to have a nice time together, making us overcome everything. The hope of having a nice time make that rain look like a Caribbean Sunday.
What I get out of this more than anything, after the tours that I've done and this one, is the people. Not only the riders, but the tour guides. And I told my wife tonight, when I called her, that when I went over and shook Christian's hand, it really did. It brought tears to my eyes. I just love this. So the combination, it's the people more than anything. And I want to thank everybody for making my life more whole.
The highlight of getting to the office and the work garage to see what goes on behind the scenes. Besides meeting all the people after 11 tours, everybody is exceptional.
It's so simple. I mean, you show up to the Edelweiss tour, The bikes are there, everything's taken care of. All you have to do is get your ass on the bike and enjoy the roads. That's my highlight. You've succeeded once more.
So what you just have seen is the last evening of the tour. And weeks and months before, the last evening of the tour was just handing out T-shirts. And we changed that completely. And we said, if the target is building friendship on the tour, then the friends have to sit together and like sitting around a fire, even if there was no fire, that's going to be what was a restaurant, sitting together and talking about their own experiences. And nobody wanted to do that. From the tour guide said, no, the first guy will say, well, it was great. The second one, everything has been said already. It was great. Thank you very much. But you have seen the feedback is so enormous. And, every single story of the various personas, of the various participants of the tour, everybody has a certain element. Everything is easy, quick, having a look behind what is going on in the scenes. But everybody shared the same feeling that it is about the people. It's about building friendship. And the tour guide is not necessary on the last evening at all, in a way. For sure, they are there. But, all the tour riders, all the riders have built such a strong friendship that I think that they get taken away. So it was a nice scenery tour, everything interesting. But I found friends from all over the world who are interested in riding bikes and spending a lot of money in doing that. So we completely changed the experience. And I think this is the one thing that you have to keep in mind, that you have to theme the experience, because great customer experience at the end create great business laws. That's the way it is. Even if a strange photo like that is bringing a lot of money, but you have to think about changing the perspectives. So if you think about your own experience, if you think about your own company, if you think about your own destinations, I think you have to ask yourself 3 questions. And so please ask yourself, what do your guests experience? Do you really know what your guests are experiencing today? Regardless if you're in a hotel, if you're a tourism destination, are you really aware what their experience is? And I'm not talking about ratings on Google. Do you know what your employees are doing? Do you really know what your employees are doing besides doing something physically that you can see? Do you know about the interaction of the employees between their guests? Are you really aware about it? And do you keep what you promise? Because at the end of the day, people, guests, consumers, patients, whatever you're going to call them, I'm looking for a company who is just fulfilling the promises. And that's so difficult today, So think about how high you're going to set the bar to really deliver every day, because you have to do it every day to deliver on that experience. Know about what your guest experiences are. Know what your employees are doing. Maybe be your own guest. We're talking about hospitality. How many people of a hotel, owning in a hotel, have slept in their own rooms to realize, what the guests are experiencing? So think about all these things. And these are these major 3 questions and major outcomes, he said. So companies like you've seen, like Edelweiss Bike Travel, we have rethemed everything, going away from best ride there is only, doing a lot of mileage on a motorcycle, to trying to bring together friends from all over the world who are interested in motorcycling by having a tour of 1 week, 10 days, 14 days, whatever. A completely different thing. And if you know that you would like to bring together people, you are doing different things. You're not driving X mileages per day. You're trying to get maybe the hidden treasures together, explore the hidden treasures together, make the best photos, buy the best souvenirs, having the best restaurants where friends can come together. So we changed that experience completely, because people are coming again. There are guests, passengers, there are customers who are coming for 20 times, booking a tour. And so you have to deliver on your promise every day. And it's like Walt Disney said, do what you do so good that people will come back and bring their friends. And this is how I would like to end my presentation, because at the end of the day, perfect customer experiences do not happen by chance. And thank you very much. Sorry for the shortage, for the outcome. It was a technical reason, and I hope that you have enjoyed what I've presented to you. Thank you very much.
Yes. I got stuck in the mask. Thank you so much, Mario. And just before we go on to our next speaker, Diana, I just want to make sure that if you want to submit questions, please do so, but you have to do that in the virtual environment. So if you have your phones, you can log on to worksup work.com, ja event ID is Playday 2020. So make sure you put all your questions there. We will have a panel with all the 4 speakers after the next 2 speakers, and I will do my best to weave those questions in. So do make sure that you get those questions onto the platform. But now, without further ado, our next speaker, Diana, please.
Hello, everyone. What did this little clip made you feel like? How did it make you feel inside? Is it something that you can relate to in your day-to-day life? Maybe this is a busyness that we experience, and sometimes we're not able to actually opt out from it. So now, before I go into more in deep where I'm from and what we do, I'd like you to do a little exercise with me. Just take a little minute and either close your eyes or gaze somewhere and soften your eyes. And think of a place where you can really, really, truly relax, really disconnect from the outside world, from the busyness that you might have just seen. And maybe it is a place where you can look into the distance, you can grab a hot cup of drink of your choice and really enjoy the presence. I'm going to slow down a little bit of that experience that we're experiencing in every single day life. And now, with that little visualization, now think of a place where you've been and you really felt that this is a holiday. Think of a room that you really deserved. You felt like you deserved this holiday. You chose a place a little bit maybe more pricier, but you think you deserved it. My name is Diana. I'm from Oud Mira Houses, and I'm going to show you how we combine from disconnecting to enjoying comforts in the outside world. So as you've seen, I'm from a company called Oud Mira Houses, and who we are a company who produces prefabbed mirror glass houses here in Estonia. Our mission is to bring people to the outside and enjoy without compromising in comfort. So what our mirror glass houses kind of do, they just reflect back the outside nature, and they allow us to kind of go into the nature without disrupting it. We like to experience the nature just as it comes, and we don't want to disrupt it with the design or anything else. Very briefly, what is Signature Earth Hotel? So it's a luxury stay designed with comfort and natural earthy materials. You can place our products anywhere in the world, and you can enjoy all the comforts that you would do in an actual hotel room. So that means having a small bedroom or a kitchenette where you can cook food up for yourself and where you can truly relax after a long day of hiking. But what we like to combine is the design and the outside world. So locations are very, very key things and important to us to make the experience fully. Where we are currently located, and we have grown from 1 country to 14 countries within the past 4 years. How we've done that, it's quite remarkable and quite surprising to us as well. I would like you to think of a number that comes into your head. What could be the marketing budget that we've had for expanding from 1 country to 14 countries in 4 years? Can anyone think of a number, maybe? So I'll give you the number. It's 500 euros. So what we think of that is how we've been able to expand so far is to have an actual unique product. We don't do marketing ourselves, and we just find locations where to put our design. And people across the world purchase the product to make their own. So what we do is to create something that speaks for itself. We're very proud of that, and we like to continue in that way. So as we are here in a service design conference, I'd like to tell you a little bit about the service design journey for our customers. So who is our actual customer? So customer is anyone who would like to buy or purchase an old hotel, set it up in their own location, and use it as an external unit or a hotel room. So with designing a product with a strong brand and clear identity is something that we stand by every single day. So that means that we are searching for locations, we're searching for the remoteness, where people can feel private. We have had experiences where actually we've had to say no to our client because it doesn't actually fall into our brand guidelines. So how we attract customers is with our vision to bring more people into the nature and enjoy it wherever they are. Customizing our earth houses to local building codes and making custom projects is something that we're truly, truly passionate about. So some of the codes are very extreme, and we need to go beyond borders to actually find ways how we can put an earth hotel, for example, into a jungle, which actually one of the houses is currently on its way to a jungle. So we like challenges. We search for those key places and key locations. So interacting with the client, as we've heard today as well, that customers are the key elements to having a brand, having a product and actually succeeding in it. So interacting with the client is something that we do every single day. We carry them from the very first interaction into all the way to the end. And we actually stay, as you can see, I'll go back into it later, but our hotel people around the world will be our friends. So they become part of our team. They visit them, we carry on the Earth legacy and the name and the brand all together as one team. So the journey again for product design or the service design as well is personalized packaging, for example, what our clients feel very, very happy about. So for example, I'm not sure you can see here, but this particular house went to Mexico just a couple of weeks ago, and we put a little sombrero hat on it. So we make a packaging fun, and so when people open it up, they feel that we've actually been there, we've done something for them. They can happily and very, very excited open up their houses. So it could be any product like that. So right now what we are creating as well to have a better service design journey is we're creating an hotel platform. So to gather together all the hotels across the world onto a one singular platform where you can go and seek for another Earth hotel. What's happening right now in Estonia is that we do not have enough space in that sense, or we don't have enough availability that people would like. They don't know where to find us that easily. So creating a platform for us and for our clients is a key element to our enhancing our product. One of the things that we do want to bring onto the platform is experiences as well. So one of the things that we do with our customer who purchases a house and makes it their own, and their own business even, then the other thing is to have customers coming back and returning customers, both for purchasing and both for experiencing our Earth Hotel model as something that they would like to do all over the world. Now, I'd quickly stop on the current situation in the world. As the turbulent times have actually really prohibited the hotel industry, then luckily we weren't affected by this. And why so? Because we were able to create a privacy, a moment for people to have a 2+2 kind of separation, that they didn't have to go into congregated area. And for example, in our Estonian units, we have had only 6 available days. The other units across the world are booked until March, April, May, depending on where would you like to go. And as our key customer is a customer who would like to set up their own Earth Hotel, then I can say the numbers that our sales have increased 30% this year. We've asked our customers why is it so, and why they've done this, and we've had such a great feedback that this allows us to actually still have tourism, to enhance the tourism, but without leaving a country. So Earth houses have popped up everywhere in the world right now, and we hope to do so more. Maybe next year we can see you in New Zealand, Canada. But so far, our internal tourism has proven that this is a way to go for tourism. Hotel chains have turned us to as well, asking whether this is something that we can create into their hotel areas, that people can have their privacy. And more we find this as a key element to tourism. Now, if you'd like to find us, you don't have to search far. In Estonia, we have 9 locations. We will continue to have more, and we will open fully operating every single day, where you don't have to have a contact with a real person. So it's fair to say, it's safe to say that it's a safe place where to go just now. And anywhere else in the world, just keep an eye on our hotel platform as well. And this is one of our products, what I wanted to show you. It's a product that we've located into Iceland. So this is something you can view from our house. This is how you can interact with the nature, and you can truly see what's beyond and what's in front of you. So with the design as well, we didn't want to reflect. So if you're outside, you see that the reflection just reflects back absolutely everything that is already there to blend in. That's a little short introduction of Earth Mirror House from me. Thank you, and seek to disconnect to connect within.
So hello everybody, I'm really excited to be here today. It's a new experience for me as well, doing this hybrid style presentation and not being able to see everybody who is joining us today. So I was invited here today to tell you a bit about the project that we did, which was about designing the future of city services in a city called Wuppertal in Germany. And I will be telling how we came from the idea until the end product, and hopefully you will get some good ideas to use in your own projects as well. A bit about myself. I'm coming from a company called Nortel. which is a global IT consultancy company. And we have really a lot of projects around the world. And I've had the experience to go from Finland to Abu Dhabi and meet different people and really explore how we as a people think. And my specialty is user experience design. So the way how people think is really important for me. And on the other hand, in this world, specifically right now when we have the Corona crisis, other side is the digital world. So I wanted to figure out how to put this psychology together with digital. And this is how I found user experience design. And we were approached by a public sector company from Germany with the problem. They wanted to figure out how to bring the local people from their community together with local businesses. So they saw that there's a fragmentation and wanted to figure out how to combine them together. And this is where they approached us to help them. And we approached the project with the double diamond method. I'm going to do this hand-raising task here to ask how many of you has heard about this method. Okay, good, nice. Saw some hands raising. So, but for those who doesn't know, I will shortly explain as well. So this method contains 4 different phases. It's discovery, define, develop, and deliver. And the idea is that it really allows us to explore ideas, to figure out who are the people we are building our products for and what are their needs and goals, and really get down to the real problem that we're trying to solve. And in the first phase, it is about getting to know the people, getting to know the community. And for us in this project was to get to know German culture and the people who were living in this specific city as well. And after that, it was about, when in the discovery phase, we explore all the problems. We get to know what is basically everything that the people are thinking. And now, at this point, it's important to narrow it down. So getting focused to what is the real problem and what is the specific problem that we're trying to solve. Because if we try to solve all the problems in the world, we're probably not going to achieve this. So the middle point is about finding and defining the real problem. And after that comes the ideation of the solution process. So we think about how to solve this problem, try out different ways to solve it, test it on our customers, and at the end come to the final solution. So this is the approach we took in our project. And starting from the first phase, which was the discovery. This is actually, for me as well, the most exciting part of the project, because it's all about the people, meeting them, getting to know what are their needs and what are their problems in those specific areas. And we got to meet, so we flew to Germany, the city, and actually meet the people. We did user interviews with them. So first we selected people from different areas, so from different age groups, for different specialities, so that we have a really wider and holistic view of the city and its people. And besides the city people, on the other side, we had also local businesses. So we also had to dig deeper into what are their needs as well. And based on this research part, we defined user personas. I'm sure also some of you have heard about this. And I find it being a really good tool to use in a project. Because, when in the beginning of the project, we talk with people and we know their problems, it's really good to put it on a paper. So you can actually see who we are talking about. And since this project took almost 2 years to, get ready, then it meant that during this 2 years, we had to always keep in mind who are the people we are building this for. So we defined the 6 different groups. There were young families, there are also elderly, business people, so basically people with different backgrounds and different needs as well. And we discovered many things, because that's the point of the discovery phase, that we find out all the things related to those people. So what we found were that in some places, they really felt that they don't know what's going on around them that much, and they would like to know more. They would like to know more about local businesses. They would like to get better access to governmental services. And even like the small things like being able to book a table in a restaurant quickly and easily. So these were some of the things that we found. And at the end of this discovery phase, just to give you a little to-do list or what to think about in your next project is to definitely start by defining who are the customers. I'm sure that in tourism area, this is anyway the most important thing because you're doing what you do for the customers. And then also getting those people in, inviting them, talking with them really face-to-face or nowadays online, but at least getting like direct connection with those people. And then defining what they need and what is the problem that they have and you want to solve. And then I still recommend creating the personas as well. So everybody in your team and company know who you are talking about. And besides this double diamond method that I introduced, we also use a design-driven approach, which is maybe not that common, but we found it really, really valuable. So what it means is that in early stages of the project, so if usually the project goes so that you will do the analysis, you find out what you need to build, and then you're going to build it. So with design-driven approach, it means that we actually start building while we are still discovering what is the real problem and what is the real need. So actually, I think almost in like third week into the project, we already started to try out new ideas on a prototype. So this is the very first sketch-like prototype that we made just to put our ideas on a paper. And some of the first functionalities that we integrated into this solution were, for example, local businesses being able to be represented in the application and provide their services, for example, booking a table in the restaurant or for example, promoting your events in the city. Then we also had a travel planner, which was to help people in the city commute more easily, also integrate in their customers' calendars, so that, for example, if a person is looking for an event to go to, then the app already knows when they have free time and can suggest suitable times, and so on. So we had something in front of us to actually be tested. And that's the real value of this design-first approach, that we could show this prototype to the customer and also to our client. So we have something, again, in front of us that we can all see and think the same way. Because, in people's communication, sometimes we can talk about the same thing but understand it completely differently. So having something in front of you was a really good idea in this case. So yes, my recommendation from here is that whenever you have any idea, it doesn't have to be a digital product, it could be an idea to make a conference. You just need to figure out a way how to do a small prototype or how to visualize it so that you can validate if it's something that people would want. So on this first prototype, we did really quick hallway tests, meaning that basically we took people from the streets and from the office, showed them out their ideas and collected feedback. Because, sometimes it's hard for people to say what they want, but if they see something, it's much easier to say what they don't like. Usually, yes, it's easy to say what they don't like, and then maybe also come to some ideas what to bring more in there. And besides those hallway tests, we also did ideation workshops. So again, we took our end customers, which were the people of Wuppertal, and had these ideation sessions on what would they like to see more, or what else could solve their problems. And this is how we came to the next prototype. We changed a bit the color scheme, we added some functionalities, we added this liking and disliking functionality, which actually could be used in machine learning to, get to know the person better so that we can offer them more suitable services in the application and make it more personal. And during those ideation sessions, we also got got to this idea of AR solution, so augmented reality solution, where the person would open up their phone and show it, the phone camera, and show it around the city. And from the camera, they can see what different businesses are in the buildings nearby, and if they have any offers or discounts, and basically get more to know what's going on around them. So basically, this was just one idea that we could already do as a prototype and see if it would work or not. And my takeaway here would be that don't fall in love into your first idea or the one idea you have. It's really important to try out different ideas, generate new ideas, and this way you have the option to choose what is the best solution. But if you have only one idea, you're gonna try to make it work, and it might not happen. And also user research is definitely something that's not something to do only in the beginning of the project, but something that goes on throughout the whole time. Because if you're getting new ideas, then this is also something to validate and talk with the customers. And even those personas that were created, it's good in the middle of the project to come back to those and see if they are still the same way, or you have to change them. And now this was all on the first stage of the double diamond. And the next one is defining. So all the things that we found in the first stage, we now need to make sense, define what is important, where are the priorities, and which are the problems that we actually can solve, in a sense. So coming to this middle point, which is the problem definition. And it is really important to actually define the problem and put it into wording, because then again we have one simple goal to work towards together. And for this project, it was that the information about city services is fragmented and impersonal. So this is what we took as a basis for to build solution. And coming into this develop section of the double diamond. So, development part. And this meant now taking all this knowledge and this problem and building the solution on top of that. And we also narrowed down 4, let's say, pillars for this project, which we needed to make sure that the solution is going to solve or support. So the first was that it should be a gateway to the city life. So this was the main thing that came out while talking with the people, that they don't have an overview of what is going on around them. And some of the other platforms, they are overcrowded with information, so it's hard to find what is happening right there at this time near them, not even around the whole city, but in the smaller areas of the city. And there came the second point, which was that the information should be personalized. So it's not that everybody who will open up the application will see the same view. For everybody, it's different. It's based on their interest. It's based on what they have done before, what they have liked, and where they have, for example, booked a table, and etc. It should be friendly and supportive. So from there, we took that the application can't have this really official kind of language, but we have to be in a friendly kind of tone of voice. And also data protection. This was an interesting finding about German culture overall. So in Estonia, we're really kind of used with these services. And maybe we're not that concerned about their data as well, as long as it's used properly and we get better services because of that. But in Germany, people were really concerned about what is being done with their data, when is it used, how I can forbid using it, and etc. So this was another point that we needed to highlight, that the people can't feel at any point that their data is being used wrongly. And this is how we came to a product called Pligit. So in this development phase, we teamed up with a German-based marketing company who would help to put meaning to each of the details. And one of those things were this name, because until this point, we didn't have a name for the product, because it wasn't important until this time. but they came up with the name Blickit, which is actually a combination of two words, Blick and it. And Blick in Germany means to see or to look. And the meaning behind the name is that you can see and look around you and know whenever and what is happening. And then they added also this pin icon, which again represents this location-based information. And another interesting angle that they took is that since the application needed to be really personal, then also all the pictures used were from a point of view of a person. So it's almost like you're looking down at whatever you're holding or even eating. So really get this personal angle inside. So all those details actually make the whole product as a whole. And this is how we came to the final version of the application, which now combine together all the city services, so people can get access to some of the governmental services. They can also see all the local businesses, restaurants, events going on around them. They can see local news. They can get the information based on their location, and many more functionalities. And one of the little candies that we planted inside of this app was this shaking feature that in German market was like, wow, oh my God, what is this? But I know that some of the Swedbank users know that it works in this banking app as well. But there it really worked. And the idea behind it was that by shaking the phone, you will actually get the nearby functionality opened up. So for example, you are in the city center or in a new area of the town and you shake the phone and you can actually see what is happening right now around you. And now the deliver phase. Which is all about testing the end result, testing the usability, testing the customer experience on it. And with this as well, we got to meet again the local people. And my tip from here would be that sometimes in the projects, there is a feeling that user research and user testing is something that takes a lot of time, a lot of money, a lot of energy. But it actually helps to even start with 5 people. For the testing as well, we did the first session with 5 people, and with that amount of people, it was already possible to get 75 to 80% of the problems, usability problems that we found. And already we could improve the product. We did 3 different sessions with those 5 people, but still, in any project, at least start with 5. And now that's the end result. And it's already been live for about half a year in Germany and being used quite a lot. And I would say that this product got to be realized in a really good time. Thinking that when we started it in 2018, there was no sound of Corona at that time. But now, when some of the local businesses are forced to, close down in-person communication, then this is a really new gateway to them to connect again with the people and provide their services via delivery or any other version. So the learnings would be that include your end users as much as possible in every stage, even if you have an idea, even if you have something ready, and even if you think that it's finalized. In all those points, it's important to include your users. Ideate together, because having somebody outside of the team with new ideas, with different view on the world, it always gives better results. Define the problem so that everybody knows what we are solving. Because if we don't have a problem to solve, there is no point of the solution. Then create the solution and definitely validate it again and test it. And another, like a bonus track or a fun story to tell at the end of this presentation is that during these ideation phases, when people told that they want something personalized, they want to feel connected and to have this conversation, then we thought about a smart assistant idea. to having so that you open up the application and there is an AI-based smart assistant who would help you in your tasks. For example, provide proactive services. So for example, you're in a bus stop and it will tell you right there what time the bus is coming, or when you have some kind of questions, you can ask it via the chatbot. And there is one animation about it. So basically, the idea was to have this kind of buddy in your phone who will help you out when you need. And we tried out also with this, like, let's say, a small detail of the app. We ideated, we tried out the different versions of this buddy, looking like a little bit like a robot. And some of the findings that we found were that, for example, those robots who were with the rounder shape, it felt more approachable, more friendly than the one, for example, on the right, which felt a bit threatening. So we got the good feedback from the customers. But at the end, what did we learn was that at the end of the day, people want to have well-working solutions that solve their problems. And in this case, the buddy or the robot did not work that much. And since we were kind of loving our idea, having this robot, testing different versions, then if you ask a person, which do you like more, A or B, they're going to say A or B. But if you ask, do you like it at all, or do you feel the need for it, then you might have completely different answers. So a learning for us was that we should not fall in love into our own ideas. And if something needs to be taken out, it's good to do it. So that's it from me, and thank you.
And thank you to you as well. We will now start with our panel discussion in just a few minutes as the stage is being set up. But I think just to kind of summarize things that we have learned, I really love the idea of don't fall in love with just one solution or one idea, because it might not be the right one. That's why you need to have a strategy. You need to define, build a prototype, and then test again. So I thought that was really, really nice. I think also the fact that we're all here because we want to solve certain problems, right? So I think the idea of having a well-stated problem and that being already a half a solution is really, really important. What else did I really pick up is that magic is something that you can make, and that goes to the fact, again, of problem solving, right? And the way you do it. There's prototypes were mentioned in two different ones, and I'm going to ask the panel these questions too, because we were talking about a service that maybe is not as self-explanatory as when we're building a product. So hopefully we'll have some good answers to that one as well. And there's tons more, but I hope everyone got some really interesting points and different strategies and different processes to learn from here, because I work a lot in strategy, so there's some here that I use myself, some that I might apply now, but I really hope that you've learned something and taken something with you, because this is really the time to use it when we are in crisis and things are closed. But without me babbling on too much, I'm going to turn on to the panel. So I'm going to join the ladies on the stage, and then we're going to have the gentlemen joining us digitally. So hello, Nick and Mario, can you hear us?
Hello.
Hello, I can hear you and see you, which is very nice.
Oh, well, hi there. So we have Nick, Mario, Diana, and Karin joining us today. So we've all heard your presentations, and I'm going to try to direct the questions only because we have two people here in the audience and two people joining us virtually. So otherwise, it might be a bit more complicated. So actually, Nick, I want to start with you. The idea of destination marketing and destination management, I think, is quite important distinction, because I think most places now do destination marketing way better than they do the management piece. So I want to get your ideas on that, and also how that has changed in the current climate.
Yeah, thanks a lot. That's a really good question. There's been a lot of discussion over quite a few years about marketing or management, and so many terms have been thrown around. So not everybody here is obviously specialized in tourism, but the term DMO traditionally means Destination Marketing Organization. There's been a lot of suggestions that there should be a DMMO, Marketing and Management. We just threw out there into the world DXO the other year because we thought that actually people should define where they can have their strengths in their role themselves based on the setting. But I think none of these terms really matter. What really matters is the visitor experience. And what we can see generally as a shift and a trend is actually if we focus on the experience and we focus on how we design a really differentiated and an incredible experience, as all the other speakers shared their specific examples, then we have the effect of also marketing the destination, because if the destination delivers and speaks for itself, and those users of the destination, that is the visitors, have an incredible experience, they then become the best ambassadors for the destination. They tell their friends, they tell their family, and the reputation of the destination builds naturally based on its own identity. So whilst obviously promotion, brand, and marketing play really key roles, they help us to target, to activate, and to create interest. If you do all of that without the incredible experience, you're just marketing nothing. So this is where it's up to DMOs to find their role and to find the right balance between those two things. And generally we see a kind of difference from what a national tourism organization can do in creating a brand and working with all of the different partners, and what a local and city tourism destination can do to manage the experience and to create a really differentiated experience. But nobody should be in silos. So that means that national tourism boards shouldn't be in silos just doing promotion and brand, and the local ones shouldn't sit in a silo just focusing on development. It's really about having the right mix of everything. But as we've been hearing, it's all about the experience, and that's what's going to really differentiate the destination.
Thanks for that, Nick. And would you agree, I hope you watched Karin's presentation. Would you agree that the story of Blicket and how that was developed is actually a really good example of destination management and bringing that user experience to the people that actually want it and are looking for it?
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. I think that was spot on.
Okay, great. So we're on the same page, and Karin will come back to you in just a bit. Going over to you, Mario. So Nick just mentioned, we've all been talking about creating great customer experiences. So to try to have a perfect customer experience is quite difficult, right? Because each guest has different triggers, different reasons. Maybe they're feeling different that day. So what do you sort of look for in such a wide and varied demographic, and how do you then create those needs?
That's true. So a customer experience, you can look at it this way, is an organizations or companies or tourism destinations intended and actually value placed on the moment of interaction between a customer or a guest and the brand itself, so the company itself. The quality of the experience is like, as I said, magic is something you make. The quality of the experience is defined by the company, but it is measured by the customer. So perfect in brackets means delivering on the given promise. There shouldn't be a gap on what you promise you should deliver. So it's so important to explore the various customer journeys. It's because for sure there's not one customer. There are various types of guests and customers. So it's explore the various customers' journeys end to end, not what is going on maybe on the point of sale. So really end to end, from the desire to what has happened afterwards. Design the moments of truth. You cannot be good at everything. You cannot, let me say, do everything. If you look for Disney, some of the people also mentioned Disney. Disney in China reduced the experience to one moment because they still know, that the restaurants are average. The hotels they offer are average. You still have to queue up for a lot of the excitements. But the one thing they really concentrate is the picture, the photo that you're taking with Goofy and Mickey Mouse. Because every Asian guy will take that home as the most, memorial souvenir of his experience. So maybe you just focus on a little and not on the whole journey. And then you have to empower all the involved employees, because you're just designing an experience saying, well, this is something what we're going to do. This is how we do it on the infrastructural side. We build good things. It looks great. That must be an experience. You have to empower the employees. That means that you have to train them from day one and even before the first customer contact. And you have to help them in being emphatic to understand the various triggers relevant to the company. So you cannot deliver a good experience or a perfect experience to everybody. You as a company or you as an organization have to define who are my relevant customers and dismiss the others. Really, you cannot be everything to everybody. So really design the really most important moments of truth, empower your employees that they can stage it every day, regardless if they are new with the company or 10 years with the company. The more problems you will have with the 10 years of the company because they know already. And then really deliver on your promise. And I think this is how you will be able to create a perfect experience.
Well, I think actually we have a Estonian success story here, the moments of truth and delivering on the brand promise. So Öd Houses, I think, is a really great example of that, Diana. And my question to you is, because you already said in your talk that you have turned away certain customers because the brand values don't align together. If you can tell us a bit what the disconnect was, that would be just interesting to know. And secondly, my question is given the environment that we are in today, everyone wants to be outside and remote. Have you seen that increasing sort of requests coming in saying, we really want to build these things and we want to put them in remote locations? So those two questions to you.
Yes, thank you. And yeah, as I said earlier on as well, location and the brand is very strong. These are very strong guidelines how we actually proceed with our clients as well. So some of the examples have been that people really would like to put our houses, anywhere because the design is wonderful. But yet again, if we want to enhance the tourism and kind of create a stronger brand for longer and many years, then we seek for extraordinary locations where you can disconnect and something that's very, very deep in the forest, for example, maybe a little bit rough, something that is outside our norm or real norm. And so yeah, we've had some clients who would like to put it into their parking lot and make it into an Airbnb business. Then we actually interact with our customers and ask them, what do you actually would like to do with the product? Where is this? Can you show us the location? And we've had to turn them down as we don't want to make the sales as the first thing. We'd like to keep the Öd values, the Öd kind of the whole identity. So as I said as well, our sales have increased 30% this year. Then, and we only have we've had 6 available days throughout the whole year in Estonian units. Then it all comes from marketing as well and kind of the brand presentation. So who markets our product is actually the customer. So the customer goes in, the customer feels there's a wow moment to wake up, there's a really big forest or maybe a moose or an elk looking into their window. So that's what we are looking for. The house that I briefly talked to you about earlier on, that's on the way to Mexico. So we know that this situation or this location actually has people have encountered pumas or different animals. So this is what people go into our houses looking for, that they can seek that extraordinary location, and that's what we want to keep. Now with the outdoors, people would like to go into the outdoors more and more. So sometimes we do want to get the tenting experience, and that's fine. I've gone up to the mountains in various countries and lived in tents for 16 days in a row. But sometimes you really want to experience the outdoors with comfort, and so that's why Öd has created or Öd has created what they've created, and that's what we continue to create. That people can enjoy and come back into a hotel room. And what's a good thing about this is just without leaving any visual footprint. And let's say, so a lot of people think it's a very maybe we're putting a house into a very remote area, and what next? So our houses can be easily transported into a next destination. So if there should be any concerns or with the surrounding area, so we can find a new location if it starts disturbing anyone or a new building start rising close by.
And tell me, when you say your customer, is it the end user who's coming to visit, or is it the people buying the houses?
So we've got both of the users are kind of our end users, but we firstly interact with the buyer who would like to carry on the Öd's brand and make it their own, maybe a business model. But we do interact, we get a lot of feedback from our customers, and we do make actually product design changes. So, for example, we used to have a gutter system that kind of went behind the beds, and you can, maybe it's a really, really nice location, you hear a lot of rain and kind of turbulent times coming in, and yeah, so we changed because we got feedback saying that, you know, I'm in the middle of this nowhere, but I can hear the water dripping. So we quickly made these changes as we've got a manufacturing here in Estonia, and yeah, it was a quick decision, and we took it to the other side. Of course, we don't want you to feel something that shouldn't be there. You'd like to feel this privacy and silence.
So you interact with both sides, meaning the owners and the purchasers of the houses and the actually users of the houses.
Yeah.
Okay, that's great. And talking about user experience, I think, Karin, what you presented was a brilliant model of a process taken through and a product being built out. So thank you so much for that. I was so surprised when you said in the end, because usually when people hear about these things, they're like, oh, we don't have the sort of budgets to do such testing and have like big focus groups, that you said that the 5 people to test actually already solves about 75 to 80% of the problems. One thing I really want to ask you about is the gamification side of things, because I think that's becoming kind of a very big part of the whole virtual experience. Tell me what you've seen in that space and how you're using that within Bligit as well.
So, as I mentioned at the beginning, we tried out this kind of point system of earning some points that would connect the people more to the application, so they have something to look forward to come back to that. But this didn't actually work out that much. So, and then we put the focus more on the functionalities and providing like valuable content, and also having this personalization part. But at the end, what did we used from all the ideation processes were actually this, this shaking part. But I would say that into this Bligit app, at least for the first phases, any of the gamification parts did not end up in there. However, this VR idea that I showed you as well is something that is planned maybe for the future. So definitely, gamification is something to think about when building those products, because people should have something to look forward to. But again, it's a fine like balance between being too playful and being like something that people want to use. And with the gamification, it's always this part as well that as we see in future projects, people actually do not want to use that much digital space. They want to actually have those proactive services that they don't have to think about opening up an app and using it, but the services and the ideas are coming for me, maybe even without an interface. So I would say that the future would be to thinking of interface without an interface, and
interface without interface. I love that. Actually, next question to you, Nick, coming from what Karin was saying as well. I think a lot of tourism companies and people in hospitality are a bit wary about going down the digital route or investing too much in technology. Or my question to you is that always necessary, or is there actually a product that you're building where technology might not be as big of an answer? Because I do feel there's quite a lot of hesitation, and I do get a lot of questions on that, saying, is really digital the only answer? Would like to get your views on that.
It's never really the answer in itself. And I think this is one of the biggest mistakes that so many people have made over the years is, let's build an app. We have to have an app, for example. That's always been at the start of this digital revolution with mobile. That's always been the knee-jerk reaction. Technology is never the end. It's always the means to bring about an incredible experience, to solve a problem of a visitor or a user, or to transform a certain process or a way of doing things. So I think, to get the right framing of digital and technology for businesses who are often very skeptical, it's important that they can see where digital can come into play and help to solve some of their, whether it's operational problems or optimize the customer experience. So the first thing is actually convincing and showing and demonstrating. And that's really what, to answer your question about What about those who are hesitant, and how do you convince them? You have to convince them, you have to demonstrate what is possible and how it can transform different aspects, whether that's revenue, whether that's problem or pain points in the business or in the customer journey, or whether that's operational efficiency. But focusing purely on digital in isolation is probably the wrong thing to do. I think there are so many ways in which we can get excited about what digital can do. That's also important. For example, gamification of an experience. What I mentioned about Lax, it's a great example of how you can actually have all your customers interacting and playing with the experience. And that's something that's facilitated or brought around by digital. Another great example of a company doing something similar there is it's a company called Secret City Trails, and they create a web app where people can go to the destination and they can have this sort of playful experience in discovering the destination. So again, using technology and seeing what's possible with it ultimately always goes back to how it optimizes, creates an incredible experience, or transforms something. And it should never be just because it's a new technology. I mean, things like VR are a good example of something that everyone has jumped into, everyone has done something. But actually, what problem are you trying to solve? And if we just think about VR as just another example, where we've seen really great applications of VR outside of tourism, for example, real estate, that's a good example. But also in tourism, Etihad Airlines have created a really amazing VR experience of their premium cabins. And that's because they know that the investments that they make there will pay off, because actually if they can convert 1% to 2% more customers because they get to see it, they get to transport themselves into that experience and really feel it, they know that there will be a clear return on investment and good purpose served to their customers who are still trying to imagine what that experience looks like. And that 1% to 2% statistic is actually based on the kind of results that Etihad have seen in terms of investing into that technology and converting more customers.
Well, I think that goes back to, again, say what I think was in your presentation, that a well-defined problem is actually already part of the solution. And over to you, Mario. Now, I want to talk a bit more about loyalty, because I think in the times that we are living right now, loyalty is a really strong currency. I mean, it has always been, and so many tourism businesses, where we look at airlines, we look at hotel groups, are trying to get into the loyalty game and get customers to have repeat visits and be loyal to the brand. So my question to you, Mario, is how can companies right now capitalize on the current situation to actually build that brand loyalty?
Well, you're true. Brand loyalty is key. It's a little bit difficult now in the pandemic, where even if you're loyal, you're not allowed to travel because it's a risk area. But in general, you're completely right. It means that tourists will become steady customers over time. Then they become acquaintances, fans or evangelists of a tourism destination, very often linked to a certain touch point, like a specific hotel. Looking to myself, from the day I was born to my 20th birthday, we spent 3 weeks at the same spot in Italy. I know that millions of German people and hundreds of thousands of Austrian people are doing the same thing because Italy is very near. But you go there for every year. Sometimes you don't even know why. But the issue is you bring your family, you motivate your relatives and friends to come with them. So you increase the loyalty. So qualitative repetition is key, which is not so easy. You have your infrastructure, you have the beach, you have the sand, you have the sun, which is fine. It's more or less God-given. But the quality of repetition is key. And tourism organizations and tourism companies have to realize that demands and desires are changing over time. And I'm not talking about a new thing in the spa area or renovation of the pool or something. You have to understand the global change. And you have to understand what does the experience for these family, relative, loyal customers or guests at the tourism destination means. It's bringing people together off jobs, maybe they know each other. Parents have time for their children. So you have to think about what is it really that makes it memorable for families and then for their relatives, for their growing up sons and daughters and everything to come to the same spot. It's not only the beach, it's not only the mountains. So things are happening there which not only have to do something with infrastructure. So if you would like to have a payoff loyalty, is you have the chance to understand your clients or your customers better. And rarely a lot of tourism organizations are doing. And I know it from cruise ships, for instance. If you're on a cruise ship for 10 days, on the first day, the server is asking you, what kind of wine can I pour you? And on the second and the third day, he will come up with recommendations saying, I know what you're drinking. Let me open you a new world if I'm going to give you something like that. So, and if you would really like to have a profit of loyalty, then the profit is in the chance to get closer to the guests that you have, to understand them better and build on their loyalty and understand, that parents might get old and will never come to that situation again, to the spot again, but their children or their relatives will. So I think the payoff is in having the chance to dig in deeper, let me say, in the real experience that tourists have on a certain spot.
And Nick, actually, I want to get your views on this as well. If right now, you can't really deliver the services that you're used to delivering, but in order to just keep your customer base still loyal and keep those people excited when you can open up again, is there something companies can do to maybe offer ancillary services or something they can do in the meantime to, either keep the conversation alive or keep the excitement up, because there's still a few months to go, I think, it's my opinion, than when things maybe start normalizing again. So Nick, would like to get your views on that too.
Yeah, it's quite challenging right now, obviously, for businesses, and we've all experienced it in different ways, and businesses are no different in terms of how they've experienced it. In a time like this, you have to be agile, you have to be ready to respond and adapt very quickly. And that means rethinking everything right now. So if your customers aren't coming because you rely heavily on international travelers, then you have to quickly adapt that thinking and think, okay, how can I maybe shift my offer to Estonians? And then you need to go right back to those principles of design, which is, what are the user needs of an Estonian traveler and how do they differ? There's price issues which will surely come into play. There's needs in terms of the kind of product and experience that they will be looking for, not only in length of time, but in also what it gives back. I think the Ode houses are such a great example of response to something that people need right now. And then, there's the creativity and there's the way in which you engage with those customers as well. So we've seen so many businesses flipping to the online space, not because it's an opportunity just in itself, but because their customers are not with them right now. And there's an opportunity in tourism to create hybrid experiences, just as this event is creating a really great hybrid experience. And well done, by the way, on the technical execution. It's definitely not an easy job to do that. But businesses are also just using Zoom, for example, and creating Zoom subscriptions now with their customers. One of the best examples I love is a bar in London that had to shut its doors. And they immediately created a wine subscription where you could subscribe to monthly wine packages where they send you different wines, you pay a monthly fee, and it's kind of like a taster. So, they quickly readapted and rethought, how can we still create those experiences at home? Another favorite of mine is a company called Dispatch, which is basically run by Michelin star chefs. They closed their restaurants. They created monthly Michelin star meals that got sent to your home, and you finish the preparation yourself. And you cook along with those chefs. So this is all rethinking, reimagining, how can we create, in that case, that Michelin star restaurant experience at home. It's not simply the food, it's the whole experience. It's the following along live with the chefs that make that a complete experience. And ultimately, it's not easy, and maybe some of these new ideas won't replace the lost revenue, but they might reduce the gap. And in some cases, they might even find that this is a greater revenue stream than they had before. One thing they can be sure of is that working with this, prototyping ideas will teach them a lot about what works and what doesn't work, what their customers will respond to, and hopefully create resilience and diversification in the long run for the business, which one day when we come out of this pandemic will definitely serve the business well in the long run as well as the short run.
Thanks, Nick, for that. And talking about sort of inspirations and what to look out to and what are other brands doing. Question for you, Diana, because you obviously look at what others are doing and what's happening in the space that Ode is operating in. So who do you look to and which brands do you follow?
It's a good question. So design-wise, we look for simplicity. As you've seen as well, we've got 3 walls that are a mirror glass and 1 back wall that is thermal-treated ash. So there is a design company in Denmark called VIP, so they create similar products, so they're a bit larger units, but they keep the style simple. They're clear class products. In Japan as well, the simplicity is the key, so Muji is a company that we follow as well, just to create the experience. So all of the companies that actually go beyond the design and create the experience and talk to the customer is actually who we look out to. So I wanted to tell you a little story about the kind of that brand loyalty as well, and that was there mentioned earlier on. So even with the design, so mirror glass houses are something that we produce, and we've been the first ones to do so and use the mirror glass, so you can see out. It's just like acts like a glass, and it reflects back. And of course, we get people or companies mocking our product weekly. How we find out is through our customers who've actually bought our products. So, for example, one of our customers away from Estonia just got a little email saying that a company, maybe in Southeastern Europe somewhere, is actually doing a similar product that we are. And they say, I've got the plans, we're doing the exact same one, I'm doing half the price. We didn't get any information about that. So what our customer actually did was to send back an email that it's very nice, but this is an identity theft, let's say. Mm-hmm. And so we don't want to have a cheaper price, but we want to have a quality design that stands out and that has a brand. So this is not the single case. We've had couple of cases like that. And so the customer journey, so all of the companies who actually put effort into customer journey is who we look out to and how to make that better. So actually our customers stand out for ourselves firsthand and tell us maybe a month later, oh, this was what happened. Should we had gone down to the legal path, we would have, because we want to protect you, we want to protect the brand.
And you mentioned that we've had a question from the audience actually about the reflection on the houses. So there's a concern on the sustainability side. So if you could address that too.
I would ask, what is the sustainability concern in that sense?
It's the reflection and then the wildlife, if they don't understand running into the building and not understanding the reflection of themselves.
So that is a question that we face every single day. So first of all, I would say no need to worry. We haven't had any cases so far. We have a stork in one of our Estonian houses that likes to come and look at itself. And it's quite funny, to be honest. It just comes by and it comes every year at the same time. But then again, if you look at the clear glass, and if you have a tunnel-like house, for example, you have a clear glass on one end, and you have a window, for example, you have a window and you have a window on the other side. That makes, for a bird's eye, it looks like it's a tunnel they can fly through. So, for example, a mirror is something that reflects back. So if a bird or an animal starts coming closer to the mirror, they see it, they feel that there's someone there's a presence, they reroute their direction. So this is often that we've seen. Of course, we use UV lights as well, stickers, so UV light stickers, which gives a bird or an animal an idea that someone is there in the area. So we haven't had problems so far. I do have a summer house and I have glasses, and sadly, I've had to witness that where a bird flies into it because probably thinks they can fly through. So hopefully that won't be an issue in the near future as well. But should that ever come or be as an issue, we're kind of looking at the guidelines and looking how technology would actually enhance that as well. And we've already looked into it, maybe to.
Well, that's another problem to solve then, right? It becomes this other journey of the customer experience that we witnessed today. So thank you so much for addressing that. Karin, one more question to you. What you've showed us in my mind, it's quite a scalable product that could work in at quite a few destinations. I want to get your views on that.
Yes, actually, from the beginning as well, the client's idea was that the one city in Germany is just a starting point, and the idea is to expand to other cities as well, because it definitely is a project that could be done whenever and wherever in the world.
Okay, because I mean, I just looked at it and I thought that's brilliant. I mean, it works on so many levels and it can be tailored to so many different cities. And I feel like what you presented is a beautiful case of using public and private services to bring them together, because in my opinion, it's a big bottleneck at many times. So can you tell us just a little bit working with the public and private sphere and trying to bring everything together?
Yeah, I would say that it is a problem in some cases, as Nick mentioned as well, being in silos. So we need to kind of reduce the silos and work together with the public sector and the private sector. And for us working on this project, I think we didn't separate it that this is public and this is private. And the idea is to view it as a whole, and approach it from the customer's problem point of view and find solutions so that we are not directly directing the public sector or the private sector. So just within the ideation process, we talked with the private sector companies and also public sector. So again, to get the overall view and not too different between those.
Great. And as we're kind of running to the end of our session, I would like each one of you to answer one question, and we'll start with Nick, is what in your view is the most crucial thing that a tourism organization can do right now at this time? We're going into the lowest of seasons. We have still January and February to live through, which already we know is not going to be the highlight in any year, even worse by the corona crisis. So would like to get each of your views on what is something that people should be working on right now. So Nick, I'll give you the first pick.
Thanks. Yeah, I think it's important to look both at the short and the long term. So short term, businesses need a lot of a good boost and a good kick to restart. And that requires a flip of thinking from often long-term, what we call top of funnel branding, to sometimes creating those incentives at the very other end of the funnel, such as deals and offers which drive people into places and get people out and discovering again. There are two other priorities. So one is keeping the brand top of mind over time for those long-haul markets. The decision process can span years. So it's important to keep doing that with remote activities and really great content, but also really, really focusing on development right now, working with businesses to support.
And
development that responds.
Oh, there we go. All right, let's see if we can get Nick back. All right, Nick, we'll come back to you, but Mario, let's go to you.
Well, I think the most important thing is that they should concentrate on tomorrow. I think people do really have enough of, or we also said, we have all these health measures, which are a hygiene factor by now. So don't show more masks, don't show more things that you're going to do with disinfection, everything. People are really are suffering that they would like to see the positive side sooner or later. So as a tourism destination, concentrate on what you're good at what you've been good at before the pandemic. So delivering in summer or in wintertime, that kind of experience. Really talk to the people about the future and not so much, what bad times you have today now, and I hope you will all come back and everything. They will come back. We have seen it after the first lockdown here in Austria and Germany, and Spain. Everybody went back to normal more or less, and a lot of tourism was going on like Corona hasn't ever been there before. So I don't want to downplay Corona. I'm just saying is give them the future picture of how the old normality in the future will look like. Please don't talk about the new normal. I guess people do not want to see, what is going on in tourist destinations about that thing. So give them hope, show them, what you're good at and what you're going to will deliver in the future, and forget a little bit, or make them a little bit forget what is happening every day in the news.
Thank you, Mario. Up here to stage. Let's start with you, Karin.
So my recommendation would just be to take this time to really think things through and take it as an opportunity to have this time and work on where your business could grow and what could be the next step. because usually, having those high season and busy times, we don't have time to ideate and create new ideas. So now we, fortunately or unfortunately, have this time to think it through and again connect with your customers and think those things through together.
Thank you. And Diana, last word is yours.
Yeah, well, I think all the good words has been said already, and maybe it's an easy answer for me. It's just to adapt, and if you own an industry where tourism is important, get an in-house.
Good one. Good sales pitch to end with. Thank you. I want to thank all my panelists joining us virtually from around the world, both Nick and Mario, and then the ladies up here on stage. Thank you so much. We will be back. We'll now go for lunch, and we'll be back here in the room. We started sharp at 1 o'clock, so we'll have a bit of time to stretch our legs, get a bit of fresh air without a mask, and enjoy some lunch. So thank you so much, and see you at 1 o'clock. everyone, and welcome back. I hope you've had a good lunch, whether it's been here on site at the Strand Hotel in Pärnu, or in your office, or at home, or wherever you're watching us. So we are now starting the next section of PLAYDAY event here in Pärnu, and we're going to have another set of really great speakers. And I really encourage you to log on to worksup.com, event ID PLAYDAY 2020, because there you can submit questions to all the speakers. It is really for your own benefit. I mean, there's one thing to listen, but you can also, gauge more with them and get more out of this event. So do please make sure you go to worksup.com, event ID PLAYDAY 2020, and we'll get those questions to the speakers on time. We will now start with Professor Dr. Willy Legrand. Please, Willy.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you, Hilary. Thank you, Tom, Marta, and the team for hosting PLAYDAY. My name is Willy Legrand, professor at IUBH International University located in Bonn, Germany. Well, these are quite unusual times with its long sets of downsides, but also opportunities for us to exchange on, bouncing forward into regenerative hospitality, the nexus between sustainability and experiences. And as you may well experience actually at the Kemala retreat here, a member of the world of glamping. So this talk will take roughly 20 minutes. And I'd like to set the stage, in fact. I'd like to set the stage to the current situation our industry is facing. And it's really quite a bit of a twofold blow. First, we face the imperative to deal with climate emergency and biodiversity collapse amidst this humanitarian crisis, all the while needing to ensure some kind of economic recovery. So, what sort of new form of sustainable management are needed to stay competitive or even stay afloat? Well, this is so one particular concept that actually became quite mainstream knowledge over the past few months, and especially at the first onset of the pandemic, is flattening the curve. And as we know, the curve itself refers to that projected number of people that will contract the virus over a period of time, and flattening it really is the public health strategy to make sure that our healthcare system can cope accordingly. And this is what you see on the slides here with the red and the green curve. And the curve is being flattened how? It's being flattened through mitigation and adaptation strategies, social distancing, what I am doing here today, unfortunately, being one of them. And most people now understand what this means, and they have changed their behavior accordingly. And so when we think about flattening the curve, it's in part a matter of carrying capacity. And of course, in tourism, we know a few things or two about carrying capacity. So now the concept of flattening the curve can be applied to other major crises in our Earth system. And as you know, the current era is known as the Anthropocene, so the era where human impacts are in fact the main driver of change in Earth and ecosystem services and processes. And well known that it's a result of the great acceleration in human activities. When we think about urban population and growth in fertilizer consumption, human activities such as international travel. Now, this provides an interesting framework to move forward. So, for example, if we take the greenhouse gases, and in particular carbon dioxide, well, that's one of the major Earth system trends which is experiencing a concentration in the atmosphere. And it's largely due to two things that is happening at the same time: deforestations and emissions from fossil fuel. And we haven't been able to flatten this curve that's known as the Keeling curve. Now, here, the Paris Agreement offers some kind of framework, if we will, to flatten the curve by setting science-based targets to a level to minimize the increase of global temperature of no more than 2 degrees Celsius compared to pre-industrial levels. And that implies what? Well, that implies, similar to the other curves, mitigation, adaptation strategy. And failing to do so really is going to be the red curve that's going to be shown on your screen in a few minutes. The same can be said in regards to biodiversity collapse, with the number of species endangered or extinct, here too, we have various framework in place and targets are in place to flatten that curve, such as the IC target set in 2010, but with mitigated results and really a lot of gaps in practice. So the hopes are really turned towards 2021 in regards to biodiversity at a conference that's going to take place in China, in Kunming, China, to establish sort of a post-2020 global biodiversity framework. So here's what we're trying to do is we're looking at ways to regenerate rather than follow a blind path to deterioration. So in the current state of affair, we need really a fast pace of change if we hope to actually cope with the challenges that I've mentioned here. So regeneration is key rather than reaching simply a state of sustainability. The argument here is that, in fact, we need to produce sustainability. And so back in 2012, the Ellen MacArthur Foundation introduced the concept of circular economy and sort of an industrial economy that is restorative or regenerative by design and aims. And the concept of circular economy has made tremendous progress. And if, in fact, we look at, in biology, for example, we think about reparative or restorative regeneration, where organism has the power to repair and redevelop certain damaged components. And similarly, ecosystem can also be regenerative, following disturbances as the regeneration of new ecological habitat following a forest fire. So together with some colleagues of mine and researchers, we've developed a conceptual model which sort of characterizes the current and needed strategy in our industry. So what you see here on your screen is the y-axis represents the condition of a chosen system. And system can be represented by the state of the biodiversity, the state of the climate, but also the physical environment, the community in which a hotel would operate. And owners and managers of these operations are faced with multiple decisions, of course, long-term strategic choices, but also daily managerial operational problem resolution. So now, should decision be made based on unilateral procedures rather than taking in consideration the three pillars of sustainability, the results of those decisions may actually lead the business into quite a bit of an undesired future. So a future where both business and society and the system conditions are worse off. And this is what we label unsustainable production, of course, and considering the pressure on all the systems, so biodiversity loss, climate risk, social inequity, there's inevitably no possible future resulting from that widespread, wide-scale system of unsustainable production. Now, when we think about it, further deterioration of our ecosystem and the multitude of services that's provided by the ecosystem would be the ultimate consequence. Now, what has happened? Well, based on various push and pull factors, such as governmental and legislative pressures via regulations, consumer demands, non-governmental scrutiny, businesses across a large spectrum of the industry types, not only hospitality, have incorporated, to some extent, a more effective management of resources. They've installed sustainability programs within their organization. We talk about corporate social responsibility strategy, integrating perhaps the sustainable development goals that were mentioned this morning, climate initiatives, looking towards zero carbon emissions, intense community involvement, etc. So those incremental improvements make it possible for businesses to eventually reach a state of sustainable production. But as my colleague Jonathan Day at Purdue University would say, quote, sustainable tourism is sort of the low bar. At the end of the day, it's just not making a mess of the place. So sustainable production is thus what we label the desired status quo. Business that really wish to go beyond sustainable production are actually quite rare. And this is mostly due to the fact that reaching sustainable production is already considered an enormous task by most businesses in the first place. However, when we look at this, there is an inherent limit to the concept of sustainable production due to the sheer size of our industry, the sheer growth, and as we know, it's a crowded planet and our destinations have limit in carrying capacity, what I mentioned earlier. As such, over time, when we look at the aggregated growth, the current supply, that can barely be compensated by the few players that are trying to reach a sustainable production stage. So some entrepreneurs have managed to build and operate hotels that what we call produce sustainability instead of only recycling and offsetting and trying to limit as much as possible the impact of hospitality buildings and operations. So the idea here is that the production of sustainability takes place when you have the ecological, social, and climate system in better condition because the business is present and operating in society. Now, for the sake of understanding here, and this is really just a quick guesstimate, would result to the conclusion that 99% of all businesses are located in the unsustainable towards sustainable production section of this graph. And this is really the current focus. Probably less than 1% of our industry is currently operating in the top right-hand corner, being the production of sustainability. But this is really, I think, set to change as we have more and more best practices from energy plus hotels are more common, hotel dedicated to repairing the natural capital at the destinations they are operating in. So the model of production of sustainability is really equivalent to this idea of regenerative hospitality. We're all tempted to call this, in fact, sustainability without limits, where regeneration is the norm and not the exception. Because sustainability agenda is really no longer about just conserving resources. It's also about inclusivity. It's about employee and guest well-being. It's stimulating the local and economy. So these are all part now of the sustainability agenda. In fact, one could say, forget sustainability, simply think regeneration. Because far too long, sustainability has largely taken the duty of minimizing damage. But really, there is an urgent need to regenerate life sources rather than allowing them to be sustained in an increasingly degraded conditions. And this is where experiences comes in a realm of regeneration. So the experience economy is an essential part of today's hospitality industry. We've seen plenty of examples this morning. In fact, creating memorable experience is the essence of the hospitality industry. So we have some pioneer work here. The pioneer work was done by Pine and Gilmore. It highlights how the accommodation industry, the hotel industry, can be leveraged to stage a more compelling experience. Pine and Gilmore determined the 4 dimensions that you see on your screen here, which are entertainment, education, aesthetics, and escapism. Now, these 4 realms that you see are divided in 2 axes. The horizontal axis represent the degree of customer participation, and the vertical axis characterizes the customer's connection to the event. For example, absorption is about bringing the experience into the minds of the consumers, while immersion is the stage where the customer is physically or virtually a part of the experience. Now, each of those realms are tackled by the hospitality industry to various degrees, in fact. For example, if you have a guest that is really fascinated by the impressive view of the nature, the hotel architecture, and is really soaking in the serenity of a quiet room in a hotel, where we may talk about aesthetic realm, for example. Now, building on Pine and Gilmore, Modi developed an extended version of the experience construct, in part as a response to the development of the sharing economy in hospitality, which incorporates 4 additional dimensions. I'm just trying to make sure that it's going to move forward here. Here we go. Up, right. So we have hospitableness, localness, communitas, and personalization. Now, serendipity that you see on the top here, that captures the unexpected and memorable experiences, which is created, for example, by ensuring authentic local community activities, from food to art to other cultural offerings. Communitas, that you see at the bottom, on the other hand, is built by connecting to other travelers and interacting with the hosts. And as we know, global travelers are increasingly seeking immersive, authentic experiences. There's a growing demand for in-person interaction these days, and with local communities, and actually real connection with humans. This is also considered an element of responsible form of consumption, and it falls under this ethical consumerism. Now, just a few words about the postmodern consumer. There's a tendency to, in fact, talk about the postmodern consumer these days, and where the postmodern consumption is viewed as being more hedonistic, self-affirming, it's compensatory in nature. The consumers are more active, they're more individualistic as well in preferences and needs. The individual tastes and meanings are important, and it's often displayed through choice of product, service, but as well as our destinations and our hotel type. But also another characterization of the modern consumer is he or she is engaged in multiple lifestyles and subscribe to, at times, highly incompatible value system. And we see this regularly with the weekend middle-class shopper driving 50 kilometers with the SUV to the next organic farmer's market. So there are, at times, highly incompatible value system. But in the words of M.J. Thomas, the postmodern consumer lives in a world which is filled with doubt, ambiguity, and uncertainty. And of course, the current pandemic only contributes to this general uncertainty. So back in 2017, US Surgeon General Vivek Murthy published an article in the Harvard Business Review calling attention to the growing epidemic of loneliness. And he described that while we live in the most technologically connected age in the history of civilization, the rate of loneliness have doubled since the 1980s. And while for many years the trend really in hospitality, if you look at the past 10 years, has been to invest in wellness amenities, nutritious foods and beverage offerings and exercise, fitness, spa services, we're now seeing a change in the social fabric on how we actually understand well-being, and therefore the way we and guests want to and need to spend time. So, in fact, we no longer operate in a world which really seek to balance only work and play. In fact, this pandemic has blurred even this boundary even further from everyone that's working from home. So this idea of the holistic human is not only about balancing work and play, it's much more about the balance of physical, intellectual, emotional, social, even spiritual well-being. And this, of course, has inspired many innovations in our industry. A few years back, I looked actually at the work of, the trend of treehouse hotels, the treehouse phenomena. Now, we know from the multidisciplinary field of environmental psychology that has really closely examined the effects of humans on the environment and vice versa. And so we know about the biophilia theory. We have recent studies that have shown that nature deprivation has negative repercussion. This sort of disengagement from nature has a name, in fact, it's called nature deficit disorder. Now, similarly, we have other theory, restoration theory from Kaplan is another approach to explain why certain type of natural environment are effective in stress reduction and restoration from fatigue. So people recover best from stresses of daily life in environments where their minds are drawn by involuntary interest, which the natural environment supplies in abundance. Evidence has shown that people suffering from mental fatigue are soothed by the natural environment, trees, plants, flowers, animals, birds. So mental energy restoration time is accelerated compared to a vacation in solely a built-in elements are visible to the consumers. There's Japanese studies that have looked at the effect of a walk in a forest that had shown that such environment can promote lower pulse rate, lower blood pressure, and a reduction in muscle tension. So in our survey of tree houses, we found out that, of course, they were built with the highest sustainable standards using local wood, building material, but also offered all the amenities of modern life. And the majority of guests come away from the tree house hotel experience feeling spiritually and bodily refreshed. Treehouse also, in a way, perform a valuable education and stewardship role for great natural resources. So as population become more and more urbanized, and the well-documented evidence pointing to the huge benefit effect of nature on health and well-being, this is rising up across many destinations. So I was indeed I quite enjoyed Diana's presentation earlier because it taps right into this nature deficit disorder. And here the results are posted here on the slides of a survey of more than 1,000 travelers on the driving motivation for taking an expedition holiday in Patagonia. And of course, connection to nature being indeed the main driver. So entrepreneurs are seeking to distinguish themselves in the market, reimagining and customizing the guest environment with memorable experience at the center, of course, such as the Earth Mirror House. So it's no longer enough to just craft a beautiful building, no longer enough to just have a space that people will enjoy. Today's really hospitality concept, when we think about the design, should really focus on people's reaction to their natural surrounding. We talk about biophilia and the hospitality experience much beyond the sole realm of architects and designers. In fact, biophilic design must go beyond the design of a lobby. It's beyond the view from a room. It's about really putting more nature in the hotel, and along the same line, it's fostering this regenerative connection to the outside world, our surrounding, both in social and environmental term. So it's the addition of our infrastructure, the design of experience, the inclusion of natural element. And in fact, the ecotourism network, the long run, embodies this quite well, this approach with the 4Cs framework they have put in place, which is conservation, community, commerce, and culture, which really is a model for tourism organization and hospitality businesses across the globe on how to operate sensibly in this day and age. Remembering, of course, and this is so essential, that biodiversity is the #1 service provider and free of charge for our ecosystem services. So in line with circularity, of course, the focus is on regeneration, leaving the place better than we found it, and coming back home healthier physically, spiritually than when you left. And to finish here, a quote from architect Patrick Burke, and I quite like it: "In the places where we live, work, learn, and heal, creating a healthy green environment has become a touchstone for quality of life. As part of life's expectation, it should just not be sustainable, but also regenerative." So in order to stay competitive in the future, stay competitive in hospitality, we really do have this imperative for cross and interdisciplinary approach in service design, moving away from just operating in a vacuum. And that concludes my presentation on regenerative hospitality, and I look forward to the questions and discussion. Thank you very much.
Well, hello to everyone. Tere, I suppose is the right term, and that's about that. And aita are the extent of my Estonian at the moment. I hope to learn more. And I appreciate this being in English, by the way. Thank you very much for having me. And just want to start from the beginning, even before I get to an introduction of myself. The title of this is Sustainable Tourism, Empowering Communities to Take Back Their Narratives. And I want to just start by agreeing a little bit with what the speaker, Willy, before me said. Sustainable tourism is not the two words in this slide that are the most important to me. The most important to me is the phrase that comes beneath it: empowering communities to take back their narratives. I think we've gotten a little bit enamored and a little bit intrigued by the word sustainable because it's such a project word. But I think the important thing for me is unpacking that concept and coming back from the perspective of what does this actually mean? Sustainable doesn't just mean cleaning up the environment. It also means starting from a place that can continue on its own. And that means starting from really sound foundations. With that, I am Alex Crevar, and I'm a responsible tourism advocate, as I guess everyone is these days. I work with a group called Good Trail, which creates routes, sustainable tourism routes, green tourism routes, and connects communities. I have been a travel journalist for 25 years, and I work for a whole lot of different publications. Some of them you can see listed here. But my presentation today is more about the process. And me being a journalist has given me a nice opportunity to see a lot of different examples of this process. But I think that we start as a community and as a tourism industry, we start to think of these things in project-worthy terms that will be the buzzwords that we want to capitalize on as the different eras of tourism come across. And we are certainly in a shifting of eras now. I think most of us can agree with that. But the presentation, briefly, I'll just give kind of an overview before we start into the next slides. I'll talk about sustainability, and again, echoing what Willy said before, it's more than a buzzword to me. It's more than just something that sounds good so a presentation can be made. I'll talk a little bit about Good Place, who I am representing here today from Slovenia, and Good Trail. Mainly I'll talk about it, less to talk about a group that I work with, and more to talk about kind of best practices of what I believe is a practical way to move forward. And then I'll talk about that process that I think can be replicated by anybody who's interested, frankly. And I'll talk about the thing that's the most important to me, which is the concept of story. So that will be the majority of what I feel like is the most important thing to hang sustainability upon. With regard to that, I'll talk about the new plan that I believe is necessary for quote-unquote sustainability, and then I'll talk about what we have already and what I believe could, should, needs to be the larger purpose. So right from the beginning, and again, in agreement with the previous speaker, sustainability is okay. The word is fine, and we all know what it means from in a definition, textbook definition sense. But I think that the time is long since past, even before this new era of COVID, just to say the word out loud, that we started thinking about what it actually means rather than the prettiness of the word itself to get funds for projects and so forth. Healthy foundations are what builds healthy tourism. We can't just retrofit things and hope that they'll be sustainable. So we have a whole lot of things in the industry right now, a whole lot of products, a whole lot of philosophies, a whole lot of parts of the industry that were based on non-sustainable points, non-sustainable foundations. And we are coming to that reckoning right now, where we need to understand why it is that so many things are falling apart during COVID. And part of the reason that they're falling apart is because they weren't on proper foundations to begin with. I espouse, as does Good Place and Good Trail, a community-first model. And I'm going to say something that probably is not in keeping with most of the people who have spoken today or will speak. I am not for a tourist-first model. Yes, I'm aware that we need tourists to actually have tourism, clearly. But if communities don't think about themselves first, failure is imminent. We have proven that now in this last 8 or 9 months. If you don't have something that sits on the foundations of what are natural strengths, eventually, when trends change, there will be failure. To that end, the belief for us is that sustainability is based on the story that the community creates, how it develops based on the trueness of that story. And by doing those two things, you have a natural angle, a natural alleyway to promotion. Very briefly, we have Good Place, which is an organization based, an NGO based out of Slovenia. This organization, they call it a sustainable tourism factory, is has been instrumental to Slovenian strategy for tourism, which is arguably on the cutting edge of sustainable tourism strategy on the planet. Good Place itself is dedicated to green education, assessment of destinations, and certification of those destinations so that those destinations can be green certified. Works with tourism bureaus, municipalities, destinations, businesses, operators, all across the industry. Good Trail, which I have been working with and helped to found, it has a whole group of folks who are working with us, who have been working in the industry for decades, has both NGO and private status. We create routes, tourism routes, and we've done it on many different places across Europe, have published stories about it in dozens of publications. And on this team, we have responsible tourism experts and green certification auditors, assessors, and certifiers, cartographers, IT specialists, marketing strategists, and of course, me, the media expert, for what it's worth. To get to the point here of kind of the genesis of the theory and what I espouse and what Good Trail and Good Place espouse is that our job isn't to make money per se, it's to facilitate meaningful travel. Money is a byproduct of doing something correctly. And I think that, like most things in this world, has been skewed into thinking that somehow success is a number, a dollars and cents, a euros and centimes, a numbers game, and it just, in my opinion, and what I espouse, it simply is not. One of the reasons why I prefer routes as a concept, routes meaning trails that connect things. It doesn't have to be cycling or hiking, but it can include those things. It also can be wine and gastronomy routes. It can be things that focus on history, to name a few things that can combine different destinations. The advantage of these kinds of routes for me, and as a journalist, is that they include multiple destinations and multiple activities. They work with the strengths of those communities, because each one of the communities brings what it does well to the table. And again, as a journalist, and importantly, they're easy to explain. A route starts at A, it ends at Z. Several things happen in between that give the traveler, the visitor, a clear cultural vision of what that particular place means. It allows those communities in that region to perform under the qualifications that they bring to the table, not to the ones that the world expects out of some kind of generic version of sustainability or larger still tourism. Routes also act as business engines because they have the cyclical relationship between the businesses and the communities and the destinations, which tends to promote a certain kind of healthy competition between all of them. Nobody wants to let down the overall route. Working with these happens in tourism organizations, of course, with cross-border collaborations, international projects, specific municipalities. A good example of this is a route that was created by Good Place called Bike Slovenia Green. Now, first things first, it's easy to explain this. And if you are somebody out there who wants to promote a story and you want international journalists to write about it, you need to do something that journalists will insist upon, not because they're being demanding, but because they're lazy, as are editors. A route, a story, whatever, needs to be easy to explain, full stop. Bike Slovenia Green connects 7 destinations. Those 7 communities are all green certified. This is the first time ever in history that a route has been created from only green certified destinations. Any editor in the world will want that story, and I've explained it in about 15 seconds. What was the process that Good Place did to get to this final route? Good Trail does the same. Work with the stakeholders at every step. Figure out what their story is. Simple. Not inventing tourism, finding out what their story is. Then employ local guides to get the best information about what is happening. So if somebody hires Good Place or Good Trail to come in and bring a route to their country, first figure out the different destinations. What are the story that connects those different destinations and the individual stories? Find the local guides that actually understand the process. And then with cartography, top-end cartography from Good Place and Good Trail, and professional IT, give shape to that story and the community's desires. Good Trail and Good Place won't work with a community if what they want to do is have a route that connects the McDonald's along the way. They have to connect the things that make those communities work in the strongest way possible. Then they take that data, the GPS data, the desk and field research, and create web platforms and a navigational app so that it's easy for visitors to find this trail and the communities along the way. I prefer to do it with a bicycle, but it doesn't matter to me how anybody does it. Train, walking, very short drives, whatever it takes, but making sure that it focuses on the communities first, not the tourists. Before we even get to that place, though, for me, the most important thing for me now, this is not necessarily the case for everyone, is that we encourage communities to find their own stories. What is it that makes them tick? Not what is it that we hope brings the most money. What is the thing, what is the narrative that will be true today, will be true 10 years from now, and was true 10 years ago? Refine that narrative so that it is simple, can't stress that enough, and true. That to me equals sustainable. Not a pie in the sky for what we hope will be done to make the environment cleaner, but are we basing it on a community's natural strengths, and are we making that story simple and true? Using this story, then move forward with a marketing strategy, which often includes future sustainable ideas of how to continue to market in the future, making sure that the communities can do it on their own. Sustainability isn't just making sure that a tourism destination continues to exist, but it's making sure that the locals themselves know how to market it into the future. Putting the route in front of an international community, that's the tourism industry, it's also international media, and making sure that the destinations along the way have started the process of green certification. They have to decide if they want to move forward and certify themselves, but this process always puts them on the right course for doing so. So, can we turn up the volume for that? Is that possible? Or do I need to turn mine off?
It's a journey of a lifetime.
Could you maybe pause this for just
a trail across 8 Balkan countries, traversing some of the...
And just put me back onto the slide previous, before the video. I want to explain the video very basically, just so that there's not complete confusion. I'm about to show a 2-minute video of the Via Dinarica, which is a hiking route that goes across all 8 countries of the Western Balkans: Slovenia, Croatia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Montenegro, Albania, Kosovo, North Macedonia, Serbia. And it is a perfect example of the kind of route that I'm talking about that we have also helped to develop. I call it a cultural corridor rather than a hiking route because I don't want to scare people off. But the fact of the matter is, it is a simple thing to explain. It's a huge route, covers almost 2,000 kilometers, but it's a simple story. How do we connect communities so that they can take advantage of their strengths and put it into a story that is easily digestible by travelers, editors, journalists, and whoever? So now I'll start, and let's see if we have some volume here. Thank you.
It's a journey of a lifetime. A trail across 8 Balkan countries, traversing some of the most beautiful, unknown, and unspoiled stretches of terrain in Europe. Connecting well-worn shepherd trails, ancient trading routes, and former military paths. It's a walking trail that is both brand new and ancient. A trail that few today have experienced, and even fewer have conquered. The Via Danarica. Communities across the Balkans are working in harmony to host travellers and to showcase their unspoiled, rugged landscapes and ancient old world culture. Amazing food, wild and clean rivers, stunning landscapes, rugged mountains, fascinating characters. The Via Danarica Mega Trail has it all.
Hiking is tough, but excellent, well marked. The culture is amazing. It's completely different than anything that anybody else has probably seen. Absolutely epic hiking.
So, put on your boots and just for a moment, lose the world you know and discover one that you don't. Your Via Danarica adventure is awaiting.
So, in wrapping up here over the next couple of slides, storytelling to me is the foundation of communities and sustainability. It doesn't really matter to me about what we want sustainability to be. Sustainability is a thing. And what it is what communities already have, as opposed to trying to retrofit what we hope them to be. Storytelling starts the process, it becomes the development, and once you have done that, the promotion itself becomes fairly simple because you have all the information that you need. Once you have created the story and then move to the development, half of the work is already done for the promotion and the marketing. The information that you have by doing the hard work first in the creation of the story based on true things that a community already has gives you the information that you need to create your website, the itineraries, to deal with all social media, the press releases, going to ITV, tourism fairs, if that ever happens again, and putting journalists on press trips. The larger purpose here for me and for Good Place and Good Trail is to create platforms, to create ways to improve travel, not to create ways to improve or to increase profit or money. Those things happen when you do it correctly. It may not happen in massive ways from the beginning as you're starting to build what it is that you do well. But it also doesn't just disappear when catastrophe happens, as we've seen now with COVID. We want to empower communities to share their inherent strengths with the world, provide the skills that are needed for them to be self-sufficient in the future, assist them to becoming green, and to work with locals to tell their own stories. And I think that by doing that, what we're actually trying to do is make sure that the foundations are laid for proper tourism, tourism that can work forever. Because all the tools, and this is where I will end this discussion, all the tools that we have, every community has been given to them decades and centuries before, by your great-grandparents, by your great-great-grandparents. Tourists want to see your grandmother baking bread. A lot of locals don't believe that, but that's what they want to see. You don't need to bring anything artificial to create the strengths that you already need and already have for successful and sustainable tourism. Thank you all. Sorry for running over a little bit.
Hello, everyone.
Good afternoon. We are here today to talk about the service design project we did in Tallinn Airport. My name is Karin Hagel. I am head of passenger services in Tallinn Airport, responsible for everything that happens in terminal. And next to me, this guy is Karin, who is representing a brand manual service design team who helped us in this project. So I start explaining why we did this project, and then Karel will continue explaining what are the outcomes of this project. Tallinn Airport is quite an old airport. It was built in the end of 1970s for Moscow Olympics, because the sailing event was held in Tallinn. And the terminal is meant for up to 2.6 million people. Last year, we already hosted 3.2 million passengers, and the terminal is already too small for this crowd. We have very ambitious plans to build the terminal much bigger, to nearly triple its size by 2035. And before starting the designing process, we wanted to understand who our customers are, what they are doing in the airport, what are their pains and gains, what they like and what they dislike, what is their journey about. And that is why we started this project together with Brand Manual. And I think, Karel, now you can continue and talk about that.
Thank you, Katrin. Well, to answer the question, what are people looking for at an airport? I think the answer is obvious. They want to fly somewhere. So that we knew. There was quite a lot of different hypotheses the client had, and things that were pretty obvious for everybody. But the basics of the project were that whatever it is that they do at the airport, we want to actually improve their existing experience. And actually, as a disclaimer, I have to say that Tallinn Airport already at the time has been named as one of the coziest airports in the world. Another thing was to readjust or reshape the shopping patterns of the people that are at the airport, because the shopping is a very important revenue stream for the airport. It's not state-funded only. It earns a lot of its basic revenue from shopping, from the concessions. so it can actually invest and build the new wing. And yes, finally, to build the new wing, or basically extend the airport 2- or 3-fold, we needed insights. So what are the good traits that we definitely want to keep? What are the maybe some hindrances for the customers, for the passengers that we want to avoid carrying on to the new extension part? Just to give you a bit of context, Tallinn Airport is unique by a lot of different factors, but one of them is that it's basically in the middle of the town, and it's a city airport basically. So it takes you some 10 minutes by car from the very center of the city. The red dot in the middle is the old town and the center around it. So yes, it takes less than 10 with good traffic. It takes maybe 15, maximum 20 with heavy traffic. And actually, I have done this once in my life. I have walked to the airport from home. I live halfway, so it took me about 25 minutes. You can do that. Where else in Europe, in what capital, you can do this? So this is the context. As the picture showed previously, there is a lot of not residential, but office buildings around the airport, and there are very big development plans for the next decades. So there is a lot of people that commute to and around the airport on a daily basis. So location, 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 the same that applies to any retail. So what were the facts that we knew? So as I mentioned earlier, people were pretty happy with the airport already. But the non-Schengen passenger part, whoever has traveled maybe on a charter plane somewhere outside the EU, you have seen the part of the terminal that maybe is not that cozy anymore. Definitely the first feedback from people was that there is nothing to buy at the airport. It's the same souvenirs we have in the old town. I live in Estonia, I don't need souvenirs. It's expensive. I don't have kind of motivation to go shopping there. And one of the insights we had in the beginning was maybe that we shouldn't look at other airports when doing this project. Maybe we should look outside the airports, beyond the airports. Maybe we should look at retail and other experiences that people actually do on an everyday basis and bring them to the airport. So the global trends of retail was something that we really monitored when we started the project. And as I mentioned, the Ülemiste area around the airport is very rapidly developing, and there's already 10,000 to 15,000 people commuting to it every day. So we could also provide services for the people that are outside the airport. This was the initial scope of the plan. So we started the project late last year, and we gave a lot of home assignments to the team of the airport so that they could actually fill the gaps we had. And the first bigger chunk was creating the personas. And I will go into more detail in this presentation about the personas because it's a little bit different from how you usually do it. And after we identified the personas, we identified the journey and the touch points, figured out which touch points are actually pain points, and then ideated on how we could actually solve those pain points so that we actually write them into the brief for the architects for the extension of the airport. Plus, there's definitely going to be quick fixes that could be fixed right away without waiting for the new airport to be built. And then you know what happened. So this puts actually Tallinn Airport into a unique position. So we have had a great project. We have a lot of ideas on the table, which we would really love to implement. But Karin will later tell you about what's the reality right now. But diving into personas, so actually at the first stage we identified 23 different types of passengers that pass through the airport. So 3.5 million, 3.2 million passengers a year. Everybody goes to the airport, more or less, throughout the year. So you can't build a service for everybody. You need to narrow it down. So instead of profiling people by what they are and who they are, we changed the approach and profiled them by the extremes, by how they behave, what needs they have at that particular moment. And actually narrowed it down to 6 personas eventually. And to do so, instead of just basing it on our gut feeling, we went out there and talked to the actual passengers. And we engaged the airports team as well. So in the initial scope, you saw that there was 240 hours that we budgeted. Of course, we spent a little bit more. But actually, airport's team spent 270 hours of their work. And they were the ones doing the interviews. We showed them how, and they did it. So great job, actually, by involving our client, because it's your service, it's your airport. You should know how to do this. So it was so enlightening to see how many insights the team got from actual passengers. And a lot of myths were busted. And actually, we kind of also observed how the passengers move at the airport. Because when you ask them, how do you like the airport? It's good. It's better than Helsinki. It's almost as good as any other, or actually it's better. So they couldn't pinpoint any problems. But when we started following them around the airport with their luggage to see how they arrive, how they do the check-in, how they pass the security, how they do the shopping, how they wait, how they go on board of the plane, that's when we started noticing stuff, little stuff. Like, have you been to the toilets with your luggage at the airport? Because it's not allowed to leave your luggage, right? So small things which you actually don't think of as a customer, as a passenger. But this was the things we were looking for. And these are the things we want to solve in the new airport. So we ended up creating 5 personas. Yes, we created characters to them, so it would be easier to remember them. But basically, the first guy was the optimizer, the guy that arrives to the airport always at the last minute. You've done this, right? Because Tallinn Airport is so close to the city. You depart from home when boarding already starts at the airport. So it takes you just 15 minutes to get on board the plane. So this guy is almost always the first one that's going to be late on the plane if there is heavy traffic. The others are workaholics. You've done that. You've opened the laptop, you logged into the Wi-Fi, you do business calls, you want to sit down, you want to work. Wherever you're traveling, especially if it's on business, you want to work. The third guy was the foreigner, and this one we took to the extreme. This guy is from so far away that he doesn't even speak English, he doesn't even know the English or the Latin alphabet. So whatever signs you have at the airport, he doesn't understand. So how do you communicate with a passenger with these kinds of extremes? Then we have the group. You've been there, done that. It might be 2 families traveling together, a group of friends, a group of seniors, tourists from Asia. It's a bunch of people, and their needs are determined by the group dynamics. There's usually one person that's responsible for putting the group together, but she's usually not responsible for everybody's actions in the group, so they have a life of their own at the airport. Family with kids, small kids, I note, with a stroller. So they have a lot of luggage, a lot of particles as kids walking around and wanting stuff. And finally, the early bird. She arrives 3 hours before boarding, just in case. And what she does, she sits at the gate, still waiting to be called to the boarding for 3 hours. So this was really helpful for us. So instead of actually focusing on the stereotypes, we focused on the behavior and their actual needs. And as far as I know, I could actually vouch for it, that most of you have traveled as at least 2 or 3 different personas. Because it really matters when and where you travel, because if you go skiing with friends, you're a group. You go on a vacation with your family, that's you, maybe not with small kids anymore. You probably have been on business travel and worked at the airport. And then again, if you live in Tallinn, then you probably most often are the optimizer. So this was a new insight. So actually people should be determined not by who they are, but actually why they are traveling. And this was a good insight. So based on that, we understood what their actual needs are, what their limitations are, what determines their behavior, and how much time do they have to spend at the airport, and what could we offer them in that context. So understanding the context of the passenger was key. And also the last word here, the invisibility. So what I mean by invisibility is that if stuff works as we expect it, we don't notice it. What we notice is if it doesn't work as expected, if it needs a user manual, if you need to address some person to help you with it. So making stuff as invisible as possible was our key. So we actually identified the personas, we mapped the journeys. I'm not going into detail in those journeys, but the most important part is the red part and the front. So this is the optimizer. He starts departing from home just minutes before getting to the airport, and at the airport he has very limited time to spend. If we look at the foreigner, then his journey starts a long time before the airport, already from the hotel, the packing, the everything. So his journey is happening a long time before the airport, and actually he has a lot of time at the airport as well. So does the workaholic maybe, because she jumps to the airport from a meeting. She doesn't have to go to the office, I can work from the airport. So she has a lot of time at the airport, but how do you make that time valuable, comfortable, so she could actually focus on the work? And finally, an example of the person that comes in 3 hours early. She just sits at the gate. She doesn't do anything. So how do we make her a good customer for the airport? How do we make her want to go shopping? So these are the challenges we tackled with all those personas, and we made an unanimous decision that we don't have the 7th persona, which would be a person with reduced mobility, as they call it in airport terms. In other terms, it's people in a wheelchair, because this was a default. Whatever service we have, whatever location we build, it has to be accessible anyhow. So the family with a stroller was basically our benchmark for the disabled people, so they had to get past any obstacle with a stroller. But then, you know what happened.
Yeah, we had this project just before COVID started, and we had the personas and the journeys and a lot of good ideas. And then the reality check is that the terminal is empty. It's the safest place currently because, it's cleaned a lot, but there are no people. And the only queues we currently have are in front of the COVID testing facility. But nevertheless, life goes on, and we still have plans to continue. And certainly we will start designing the new terminal, because it takes a lot of time, and whether it will be ready in 2035 or some 2040, it doesn't matter, it still happens. But what else we figured out is that, and this is actually due to COVID, that we miss a lot of services, especially self-services and also e-services. And we totally miss the layer of e-services. There are some that are like hygiene factor, which is, for example, self-service backdrop that we need to have. But there are also value-adding services, e-services, like the layer of e-services on top of physical services. For example, that you can order something before you go to travel, meaning you can order the meal before you pass the security, or you can pick up something at the gate. So a lot of those e-related services that we are now planning to continue.
Or even actually, if you sit down at the airport somewhere and you want to grab some food, in the city, you have the food delivered to you. Why not have the same thing at the airport?
Yeah,
to be delivered from different venues.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. So the concept is, our e-airport concept is ready already. And next year we are planning to heavily investigate and prototype those services. And I think that the future is bright. So anyway, the travel continues. Whether it's the vaccine or the summer comes, whatever comes first, and the travel anyway continues, and life goes on. So we hope that we can you can already try our new services next year.
Very good.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Hello. Good that I didn't crash here. My name is Jaan Kekišev. I'm the business owner of Tool Rental Scooters. And I'm here to tell you the story how a B2B company, Co-Module, ended up expanding its portfolio into B2C services. And my presentation will be in two parts. Firstly, I'm going to take you through the journey and the story how we got to the point where we decided we need to launch a service. And secondly, I'm going to look into a bit what approach we took to build the service. I'll start off by telling the story how Co-Module actually started. We need to go back in time 10 years ago. There were those competitions called Formula Student, where engineering students came together to design racing cars and they raced each other. At that time, there was one particular team in Tallinn University of Technology who really loved to build stuff. And they were quite good at it as well. They were one of the top teams in Europe. And one year they thought, hey, let's take a challenge and build an electric racing car. For that, you need money. So they started to look around and they found this prototype program where you had to hand in a business plan, pitch it, and then you would get money to start your own company. Little did they know about business and business plans. They managed to put something together, put even a prototype together and managed to snatch 10,000 euros to start the company. Did they do it? No, they put all the money into building a racing car. They went to the competition, they crashed the car, they lost the race, they lost the money, they had nothing but what they had a team, and they had the business plan, what was maybe childish, but still they had it. So they thought they're gonna pursue it, and in 2014, Co-Module was born. Firstly, the idea was to focus on smart battery systems, but quite quickly we switched to connectivity and Internet of Things. Many years and a lot of hassling later, we're in a point of today. So what does Co-Module do? We connect light electric vehicles to the internet. So we take whatever micro-mobility electrical vehicle, and then we produce this IoT hardware, what you can see here, what we develop and produce here in Estonia. And we mount it to the vehicle. It communicates with the vehicle, and it enables vehicle to communicate with the outer world. On top of that, we've built a data platform, meaning all the connectivity layers where you would send the data and where you would store the data, and also the developer tools, which will enable to build different software products on top of it. Simply said, we are building mobile phones for vehicles, so they can be smarter and they can communicate with the outer world. And we started off with electric bicycles. So for example, if you have an Ampler bike and you have the app and you want to control the bike, then we have this Co-Module IoT layer in the middle to enable that. In 2017, something happened. It was called the e-scooter boom. In US, Travis van der Sanden, an ex-Uber employee, bought a lot of Chinese scooters, put them on the street in US and told, hey, I have solved the problem of Uber, the driver. And people loved it. A lot of people wrote it, and actually Bird is the fastest growing company who reached 1 billion valuation. And we were in the right time, in the right place, because we had the product that enabled this kind of business model. We had tailored it for e-bikes, but it was sure good enough for scooters. So everybody came to us, hey, I want to be Bird, please help us. And we experienced exponential growth. So we expanded our offering also to fleet operators, so other operators are our clients as well. We are global leaders in bicycle and scooter connectivity. We've connected more than 300,000 vehicles in the world. We are on every continent. At some point, we had 30% of scooters were connected by us, so we were in a position that we had a very unique insight to the e-scooter rental market. And even though from outside it seemed it was all great and fun, then from inside we saw it was broken and there were a lot of things that needed to change. Those companies didn't make money and the model didn't work. So the things what we saw, first of all, the scooters were super bad. They didn't last. So the first version of the scooters that were on the streets, they lasted only 30 days. So can you imagine, you put the scooter out, after 1 month it's scrap, you have to throw it away and put another. Secondly, the way the scooters were built was far from sustainable. So scooters were built in China, shipped to Europe or US. They broke down and they ended up in the landfill. Thirdly, even though they run on electricity and outside it seems it's super sustainable, then the way they were operated was far from sustainable. So when a scooter battery runs out, then you needed to go and collect it with a van, take it to a warehouse, charge it, and then next day bring it back to the city so people can ride it. This is a picture what I've taken myself in Noblessner in Tallinn, where an operator collects Bolt scooters, for example. And lastly, they were just unsafe to ride. They weren't reliable. They broke down. A lot of accidents happened. And as I told you before, our founders really love to build stuff, especially stuff that is moving. And we realized if we would have a better scooter, then we could potentially solve all of those problems. So we thought, hey, let's try to fix it. A couple of months of development later, and boom, there we had it, our own scooter. And we knew that this is something unique, what we made. And I'm going to explain you a couple of pointers why we think it is super unique. Firstly, it's the most durable scooter in the world. It will last at least 5 years in the sharing environment. It's done with quality materials and durable and quality materials. Secondly, it's local. So as I told, all other electric scooters are produced in China. We are the only ones who produce scooters outside of China. We set up an assembly plant and factory in Tallinn where we do the electronics and the scooters, and we have the full control over the supply chain. Next, it's the most sustainable scooter. As we designed it and we have the control over the supply chain, then we chose all the materials that would be as sustainable as possible. So 42% of the materials going into the scooter is already recycled. And in the end of the life cycle of the scooter, 90% will be recycled. We designed it to enable sustainable operations. So you won't need to move the scooter with a van. So we have swappable batteries. Here on the picture you can see 2 swap battery packs. You don't need to move the scooter. You just need to go next to the scooter, swap the batteries and go on. So here's a picture on the right up there from this summer in Pärnu. We operated with cargo e-bikes, and there you can see the battery packs. In Tallinn we had this really cool 4-wheeled electric vehicle that we used to swap batteries. And lastly, it's the safest scooter in the world with unmatched ride ergonomics, with the shortest braking distance, large pneumatic wheels lessening the vibration and better grip, wide standing board, and low center of gravity, so you have a better control over the vehicle, and really robust frame that gives you great control. So this is something that is hard to put to words. You need to experience it, and then you would know what I mean. So we realized we built the best scooter in the world. It's the most durable, it's the most sustainable, it's safest, it has unmatched ergonomics. And when we started to develop it, we knew it's needed, but we didn't have a plan. Will we sell it to other operators or what will we do with it? And then we just got the feeling that, hey, we don't want to sell it. We want to operate it ourselves. So that's the point where we made the decision that we need to build a brand and build a service because we had the hardware and we wanted to operate it ourselves. So, what did we do? I'm gonna maybe point out a couple of approaches what we took. And I think like brand and services talked today already as well. They're very entwined, so I think they go very hand in hand. But one thing what we thought of was that we knew that most of scooter riders are men. So whatever brand we put out, men will still ride it. So we decided we want the brand to be very feminine, to attract women and talk to them. To succeed in that, we put together a core team of 3 women who led the brand and service creation. So they created the brand, what they really liked. Secondly, we wanted to be open and approachable and bring love and care. So the industry standard with customer support is that you have a problem with your scooter or ride, and then you have to write the email and get an answer next day. We wanted to change it, so we invested to have 24/7 customer support phone line. So on every step, we take care of you if you need help. Thirdly, sustainability is rooted already in Co-Module's values and the way how we work. It was rooted into the way how we designed and built the scooter, so it was very clear for us that we can make, or we can't make any compromises with sustainability when designing the service. And lastly, I think especially very important in Estonia, we wanted to bring smiles to people's faces and colors on the streets. And that's how the colorful tool brand was born, with a mission to enrich urban lifestyle by reducing ecological footprint, and the vision of creating premium sustainability and convenience standards. But we were in a rush. So it was already in the springtime, and we needed to bring the service out quite fast because we knew we have 0 customers. We knew that the hardware is great. If people try it, then they would love it. So we really wanted to be the first one out on the market to beat the competition with opening our service. So one approach what we took was MVS approach, a minimum viable service approach. So we decided that we will develop the service critical parts, only the parts that are needed for the service to run, and we will launch it. And we will develop it on the way when the service is already live. The second decision what we made, what doesn't really work very well when you're tight on time, is that we took vertical integration approach. So we decided, since we already built the vehicle, we decided that we want to own every step of the value chain of the service. This makes it a bit harder because you have to develop a lot of more things in-house, but we would have the speed of innovation and iterations that we control as well. And those 2 things go very much hand in hand. So if you can develop and innovate very fast and you put out the product or service that needs innovation, then these things go well together. But we knew that we need to build a good feedback and data collection systems to prioritize our developments and how to improve the system. And we decided all decisions should be data-driven. I'll talk about the vertical integration in a bit, but just an internal goal we had was to actually beat Bolt with launch. It's a good internal banter what we have with them. It was crazy 2 weeks, so even people from the office gathered to the factory to assemble the scooters, to test them, to build the subsystems, make sure everything is okay and we can launch. And we succeeded. We got the scooters out 1 week before Bolt, so we got good traction in the beginning and new customers for us. So just want to jump in a bit on the vertical integration part because that's really, that differentiates us and that's really important for us. And that's the cornerstone for continuous improvement. So as I told, we want to control every part of the value chain. So starting from the development of the vehicle, of the IoT, of the central control unit of the vehicle, we do in-house. We have the production of the electronics, of the assembly of the scooter, of the battery packs, as well as the software tools, what you need to operate such a service, like end-user app and operations and analytical tools. These we build all in-house. And lastly, also operations. So the swappers and guys who service the vehicles on the streets and the maintenance. So these are all our own employees. And if you control all of the steps in the value chain, then you get information from here and there, especially from the end part of the value chain closer to the customer, but definitely on different parts as well. But more importantly, the information and feedback is important for all of the steps because every step can improve the customer satisfaction. And this is something unique. We're the only operator in the world who has this full value chain integration. Average companies in the sharing companies in the world, they just do their own software tools and they operate as well. Often actually they don't operate themselves as well. For example, Bolt in Tallinn, they use third-party logistics partner to drive the scooters around. And how does it work in practice? So we have different channels where we collect the data. For example, after the ride, we collect customer feedback from users. We have the customer support channel calls and contacts with the customers. And then we have our own team and friends. And what we do on a weekly basis, we compile a report that covers the customer satisfaction level, key issues raised by the customers, and potential suggestions from them as well. And this report is then delivered to all of the teams. And every team is asked, how can we improve to increase this customer satisfaction? So every piece in the value chain really is focused on a weekly basis to challenge themselves to improve the system and the service and the product. And that's very motivating method as well, because if you do a change in the system, then you can very quickly see if it had the effect what you wanted, and it gives you motivation. If you see it doesn't have the effect, then you know you need to change something. Getting to the end of the presentation, I just want to, in the end, paint out the very simplistic customer journey what we have. We have the customer who has the need to move. Then the person would use the app to locate the scooter, or he will just stumble on a scooter on a street. And then there's the scooter that's well maintained, it's juiced up, it's cleaned. And then he would have the ride experience that is safe, fun, and enjoyable. And in the end, he or she ends the ride in the destination where he or she needs to go. And it's done fastly, conveniently, and in a way that respects others. So we have to be mindful of other people who are not our customers, who are citizens, for example. We really need to educate our customers in order to park correctly on the streets and so forth. And then in the bottom, we have built the 24/7 customer support lava channel where we support the customers on every step. And on the top, very important, the communication part. So the customer knows that we exist, but also that they know what we stand for. And then the ruthlessly working operations team that makes sure that the vehicles are in the right place, are charged up, are well maintained, and are cleaned. So when we started, it was super simplistic. The app had more or less, you can see the scooter and you can start the ride and end the ride. First thing what we did, we built the in-app feedback system to gather the data. And then we started to iterate and start to play with ideas what to bring and how to better the service and the product. So we've launched different features onto the app. We've changed some things on the scooter to make it more better for the customer. We've done educational work, and a lot of effort goes into safe riding, into safe parking, and we've tweaked the ways how we operate the vehicles as well. So last thing, I thought I will put in a joke as well. I think it's very important to have fun. And for us, marketing and communication is a very important tool as well. So when we got the notion that we knew that in the beginning, the Bolt will launch their scooters next day. So we did a campaign, let's greet Bolt scooters tomorrow morning, 2 rides discounted 61%. And this is a screenshot from Bolt's internal Slack channel. It's like, oh, our Estonian competitor Tool announced our scooter launch in Tallinn before us. And this 61%, it seems like, what number is that? Actually, that's how many millions Bolt lost the previous year. So I think nobody got it, but at least internally we had a lot of fun. So it's important to have fun and enjoy the ride. So key takeaways from my presentation. I think great hardware is the key to build a great service. If we would take out our own scooter and put a Chinese scooter instead, it will be broken. Minimal viable service approach justified itself. Continuous improvement process is very powerful, and you need to have fun. You need to enjoy the ride. And one more thing, we're continuously looking for great talent, so if you want to save the world, please join us. Go to comodule.com/careers. Thank you.
Thank you to all our presenters that we've just heard now after lunch. We'll gather for a panel in just a minute or so, since we have the stage set up. I thought we heard some really great things in the last an hour and a half or so. Love the fact of nature deficit disorder. I think Estonia could do some great marketing to counteract that. That sustainability is more than a buzzword, that we need to produce sustainability. We heard a lot about sort of putting community first and the idea of storytelling. I mean, it's very, very prominent in the design world to begin with. So I love that it's coming through to the doers side as well, that you don't really need to create something, but it actually need to bring things to life that are already there. I think it's a very, very strong message. Love to hear from our people at the airport. I'm a frequent traveler. I go there 5-6 times a month. I'm definitely someone between the optimizer and the workaholic, depending on the occasion that I'm there for. And I loved what they said, that life does go on. So it's a very good positive message. And that we ended with, for those who are listening and don't know Estonian, tool meaning wind. So I would call it Gone with the Wind, the best e-scooter in the world. So looking forward to a good panel discussion now. So joining me on stage. All right, so we have now Willy and Alex joining us virtually. Do we have them?
Yep.
Oh, hi, can you hear us? Me, first of all?
Yep.
Good. Perfect. And then we have Karin, Karin, and Jaan joining us here in the studio. There's been a lot of really interesting topics discussed today, so I'm going to try my best to bring it together. And if any of you have any questions, please make sure you go to the website. Just to remind you, worksup.com and event ID PLAYDAY 2020. I have a few questions already, but I will keep checking the iPad to make sure that we get all of those answered. But let's first start with Willy. How do you put a price on sort of sustainable tourism projects? Because I work on some hospitality projects, and it always feels like it's a bit of a tick in the box action, as opposed to really going to the investors and saying, this is what we can actually capitalize on. So we'd like to get your views on that.
Yeah, very good question. Well, I mean, it's all about future-proofing your business, but there's really two parts to that answer, really, because there are existing properties, and we have in the meantime so much material, so much data on return on investment, on payback period of the retrofits and the upgrades. So anything that's existing currently, the answers are really there, and it just makes business sense. I mean, for whoever is interested, there's a great paper that was put together by the International Tourism Partnership. They're now called the Sustainable Hospitality Alliance. And then they lay out payback and return investment issues, and for hotel owners or asset managers and operators, etc. But I mean, really, when we look at it, you can combine this because you're looking at the investment side as well. And we're seeing quite a bit of movement here in terms of the financing models that are out there. I mean, we talk about environmental, social governance financing model, ESG model, and this could be a key feature to really push this industry, linking, your financing to a mechanism of discount upon your performance on sustainability. I think that's one way to look at it. But perhaps beyond that, beyond this idea of efficiency and so on, and that's really the second part of it. As I've mentioned, it's about future-proofing. And if the people are not getting it by now, with this raging pandemic, really, which is the direct result of a degraded natural environment, there's really nothing left to say except perhaps that hopefully there's enough pressure points out there between consumer demands, government regulation, NGO scrutiny, and so those that are only ticking the box without any paradigm change are bound to be on track for failure behind a more innovative and regenerative business out there. And we've had quite a few today, which makes me happy.
Yeah, I think I always like when things come sort of full circle and you get to see how some of these things that we theoretically talk about actually come to life when you talk about these great products and services. So that's been a really nice sort of full journey today. And talking about the different stakeholders working together, question to you, Alex. Amazing project, Dinaric, if I pronounce it correctly. Tell me about a bit of that cooperation, because that took a lot of different countries to somehow cooperate together. And just that I'm trying to work on something on the Baltic side of things, and it's not always the easiest. So I'd like to get a sense of how that came about.
Yeah, and if anybody there is familiar even remotely with the Balkans, you know that that's not a simple thing to do. But one thing that people in the Balkans are very confident about is who they are. And I think that that's a really important part of it. So for us, from the beginning, it was less about trying to figure out how to politically make this happen and more think about how we work with different partners who understand and believe that their stories are being taken seriously and that they sit equally at the table as an entity to share what they do. So one important part of the Via Nautica was that we were determined to take politics out of it from the beginning, which to me is not ideal, but I would rather see something work and start and have the different partners see the potential for it rather than it being mired or caught up or weighed down by the administrative aspect of the pure politics. And, you know, I mean, for me also, just to one other thing about, you know, what Willy just said as well, I think is a super important thing with regard to COVID, which I've done my best not to write that much about as a journalist, because at some point, those kinds of stories immediately get dated. But I think it's important with this era for us to realize that there was real need for a recalibration of tourism. So there's a lot of negatives that happen with tourism with regard to businesses going out of business and countries not welcoming as many visitors and so forth and so on. However, part of the reason that the system started to fall apart is because a lot of the issues and a lot of the things that we were pushing forward as product were superficial and not correct. So when things fall apart, it means that we have to start over again in a more sustainable way. So, I mean, to answer the question a little bit more about the Via Nautica and quickly is that we made sure that the storytelling was the most important part, just to echo what I said in the presentation. We made sure that everybody who was involved in the Via Nautica felt comfortable with the fact that their story was being told as opposed to politics coming to the table. And the last thing I'll say about this, echoing what you just said, is that the project world, which is often the way that many of these kinds of initiatives get started, have a tendency to focus on deliverables rather than to focus on what actually needs to happen. And the reason is because what actually needs to happen often isn't very sexy. It is the kind of thing that is not easily measured. It doesn't have a proper metric. It's hard to measure how locals feel about the way a workshop ended up working to provide voice to their story. It's easier to say how many people showed up to the workshop. But the important thing is how people start to communicate about what it is that they do. So it's often the case that a project like Via Nautica starts to succeed after it's already been a project for 5 or 10 years and gets the first layer of partners working together part out of the way, and then you can start picking off the deliverable. But again, that's not the way projects work most of the time.
Well, thank you for talking about this project. I think it has so many aspects that regions here could take from it. And on the topic of storytelling, we have a great story here at home, the Tallinn airport. So I want to ask some questions to both you, Katrin and Kaarel, as well. You were saying that in this work that you were doing, a lot of the fact-finding was actually done by the airport team. So question to you then, Katrin, what did your team learn from it? Did it change somehow how they were then reacting afterwards and how they were actually conducting their jobs, maybe because they were really learning about their core customers?
Yeah, it was an interesting journey, of course. I think that the most interesting part was that also we knew that that everybody's quite satisfied with the airport. Everybody was very willing to share their experience. This was the first takeaway. Nobody said, even in the 6 o'clock in the morning, they never said that we don't want to talk to you. So everybody was very eager to share. But what was also interesting to kind of experience is that people kind of take, for example, standing in the queues. It's inevitable in the airport. So nobody said that I don't want to stand in the queue. So at the same time, if you go to the groceries, for example, you go to this self-service counter and you don't want to stand in the queues, and so it's. Some things are so that it's taken as it has always been like that, and it will be like that. So you have to think like yourself a bit further.
Mm-hmm. And I guess it's a bit of a mindset too, that once you walk into this ambience of being at an airport, that you're kind of confined to some sort of norms and rules. And on that note, actually, Kaarel, a question to you, because obviously going into this project, you had some ideas and things that you were quite probably sure would come out of it. What surprised you the most?
I think it was the realization that several people, or one person can actually embody different personas it seems obvious now, right? But then when you build services, this was quite unexpected to us, because usually people are kind of monofunctional in their roles. So yes, that was one thing. The other one was, of course, a very, very high level of regulations that airports have to obey. So security first, then comes security, and after that only comes customer satisfaction and stuff like that. So the hygiene factor of security is super high. And of course, the chief of security said, we can't do this because we have to be secure. So getting the team actually figure out solutions that were not quite obvious in the beginning was the challenging part. And they succeeded fantastically. There's a long list of things and iterations to be implemented into the service, which await the post-COVID time.
The better times. But yes, like we said, we're optimistic. Jaan, so taking over the vehicles, electric vehicles world, question to you. You talked quite a lot about the sort of brand values and the sustainability aspect. And obviously, as we talk a lot about sustainability today, how do you sort of communicate that about your product? Like, how do people know about all the statistics that you put in front of us here? What is your communication strategy on that front?
Yeah, I think firstly, we need to really live by the values ourselves. So I think when we're local right now in Estonia, then all of our employees are brand ambassadors. And actually we build a community of fans of tools as well, who know the message and who will deliver the message further. But secondly, I think it's right now quite easy. It's just communication and market play, that if you really believe it and if you push the values in the communication all the time consistently, then eventually it will, people will understand and they will believe it. It's quite fascinating that we do it in-house in Estonia. We have a factory where we build those scooters, but still I have friends who know I work there, and they still don't believe that we do them in Estonia. Even though I show them the pictures, then they believe. So it feels like, okay, it's something that everybody says, like sustainability, you're local and so on. So it's very hard to deliver the message that this is true. This is so. The question is very spot on, I think.
I see Alex nodding. Alex, do you have some ideas on the storytelling front of how the guys at Tool can actually tell their brand purpose and values better, that it's actually locally made, locally engineered? Anything, Alex, that you can add?
Great question, Alex.
We need some sound from Alex? No?
I hate to even stop Jaan from talking because he clearly knows what he's doing a lot better than I do. But yeah, I mean, the reason I was nodding my head was to agree with Jaan from the standpoint of, I think we get so enamored and so obsessed with these words like sustainability that we start to forget what it is that actually that word means. And what they're doing is exactly what that word means. They've decided that they have the know-how and they know how to do it there, and they know how to do it in a way that wastes as little as possible. Now that is real sustainability. And again, going back to the part of my presentation, it also fulfills the main requirement for telling a story. It doesn't take very much to understand the point. It's a very easy story to tell, and that is rule number one: make the story easy to tell. And yeah, I mean, that to me is my biggest pet peeve with the whole with this whole part of tourism, is that we hide behind words instead of actually doing what we want these words to be. And Jaan and Tool is doing that.
Great. And then my own question is, you were talking about the feminine brand, and I'm just looking at the name. What's the connection there? I'm trying to get it in my head, but what's the official story?
So actually, the name came from the point that of how people moved in a sustainable way back in times. So wind was the way to move with the boats in a sustainable way, using natural forces to do that. So that's really the link where we got to the name Tool that really worked for us. And there's probably no feminine tone in that.
But I love the wind carrying you, so it was the way to really navigate, and that brings me really beautifully to my next question to Willy, which is, we talked a lot about nature and wellness, and I believe 3 days ago it was the World Wellness Summit. The new numbers put out, it's a $120 billion industry, and I think with COVID, what we're talking much more about is mental health, mental wellness, physical wellness, but also environmental wellness. So we'd like to get your ideas of how can brand capitalize more on this going in the future, and to make it in an authentic way. So would love to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, it traces back a little bit to some of the research work that I've done on the tree houses, actually. I thought this was also very interesting. I've mentioned this epidemic of loneliness earlier. And really, when you think about hospitality and tourism, one of the core competency that we have is actually building relationships that make them uniquely positioned, really, on these growing, societal disconnection. I mean, we're there. We provide a safe space for people to meet. We provide a safe space for them to develop a meaningful connection and an authentic connection. So I mean, this is where I think we can capitalize on this. I mean, we train people to be outgoing into that direction, and when if you look a bit more in terms of what I've mentioned a bit earlier, so this idea of losing touch with nature, and that leads to issues of anxiety and frustrations and depression, etc. I mean, we often sometimes talk about ecotherapy. And that's really, when we think about ecotherapy, it's reconnecting patients with natural environments. And so, that's the acknowledgement that every human is connected to a surrounding. That's a great story for hospitality businesses to actually carry on, right? These environments are core to where we are, our location, our destinations. And I guess sometimes when we think about sort of this idea of individual serenity, I think hospitality and tourism, we've got a role to play in bridging that, in bridging humans and nature, And you were mentioning this idea of the wellness, the summit on wellness. Well, bridging this human and nature is sort of a preventive means in individual well-being, and perhaps even further into public healthcare. In fact, we might have a role to play here. So I think we have plenty of stories here to tell. And again, I mean, this is why I think it was so pretty amazing today, because I've actually listened to quite a few of those stories that have put this in practice, which makes me quite hopeful in that respect.
Thank you, Willy. I'm getting all the best sort of words from you, the ecotherapy, the nature deficit disorder. So I'm definitely going to steal some from you. So thank you for that.
I think Estonia has got a role to play here, definitely in this.
I know someone's gonna take that. I hope they do it in a nice way. And you mentioned safe spaces. So like you said before, Katrin, right now actually the airport is probably the safest space you can have. I just came through it myself last week because I live in London, so I do spend a lot of time at the airport. There's been a question from the audience. Will the cute thoughts and sentences that you had in the bathrooms remain?
Yeah, most probably they change over time. Just there are like more. No, I think that nowadays there are more other signs, like top 2+2 signs and wear a mask signs. And we are also trying to do those signs like to be cute, meaning that, for example, that future has your face, but until then, please wear the mask, and only 3 musketeers to the lift. So to kind of, otherwise it's kind of, anyway, everybody's anyway quite nervous already when traveling, so we are trying to keep those messages as soft as possible.
Because I know that when I sent you the questions, I did ask something about anxiety, but I think you've just answered it, which is with a bit of humor and a bit of lightheartedness and taking it, a bit on your shoulder as opposed to making it too serious.
Yeah.
And Karel, a question for you, since we're talking a bit about sustainability here and the actual authentic way of portraying it. Did you find anything on that front from all the surveys and the customer journeys that you mapped out for the personas? How much did this come into play as well? And in what aspect?
Yeah, we did. And actually, this was not a topic for us to investigate because this was also one of the hygiene factors for us. We didn't have to ask passengers whether you would like to be more sustainable or have more different services which act in a different way. Of course, even if they don't, we will still be providing them. So this was a default solution.
So it was a given already.
Yeah.
But anything that you've developed further since then, or you're just waiting right now when all of this will actually continue?
Well, as Katrin said, actually, they're not waiting because right now is the perfect time to actually implement a lot of the stuff because there is no passengers in the way.
Yes.
So you can start building stuff, rebuilding stuff. It's just the new wing will have to wait a little bit.
Yeah, the actual construction part of it. Okay, great. And then, Jaan, question to you. What's next?
World domination.
I had written it down, but I wanted to see what your answer is. Are there any specific markets that you're looking at now with the product, or you're just going to go everywhere? Or is there a sequence at least?
Well, I think the thing what really hinders us or holds us back is the volume, how fast we can produce them. So then we cannot be this kind of VC-funded, previously known Birds and Limes and so on, who just got a lot of millions, bought Chinese scooters from huge factories and put them on the streets. So we will do it mindfully, we will do it sustainably, and we'll grow in a quality way that will give us world domination in the end.
We will hold you to it, but I'm sure you're going to reach it because I love the enthusiasm. And Alex, I have a question for you about, you're a journalist, and we see a lot of journalists come through Estonia as well, and we take them on tours and we give them things to write about. But I see also from the side that the storytelling aspect is really lacking at times, and maybe the destinations are not doing a good job in portraying what journalists should write about. And I know you mentioned that it has to be simple. Anything else you can kind of give us as what can we as a country or as a destination do to attract more good journalists, meaning that who actually write about things that are relevant and that would bring some sort of value to the destination as well?
Yeah, that's a big question, and I would say that it's one that doesn't have a simple answer, and unfortunately, I'll have to step back here first by saying that part of the model that you just mentioned and that we were used to in the past is at least part of the reason we're predicting now as far as tourism bottoming out in this era. Press trips, which is what those are called, when a journalist comes to a destination and is paid for by some other means, by nature, don't provide the most objective story. A journalist is essentially given an agenda and given a chance to cover a story that the destination wants them to cover, as opposed to the journalist covering something objectively. So from that perspective, every press script is a PR ploy, which seems obvious, but it's an important distinction because it means then that journalists are never really giving their readers the full story. They're actually acting as a PR arm. Why does this matter? Well, we see why it matters in a situation in COVID. Because journalists are not allowed to now travel to these places, so this publicity PR arm of tourism organizations, NPOs, can no longer exist. What does that mean? It means that they have to fall upon themselves to create their own stories and to do things correctly that would work whether or not they have a foreigner like me coming in or not. And I'll take even like maybe one step back a little bit more and say this, and this is part of the answer to your question. I appreciate places that really don't care that much about whether or not foreign tourists love them. And again, that sounds ridiculous, but to me, I love the pride and the confidence that comes from countries that understand what they are and are not desperate to attract and hopefully pull whatever foreigners they can to also like their story. I like it when countries and destinations just are confident in their own stories. So the one example I'll give that I figured out from earlier after I received your question was there's two destinations that I found to be particularly illustrative with this. One was cycling a few years ago through France along the Eurovelo route, which Estonia also has. I could tell that the routes in France, they didn't really care if I was there as a foreigner or as a traveler or not. Those routes they basically made because they wanted people in France to enjoy those routes. Any foreigners that enjoyed them was just gravy. It was just profit, which is great. But I appreciated that a lot, and it really sent off a light bulb in my head that one has to think about themselves first and what it is that makes their country, their destination tick. And if other people also like it, then great, you should come. And those are the kind of visitors you want, ones that are coming to Estonia, for instance, because they want to learn about Estonia. So long answer made short. Yes, I do think that making a story simple, but making it true. So if a journalist comes to a country and they have to cover the restaurant, the hotel, the specific destination within the country that the National Tourism Organization has paid for them to cover, then they are getting essentially a superficial travel story. If they create something that's true from the beginning, that the story of Estonia is being told correctly through their communities, then they can bring journalists there, they can fly them there, and allow them to experience the story for themselves without having to rely on those few activities that they hope the foreigner will enjoy.
And then last question to you on that front. Do you see language as being a problem here? Because I feel like storytelling so many times gets lost in literally in translation. Just want to get your quick view on that.
Yeah, I know, and that's a pity, really, because I'm well aware, and I'm well aware that unfortunately English has dominated the world. I'm also aware that that provides me an advantage that I probably don't deserve, frankly. Language is an issue, but look, I mean, we're at a conference here where almost everybody speaks English as well as I do. So yeah, it's an issue. But the fact of the matter is that is really a micro question inside the larger issue. Telling a story by using correct punctuation is not really the story that I'm talking about. The story that I'm talking about is what is it that makes your community tick and has made it tick for the last 500 years. And if you can find what it is that your generations before you have given as your inheritance, then you shouldn't have to be desperate to attract foreigners based on things that your country doesn't do well. It should always be based on something that is the story that you tell. If a few words get lost in translation between Estonian and English, that shouldn't make a difference.
Well, thank you. I'm glad you make that distinction because I was hoping you would take it in that direction, and thank you for pointing that out. We are actually coming to the end of our panel discussion, so I would like to thank my panelists here in the studio, the stage, the ones in the presence, and then thank you so much both Willy and Alex joining us digitally. Thank you everyone so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye, guys.
Thanks for having me.
And next we will have Lexsoul Dancemachine clip again, so enjoy the music.
Tšau kõigile, kes meid jälgivad saalis ja virtuaalsel teel. Igal juhul loodetavasti olete ennast mõnusalt juba sisse seadnud. Meie igatahes oleme ja Lexsoul Dancemachine viib teid nüüd kuumale troopilisele saarele reisile kookospähkleid nautima. lauldes. Coco, Coco, coconut ja kõik saalis, teeme seda. Coco, Coco, coconuts.
Lexsoul Dancemachine, thank you so much, although it's a virtual clap for you. I will now hand over the stage to Elisabeth Mast from the West-Estonia Tourism Board to present the awards in recognition of the best performers and actions in Western Estonia. Please.
Good afternoon, tere! Meie tunnustustseremoonia saab olema nüüd eesti keeles, väike vahepala siis. Meil on väga hea meel siin täna kõigegi just olla ja tuua teie ette meie selle aasta Lääne-Eesti turismitähed. Meil on väga hea meel ka selle üle, et vaatamata sellele, et turismisektorile oli väga väljakutsete rohke ja keeruline aasta, oli meil konkursile üle 30 kandidaadi. Täna tunnustame Lääne-Eesti parimaid 2 kategoorias. Selleks on aasta turismitegu 2020 ja aasta turismi arendaja. Meie esikolmikud selgitas välja hindamiskomisjon, kuhu kuulusid maakondlike turismiarendusorganisatsioonide esindajad, EAS-i, erialaliitude ja Lääne-Eesti turismi esindajad. Ja nagu hindamiskomisjoni liikmed ka ütlesid, siis tänav oli tegelikult neid punkte anda väga-väga keeruline, sest neid kandidaate, kes väga eredalt särasid oma kastist välja mõtlemisega ja ainulaadsete ideedega, et neid oli väga palju. Ja enne veel, kui me esimese kategooria avame, ma tahaksin ette lugeda ühe nominatsiooni. See oli esimeste hulgas, mis meile laekus. Me arvestada seda paraku ei saa, aga ma arvan, et ma võiksin ta siiski ette lugeda. Nimelt laekus meile avaldus, kus aasta turismiteo kandidaadiks esitati koroona. Ja põhjendus kõlas nii. Lugematu hulk koosolekuid, kampaaniaid, ajurünnakuid ja ühistegusid ei suutnud seda, mida tegi nähtamatu tilluke viirus hetkega. Lukustas piirid ja avas palju kõneldud siseturismi potentsiaali. Pildilt kadusid turismitööstuse mammutid ja särasid uued pisikesed staarid, kes ülima paindlikkusega suutsid realiseerida uued tuuled. Nii et see olukord tegelikult näitab, et ka kõige halvimast võib vahel leida midagi head. Aga minnes meie tunnustamise juurde, siis meie esimene kategooria täna on aasta turismitegu. Selles kategoorias me tunnustame nominente, kes on siis möödunud aasta jooksul eriliselt silma paistnud ja andnud oma panuse Lääne-Eesti regiooni kui turismipiirkonna tuntuse kasvatamisele. Sellesse kategooriasse laekus meile 21 kandidaati ja täna on meil siin saalis 3 selle kategooria parimat. 3. koht, aasta turismitegu 2020. Selle kandidaadi näol on tegu turismikampaaniaga, mis 0 eurose eelarve ja kohaliku kogukonna panusena saavutas erakordselt suure kõlapinna ja positiivse tähelepanu, mis omakorda viis ka selle suve augustikuus kõigi aegade siseturistide rekordini Saaremaal ja Muhus. Ja see on #postkaart Saaremaale. Ja aasta turismitegu teine koht. See üliedukas ja väga väikese eelarvega kampaania Läti turul tõi hulganisti tuntuid ja külastajaid. Need ettevõtjad arendavad jätkuvalt ühte unikaalseimat turismitoodet Eestis, millest võidab kogu Saare maakond ja Lääne-Eesti. Ja see on viirelaiu müügikampaania Lätis ja palume siia Viirelaiu Vabariik. Nii ja selle kategooria esimene koht. Selle rajatisega on loodud Hiiumaale uus ja unikaalne kogu perele mõeldud ja aastaringselt külastamist võimaldav elamuskeskus. Elamuskeskuse rajamine elavdab nii kohaliku piirkonna elu, on loonud uusi töökohti ning edasi viinud ka Hiiumaa kui terviku mainet turismi sihtkohana. Ja see on elamuskeskuse tuuletorn rajamine Hiiumaale. Suur aitäh teile! Nii ja meie teine ja ühtlasi ka viimane kategooria on aasta turismiarendaja. Selles kategoorias tunnustame neid, kes on siis juba pikaajaliselt eriliselt silma paistnud ja panustanud piirkonna arengusse. Sellesse kategooriasse laekus meile kokku 10 kandidaati ja täpselt samuti on saalis täna siis 3 meie piirkonna kõige paremat. Ja 3. koht, aasta turismiarendaja 2020. See kandidaat on oma pealehakkamise ja piiritu energiaga kutsunud ellu mitmeid põnevaid eriprojekte, mis annavad piirkonnale olulise lisandväärtuse läbi merekultuuri järjepidev populariseerimise ja nii Saaremaale kui Abruka saarele suurema tähelepanu tõmbamise eest väärib tunnustust purjelaev Hopet ja kapten Pekka Rooveli. Palun tule siia. Ja teine koht. See kandidaat on kõige kauem sihtkoha arenduses töötanud turismiasjaline Lääne-Eestis. Ta on edukalt arendanud ja tutvustanud Saaremaad kokku juba 23 aastat. Lisaks on teda varemgi esile tõstetud turismiportaali Puhka Eestis edukal haldamisel. Täna on ta Lääne-Eesti regiooni vanem kasutaja ning vastutab kõigi Lääne-Eesti objektide korrashoiu eest. Ja see on Kati Aus. Nii, ja esimene koht. See kandidaat on pikaajaline Soomaal turismindust arendav ettevõtja. Juba mitukümmend aastat Soomaal rabades ja jõgedel matku korraldanud loodusmees ja ökoturismi eestvedaja. Tänu temale on Soomaa piirkond jõudnud mitte ainult Eesti, vaid ka maailmakaardile. Tema korraldatud raba- ja jõematkad on alati väga atraktiivsed ja eristuvad. Ta suudab ikka ja jälle üllatada ning on alati valmis Soomaa kui kogu Pärnumaa loodusteemadel kaasa rääkima ja piirkonda esindama. Ja nagu kõik juba saalis ilmselt aru said, siis see on Aivar Ruukel. aitäh ja veel üks aplaus palun kõigile meie Lääne-Eesti tublidele.
Thank you, everyone, and also from me, congratulations to all the winners. We will now take a short coffee break and we will be back here at 4 o'clock. Kohtume kell 16 siinsamas saalis. Thank you. back, everyone. I hope you had a nice, refreshing coffee break and were able to stretch your legs. Before we go to our next speaker, Maarja, there is a video we want to show you. On the topic of sustainability, Pärnu actually received the first place at the Baltic Sea Sustainability Awards. So we'll play you now that video. It's very, very fitting to the theme and topic today. So please, cue in the video.
Thank you for the first Baltic Sea Region Sustainability Award. Pärnu is really proud to accept it. Pärnu has done quite a lot of work to achieve that level where we are today. Pärnu has the largest solar park, for example. We have biogas buses. We have urban cows, whatever you can name. Half of Pärnu basically is a green area. We are a lovely seaside resort. We have a large river. Nature has given us everything to be really sustainable. So thank you a lot. COVID has impacted us quite a bit, actually. We are the top wellness resort in the Baltic Sea region, so like most of you, the impact has been quite big. But we have managed to actually conquer it. We did a large campaign inside Estonia. We have managed to attract some of our neighbors to visit us. This summer, we managed to attract 55% more Estonians to visit Pärnu. So that's actually a big step forward. Pärnu was the first city to implement a special campaign that the hotels are actually confirming that they are taking all precautions to prevent COVID spread. So a big thank you again. We hope to see you in Pärnu already next summer when the situation has gone better. Have a lovely conference and see you soon.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Maarja, and I'm the CEO of Latitude 59. First of all, a massive thank you and congratulations to the whole PLAYDAY team, because being an events organizer myself, I know that putting something like this on is no mean feat, especially in these circumstances that we're facing in this year. So I was asked to share our experience in putting on the first hybrid tech conference in the region, and we think that probably in the whole of Europe as well, because we haven't heard of any other technology conferences that kind of beat us to that deadline. So Latitude 59 is Estonia's flagship tech and startup conference, and yes, over the next half an hour or so, I'll be sharing some lessons that we learned, and perhaps there are some key takeaways from you guys here as well on putting on some events in the future. So first of all, maybe a couple of words about myself. So I've been the main organizer of Latitude 59 since 2019 now, so this is going to be my third one in 2021. And then I was involved in the team prior to that as well, and before that I've been running some business accelerators and business incubators in Estonia. Before that, I spent 7 years in London, where I worked in a government institution and also in a design magazine, and also did 2 degrees. And my first degree was actually in music media and event management. And during this crazy spring, I joked that we learned a lot in those event management classes, but no one taught us how to put on events during a global pandemic. So we had to learn all this ourselves. So a bit about Latitude 59 itself, because it doesn't have too much to do with, directly to do with tourism, although we attract a very, very international crowd. But Latitude 59 is the top and most important event for the Estonian tech community. And it's actually been taking place since 2012 in this current format. And we just realized that the 2021 edition is going to be our 10th one, so this is going to be massive as well. So yeah, 2012 we started, and in 2015 we moved to the then recently opened Kultuurikatel venue, which has kind of remained our home ever since. And for our visitors, we ourselves have gotten so used to the venue already, but for our visitors, especially for those who either haven't been to Estonia before or who are visiting our event for the first time, for them, the venue is just really, really awesome as well. So that's why we wanted to make sure that we can still offer them a chance to kind of come and see and experience the venue as well. And as I said, it's a key event for the tech community. So that means for our startups, for the investors, for anyone who's interested in the kind of the innovation culture and kind of the digitally driven society that we have here in Estonia. So as I said, we attract a very, very international crowd. Latitude 59 is being organized by a team of 8. Two of those team members are actually in the audience as well. So perhaps if you want to have a chat with them later as well, you can ask about their experience too. But yeah, it's a team of 8. And our colleagues from abroad who are organizing other bigger events are always astonished at how do we manage to put on such an event with such a small team. But obviously, in addition to our amazing team, we also receive a lot of help from obviously volunteers during the event itself, production partners, wider community, and it is really a community event. But now we're getting to the kind of lessons. So as I said, my first Latitude 59 as a CEO of it was in 2019. And in many senses, it was our record year, really. We attracted for the first time more than 2,500 people from 58 different countries, so a very, very international event. We hosted more than 25 side events during the week of Latitude 59 in 2019. I think about 1,700 people visited the side events in total. So it was basically 3 days of lots of mingling events, deals being made, and it was, by all standards, it was a really, really successful event. And kind of coming off the success, we had big improvement plans and massive plans for the 2020 edition, and we really started planning for it in the autumn. And yeah, everything was in place and ready to kind of kick off in early 2020. So I went on holidays in February 2020, knowing that about 70% of the event has basically been organized and everything is well underway for the May, when we usually host our event. And when I landed back in Estonia, it was basically the beginning of the COVID outbreak in Europe. So in early March, we realized that we have to do something, that we definitely can't have our event at the end of May as we had planned. In the description for this talk, I mentioned the word luck. And I think in addition to the very, very hard work that the whole team has been doing throughout this year, luck has also been a very kind of key factor. Because when we took the decision to postpone the event, my first call was to the Kultuurikatel, or our contact at the Kultuurikatel, and we booked the dates for the end of August. And she said that straight after my call, she received 5 other phone calls for the exact same dates, and we actually beat the other requests. Also, we decided to postpone the event to the end of August, thinking that the kind of the September-October season in the tech world is already populated with loads of other events, and then the events from the spring were also being postponed to the autumn, meaning that we didn't want to kind of postpone our event into this calendar as well, and we wanted to kind of be the first ones. And little did we know then that kind of the COVID numbers are going to be like they were, and we were really lucky that they were quite low in the summer. And also when we took the decision to postpone the event, that's when our kind of the communication, or the new communication cycle really started. And that's one of the key takeaways that I'm actually going to be talking about later as well, is the kind of the constant over communication that we did for our attendees, for our partners, and for our sponsors and everyone else. So, When we took the decision to postpone, we thought that we can actually have it at the end of August as our usual 2,500 in-person people event. And probably around May time, we realized that this is not going to be viable. We did consider going fully online, but because we had organized online events ourselves in the spring, we had participated in different kind of conferences, webinars, etc. We really realized quite quickly that we don't want to put on an online-only event, because the hybrid really felt like the way forward, so that when there are people on site, then the people who are watching or joining the event online, they actually kind of feel a bit better too. So we decided to go hybrid. And then we realized that we were going to be the first ones, so we didn't have really anyone to really learn from, so we had to kind of invent a bicycle ourselves. So we took that decision at the end of May. We had less than 3 months to organize something that we had never done before. And one of the key takeaways, don't organize such a big event in the summer. That's one of the lessons that we learned. It was very, very difficult. This picture is actually taken in Pärnu, in the forward space, because it was in the middle of the summer and we were all working our asses off. And I just wanted to give our team a chance to kind of recuperate a bit. So we came here for a week and worked and then enjoyed the sunny Pärnu as well. But those 3 months, they were absolutely maddening. It was constant up and down. It was every day there was a different decision being made by the government. We didn't know until mid-July whether we can actually have more than 500 people in the room. And by that time, we had already sold 500 tickets. By March, I think. So we had already basically sold out, and that's not even taking into account the team or the volunteers or the production people. And in essence, we didn't know what's going to happen with the COVID numbers, so we were basically organizing two events at once. So that was quite fun. Latitude 59 kind of stands on 3 pillars. Our program, which is always very international, very inspirational, directed towards startups, investors, and obviously kind of e-governance enthusiasts. The main pillar, so to say, is the matchmaking and the networking element of it, because our key goal is to put investors, startups, and other deal makers together, and just to kind of give them a space to make deals. And then the third pillar are the actual startups, because every year we get new startups and we want to really shine a spotlight on them. Knowing that we can't put on this usual big event that we usually do, we decided to kind of narrow the focus and really very narrowly focus on the startups and investors and their kind of relations, and making sure that they have a space and a safe space to get together. So we kind of threw out the general innovation and digitalization aspect of the program. So this is basically a bit of kind of stats on what we ended up with. So as I said, usually we have 2,500 people. Now we had almost 2,000 people from 55 countries. So this is still shows that we were quite successful, because in 2019 we had 58 countries. And of whom more than 900 actually checked in on site. And I just checked before that I think on site we had people from 25 different nationalities. So again, still quite an international crowd. And what we're actually the most proud of is the number of investors, because the number of investors has been growing year on year, and this was actually a record year of investors who participated in the event. So that shows that the interest towards this region is still there and stronger than ever. And yeah, just a little map of the countries that we managed to cover. You probably see Japan in there, so we always have a big interest from Asia, and it was the same this year. So our Japanese friends basically hosted their own events in Japan and joined us online. So still quite a big turnout. I'm now going to talk about the kind of the innovations and the ways that we did some things differently. So first, I'll start with the program. In our ordinary years, we have about 5 stages and more than 100 speakers from all over the world that we fly in to speak to our participants. Obviously, couldn't do this this year. We're not really too keen on having our speakers joining us online or over the kind of the video calls. So from very early on, we took a decision that if there are going to be speakers who will be kind of speaking online, there is always going to be someone on the stage in the venue with them, just to kind of create this interactivity. We were also very humbled that some of our speakers actually decided to come to Estonia and stay in isolation before the event itself, because they really just wanted to be here in person. And then in the end, we kind of attracted speakers from the in-person speakers from the region, from the Baltics, from Finland, some from Germany, and then some of the others joined us online. We also managed to still have quite an international program. So as I mentioned, our Japanese friends actually just hosted their own pitching competitions that we streamed on site, and then there was a jury on the stage. So again, a very interactive experience. We also had sessions from Belarus, we had Sweden, so yeah, linking basically all over the world. But we did have to kind of reduce obviously the number of speakers and stages, even for the kind of the safety of our attendees. So this is the end result. Now on to the startups, who, as I said, are basically our stars of the show. One of the key things that we always have, and which is a top attraction, is our startup demo area, where we have about 30 to 40 up-and-coming startups showcasing their products, their services, and it's a really kind of bustling area in the Kultuurikatel. And that was the first thing that we realized that we can't really have, because that's where the most people kind of really gather. So we decided to move the demo area to our online platform, but that meant that our startups are not going to be as visible as they usually are. So we had to come up with some kind of innovations and new opportunities for them to give them a chance to get the maximum out of the event. And I'm really glad to say that the innovations that we or the new ideas that we came up with are something that we're definitely taking with us to the next editions as well. And if it weren't for this pandemic, then we probably might not even have come up with those ideas. So one of the things that we did was to implement kind of mentoring part to our event. As I said, we had lots of speakers who we had booked, but who couldn't actually come to the 2020 edition. So we asked some of our previous speakers, asked people from our wider network if they would be happy to give out some mentoring sessions or online mentoring sessions during the week of Latitude 59. And it was hard work. I think it was done in kind of under 2 months. Our long-suffering program manager really put loads and loads of hours in, and I think she didn't really realize in the beginning that if you have kind of hundreds of startups signing up for the mentoring session, then how do you organize the registration process? And it seems like it's easy, but it's actually not. And we came to this understanding a bit too late in the game, so that's something that we're definitely going to improve next time round. But in the end, we had 67 mentors from 15 countries all over the world giving out those kind of really personal mentoring sessions. We had unicorn founders, we had lawyers, we had marketing professionals, etc., etc. And everyone was really happy to give their time. And I think we haven't really had that positive feedback for anything that we've done. So this is something that we're definitely going to be taking with us for the next event as well. Second improvement that we did was in our for our pitching competition, which is always the star of the show. So at the end of the Latitude 59, we have this massive live pitching event with hundreds of thousands of euros being given out in investment. Again, because we knew that the startups who would be competing for the investment, they would have to be on the stage in person. But we have startups from all over the world, and we really wanted to give them a chance to be kind of part of the community and really be able to show them or showcase them as well. So we decided to, for the first time ever, to do online pre-finals. So in the beginning of August, we hosted 5 days of pitches from a studio in Tallinn. My colleague Kai was one of the presenters, so it was, 5 days filled with online pitches from all over the world, basically. Obviously, time zones, jury members, because each day had different jury members, getting all the slides and everything together. So again, hard work. But in the end, the lead investor from the Estonian Business Angels Association, who kind of led the syndicate, said that this exercise really gave them so much insight into the startups that they usually don't get, because usually they just read the applications, have some calls, have some meetings with the startups, but this additional pitching event gave so much more insight. Again, something that we're definitely planning to do again next time around. So, in the end, we had 2 teams winning 200,000 euro syndicated investment on the stage. Also, we gave out our own prize of 10,000 euro cash and lots of other prizes as well. So, in the end, it was worth it, and lots of startups got to shine. We also had to make some changes to the way that we treat our investors. One of the perks that we usually always have is the separate investor day that we host the day before, because during those events, investors are basically sitting with startups hour and hour and hour. So we always give them a chance to kind of talk shop amongst themselves. This time around, again, because of safety precautions, we didn't want to have a separate day, so we hosted a breakfast instead, and in the beginning of or before the beginning of the main event. And again, now we heard from some of the investors saying that maybe we can do the same next year instead of the usual investor day. So something that we didn't know before. So I'm now going to be talking about the kind of the hybrid part of our event. So as I said, we were the first ones to do it. So lots of stumbling blocks, lots of mistakes were made. But I really loved the feedback from one of the participants who said that she was watching and participating for a computer in Albania, I think, and she said that she really felt like part of the crowd. So I really hope that all of you are watching us or joining us at home, that you're feeling the same way. We were lucky that our matchmaking partner, so we always use a platform where, or a digital platform where the actual kind of the matchmaking between the investors and startups takes place, that they also developed their kind of the digital app platform. Because one of the things that we really wanted to ensure was that our participants wouldn't have to use different apps, that they can actually go to just one platform and experience the whole event there. So yes, our platform was a matchmaking platform. It was the place where they can meet all the startups. We had an online demo area there. That was the platform where they could actually follow the program part of it, where they could ask questions and engage actively in the discussions that were happening in the program part as well. And this photo is actually my favorite photo from the whole event. Because I was going into this, I was really worried that we have people who are on location and we have people who are joining us online. And I know that the people in Kultuurikattel, that they can interact with each other. And probably the people who are online, they can kind of interact with each other. But how do we ensure the matchmaking and interaction between the people on location and online? And this photo shows that we succeeded, because this is I think it's an investor who's sitting in a meeting booth on location having a video call on our platform with someone who's participating online. So I was really happy about that. Yeah, in the end, there were some 26,000 messages being sent on the digital app platform, so that shows that the communication really happened. And yes, we measured the online views of the content as well. So these are the live views. We streamed our sessions both in the app, and we also streamed it free on YouTube and our homepage as well. So the people who didn't buy the ticket, then just wanted to see the content, they were still able to do that. So. We're now getting to the social side of the event, and I'm really, really sad that we can't have the party tonight. At the same time, I'm really happy that we managed to do it for Latitude 59. The parties and the informal things are always quite important for these types of events, because a lot of the deals and networking gets done in this informal way. So we usually have this massive party on the first night of the conference. This time around, we had it in Telliskivi kvartal, and again, taking into consideration all the safety measures, etc. It was done outside. We had lots of bars partnering with us, so people could actually spread around and pick and choose where they can either hide away from the crowd or enjoy the music outside. So we were, yes, quite happy that we still managed to put it on safely. And now I'm getting to the whole health and safety side of it, because while actually just organizing the normal conference, this was something that was always in the back of our minds. How we're going to have more than 1,000 people coming to the location? How do we ensure that we're not going to get an outbreak? Again, I have to say that we were quite lucky in a sense that, as I said, in the middle of the summer, we weren't sure if we can have more than 500 people in the room. And luckily, we took place a week before Rally Estonia happened. So that meant that the government had to increase the numbers for events. So I think we officially would have been able to have a 1,500 people event, but we didn't want to go over 1,000 anyway. So throughout the summer, we were in constant discussions with the health board. We gave them a very long overview of all our health and safety plans about 2 weeks before the event. I'm joking that we had enough disinfectant in the whole venue that we could have filled a small pool with it. So for that, I have to be very grateful for Chemifarm, who gave it for free. We had custom-made masks that we're all wearing here as well. And then one of the things that we also introduced for the program side that we didn't do enough before was to have that we had long breaks. And really emptied out the rooms and aired the rooms. And also we had a private medical provider as a partner. So there was a doctor at hand or on call all the time, and we asked our participants to fill out a health questionnaire every day as well, so we can actually just measure the level of the threat. And yes, asked people to keep distance and greet each other in a safe way. We're now getting to the communication part. I'm probably not lying if I say that we most probably either emailed, spoke, or communicated with every single person who attended the event. Because there was so many changes all the time that we had to communicate. Before, or usually we have quite automated communication processes, so that when someone buys a ticket, they will get an email with all the instructions that they will have to do. This time around, suddenly we had people who were participating on site, we had people who were participating online, then there were people who decided midway through that, oh, I can't come, I'm going to be an online participant instead. So our long-suffering marketing manager, Anniken, probably, I think you've never sent out so many emails as you did throughout the summer. But while we did over-communicate, it was in the end part of the kind of the success as well. Because as I said, we were the first ones. People hadn't really done hybrid before, and there's a big kind of learning curve to it. And we made sure that we had very clear instructions for the online participants on how to actually operate the platform, and that our assistant probably sent out hundreds and hundreds of emails from the information inbox. And I think that this kind of the personal communication is really key during these times as well. And what we're kind of especially proud of is that our actual kind of the digital media reach and the numbers that we achieved during the month of August weren't really smaller than usual. I think a tiny bit smaller, Anniken, right? Yeah, and but still quite impressive numbers. We couldn't have done it without our partners and sponsors, but as I said before, don't organize an event in the middle of the summer. Especially fundraising part is very, very difficult because everyone, we have the corona outbreak, right? And then also July, everyone is on holidays. So all the kind of the email chains and meetings, setting up a meeting took like 3 weeks because the key people were on holidays. But really thankful for everyone who came on board. So maybe now to the kind of the conclusion part, why we succeeded. As I said, luck played a very kind of small but significant role in it. Our team, so the core team has been organizing this event for years. So we've all been through lots of ups and downs with regards to Latitude 59, and we've been through it also. And because we work so well together, we were able to work kind of really under the pressure as well. Also the fact that the community wanted this event. We wouldn't have done it if we didn't have the clear sign from the community that, yes, we actually want to come together and we want to come to Estonia and we want to have this. So the support was really there. And that we really want to have it in person and with an added hybrid bit or the online bit, and not just online and not just another Zoom call. So yes, now I'm going to show a little video of the event that we managed to put on, and then I think it's time for some questions.
You hold on so tight, open up your eyes. This is our time, can't let it pass us by. Gotta let go, you gotta let go, you gotta let go, you gotta let go. Gotta let go, you gotta let go, you gotta let go. You freaking run away. 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 Sometimes you can't see how good it is to be free. All that we need, eyes closed, fall into me. You freaking run away.
And one more thing, the next one is going to be at the end of May 2021, so come and join us. Thank you.
Thank you, Maarja. That was a great and very endearing story to hear, first of all. And I know the pains, because I've had to reorganize about 20 events in the last 6 months, so really well done, especially in this scale. And one of my questions to you is, just as in the events industry, do you think this was a needed push?
The kind of the hybrid bit?
Yes.
Or, I think it was needed, yes, but I'm not sure that it should have been done in a way it was done. That we didn't really need that harsh conditions to go hybrid. Because yes, we've seen that the model works. Yeah. There's lots of kind of improvements to be made. But speaking with kind of people from the tech community, they're actually enjoying the fact that they don't have to fly every single week. But at the same time, the physical element is very important. You can't just have online events. I've participated in, I think, 3 or 4 online conferences over the past month, and it is a very difficult thing to put on. Yeah.
And so what are some of the things that you're for sure, you mentioned the mentoring sessions that you're keeping, then the sort of investor day, making it more like a breakfast event. What are the sort of, if you could list out some of the things that you for sure are going to keep from this hybrid model?
I think it is, so the mentoring sessions are definitely going to stay there. And again, we're actually searching for a platform that could fill our needs a bit more, because the platform that we use right now, all the elements and the functionality is there, but the UX is not not perfect.
This is the right conference for it.
Exactly. So that's one of the kind of the key elements as well in putting on those hybrid events, is that the people who are watching us or joining us online, that they have the really good UX and a good experience. At the same time, as I said, I don't want to spread the people out between different applications. I want them to be all together on one platform. So yeah.
Could be an idea for one of your startups, I guess.
Exactly.
Well, I think a lot of tech companies now are trying to get into the events business game, because all of a sudden we need to be doing this. So I'm sure we're going to see quite a lot coming out from there as well.
But then there's the question of kind of testing it on the scale. So.
Yeah, exactly. So I think there'll be niche players who are doing smaller events, but like large scale, like Latitude 59, obviously needs a lot of power.
Exactly.
So that's interesting. Also, from your kind of sponsorship side, because that's something I not struggled with, but I found that challenging. I wanted to get your experience in terms of what was the sort of sentiment? Was it saying, okay, well, we're not going to put up all this money because it's not going to be the same experience. We just even don't know if it's going to happen. Tell me a bit about that story.
Well, as I said, fundraising was especially difficult this year because of several different factors. So summer, COVID. Luckily, by the summer, most of the companies that we partner with had already understood that, it's not all going to go shit just right away, right? But at the same time, as I said, it hadn't been done before, so they didn't really know
what they're getting into.
Exactly. Yeah. So we did. We're very, very grateful for the partners who've been supporting us throughout the years, and they actually stuck with us. But explaining to some of the new partners the value that they're going to get out of it was quite difficult, because obviously we didn't know ourselves how it's going to be turning out. So that's why I was really happy to see the numbers and the exposure that we reached. So this year is going to be a bit easier, because we can improve that or prove that we can actually do it.
And were all your partners and sponsors happy in the end? Were they actually thrilled with the outcome? Because I guess everyone's expectations were quite low, in the sense we just don't know, right? Not that it's anything to do with your organization skills, but it's just in the unknown, right?
Well, I think I've never received so much positive feedback as we did for this event. So definitely, yeah.
And do you think that the fact that the event happened in this scale in Estonia, and Estonia being, well, we are quite fortunate, knock on wood, still having very low infection rates compared to everyone else. Do you think that played a role? If people still coming and doing the quarantine and being, I guess, a bit more at ease, because for example in the UK, I mean, you couldn't do that.
Do something like that. Definitely, I think because the international community that we mostly kind of deal with, they are quite tech savvy and quite kind of progressive anyway. So we could assure them that yes, this is a safe space, but at the same time, like one of the kind of the added stress factors throughout the summer was that when we started out planning in June, I think there was like 23 different countries that you could fly in from. We ended up with 5 countries or something.
That was a tail end of all the restrictions.
So that was like fun, and picking some of the speakers who were meant to come from like Austria, etc. So, but yes. I think the fact that we managed to put on Rally Estonia, that we managed to do Latitude 59 and kind of several other events did kind of play a key role. And then also that we were quite quick to kind of adapt to the kind of the technical challenges. And it is much easier for us here than in some other places.
All right, Maarja, well, thank you so much for sharing the story. We appreciate it. And best of luck in the end of May next year with again, a somewhat maybe unforeseen hybrid format.
At least we've done it before now, so
exactly.
It's not the first time.
Thank you so much, Maarja.
Thank you so much. Cheers.
And next up, we have Marko, please.
Good afternoon or evening, everyone. Hello. So my name is Marko, and I'm going to do a few things a bit differently. I'm going to introduce myself to you a bit later, but instead, I'd like to start with a story. I'll tell you about Elliot. I'll tell you a story about Elliot, who was a patient who was described in the world-famous neuroscientist Antonio Damasio's book, Descartes' Error. So Elliot was a very successful lawyer, and he had a brain tumor. So he had the brain tumor operated. He recovered well, his health came back, and then suddenly things started falling apart. He couldn't keep a job anymore, he couldn't keep a relationship, he got divorced, got married again. Things didn't work out, so he was seeking for help. He was going from a therapist to another therapist, from therapist to therapist, and eventually he ended up with Antonio Damasio, who is an American neuroscientist of Portuguese origin, and quite well known. So they ran the whole battery of tests, of cognitive abilities, of IQ, everything was top-notch. The lawyer, Elliot, was fine. He was still a seemingly top-performing individual, but for some reason, things were not working out. And then, one day, when they were meeting again, Damasio asked Elliot, when should we have our next meeting? And Elliot was able to list all the arguments, pro and contra, about different times of meeting, but he was unable to make a decision. What had happened, and then it dawned on Professor Damasio, was that during the operation of removing the tumor, they had damaged the connection between Elliot's emotional brain centers and the prefrontal cortex that takes care of reasoning. And the thing is that there isn't a single decision in the world that you can make that is not affected by emotions. Elliot was not able to make a decision because the emotional part of the brain is the part of the brain that valences preferences for us. You can have all the arguments, these come from your so-called CEO of the brain if you want, but if you don't have access to emotional preferences, there will be no decision. When I was invited here, we were looking at the situation of the tourism industry. And I know that the statistics is pretty grim. There's a prediction that out of the 330 million jobs in the tourism industry, 121 million will be lost. So we're living in an environment of extreme tension. And everybody talks about stress in this new situation, but we usually have an interesting relationship with emotions, particularly the ones that we consider negative. I want to offer you a new perspective, as we're going to be looking into emotional intelligence today, how we could look at emotions a bit differently. So I'll zoom in on stress, but we're going to be talking about all of human emotional patterns, if you will. So stress can be looked at as the body's immediate response to a perceived threat. And it happens automatically. It happens in the older part of the brain that we share with other mammals. Now, the thing is that stress is a natural thing. There's nothing wrong with stress. I'm here to tell you that there's also nothing wrong with anxiety per se. Anxiety is a normal reaction to uncertainty. And as you all know from your industry, there's plenty of that. So I want to congratulate all of you. You kind of won the evolutionary lottery. I know pretty much exactly how neurotic all of you are. I know that you get anxious sometimes. I know many of you get depressed. And, well, that's the price we paid for surviving. Probably these ancestors of ours who were one with everything got eaten by the lion. And the ones who saw danger behind every bush, whose minds were there to constantly look for danger, these survived. So when we're afraid, it increases our chances of survival. We're basically kind of simple creatures, if you will, and most creatures are. We want to maximize benefits and we want to minimize threats. That's kind of the underlying operating principle of our mind. So we have a built-in stress system in our mind. And stress is a natural reaction to events. There's nothing wrong with you when you get stressed. When we get anxious, it's a normal thing. Many speakers who've been up on the stage have been anxious today. It comes and then it goes away. It puts you in the performance zone. It becomes a problem if it stays for too long, and then we need new ways of coping with this stuff. So the threat response system gives us signals. It gives us signals in our body. These are very fast. So when we get an emotional response, you can actually learn to track your responses in the body. If you separately focus on that, you get emotional reactions, you get hyperarousal, you get readiness to act, you kind of push out other information. And we have a cognitive reaction as well. Humans have something called the negativity bias. Think about a moment when you did something and then you got feedback. You got praise from 9 people out of a group, and then one person came and said, yeah, I didn't like that so much. What are you going to be thinking about that evening? Are you going to be thinking about the 90% of praise that you got or the 10% of failure? We're designed to track danger, and this comment that's critical is dangerous. So there's a lot of work around that in organizations. What's the ratio of praise to criticism when we manage teams? And that's a topic for another meeting of ours. So stress, you've probably heard this, but stress can be divided into 2 categories. So there's the good stress and the bad stress, so to say. And I apologize to the odd psychologist or neuroscientist in the audience, because most of the things we talk about today are simplified. But this makes it easy to understand and practice in real life. So some stress is fine. It makes us perform well. When I get on the stage, I will get an extra surge of energy in my body. My blood pressure will go up a bit. I spoke to some other speakers. It's the same thing. It will make sure that my cognitive abilities are focused on you. Because I'm here for you, and this is right now my field of vision. I'm trying very hard not to look to the sides, and I'm happy that there's no shiny things, because they would make me broaden my focus. This is stress. But this is a kind of a good stress that's making me be here for you, be focused on this target. Now, if it stays too long, if suddenly the things break and the organizers tell me that I have to be here for 3 hours and you're not going to do anything, I'm probably going to get more stressed. And I'm going to move towards the other zone of that. And if I get out of here, perhaps I won't even get out of it. That will lead to burnout and possibly breakdown. So I'll prime you now. I'll show you a picture. And I'm wondering if you can recognize what I mean with that. No comment whatsoever. So all of you were talking about, many of you were talking about virtual events. We've been looking at Zoom and Google Meet and Microsoft Teams for months now, many are tired. There's even talk about Zoom fatigue now as a separate symptom almost. We live in a world where our attention has become a commodity. So our attention is being traded. So what I'm here to tell you today is that if we want to stay sane in this new environment, we need to learn to take our attention back. If we are not directing our attention, someone else is. I want to share a few tricks with you today how you can get started with pulling your attention back, because our brains have a bias towards getting lost in the stuff that's presented towards us. There was some interesting research done a while back, 2010 actually already, where information flow was not so mad yet. And this is out of the University of Harvard by Professors Killingsworth and his colleagues. So about half of the time, an average human's mind is wandering around aimlessly, just doing stuff out of control. That's half of our life. They also found that when we talk about an industry, we're also talking about leadership. They found that 70% of leaders already in 2010 were unable to be focused at meetings. And they also found that only 2% regularly take time to enhance personal productivity. Now, a rhetorical question to you. Which percentage of the 2% do you think takes care of their emotional well-being? Pays attention to how they feel, what they react to, and what's their, shall I say, mental diet? What's in your feed on Facebook? Which news do you consume? What we put in has an impact in what's going on inside it, because remember, we have a negativity bias, and we have the parts of our brains that we share with other mammals that are there to figure out threats. What happens is that we'll run through life on autopilot. Autopilot is our friend. It's a metaphor, of course. The autopilot is there to help us navigate too much information, situations that are too complicated. So the higher the stress, the more chance there is that we'll switch to pre-learned patterns. I'm not going to read out all the things on the slides because I think both people online and people in the hall, everybody can see that. But the thing is that autopilot does take care of many things well. So if we drive a car, when we're driving a car, it would be a problem if I would start thinking every time, again, how to turn the wheel. Or if you're driving a clutch, how exactly do I push that? Release the gas, put the foot down, and start doing this movement. You'd probably crash the car and kill someone. So autopilot is good. It takes care of stuff, we learn it, and puts it out of our kind of cognitive resources area. So we can put our attention to new things. But now we have a situation that's overwhelming. So autopilot can be described by many things, but basically we're not here with the task. We're worried about the future or the past. We're distracted, and we're not really aware of what's going on within this body that's giving me constant emotional information, that's giving you information what's going on with you, and that makes us go through relationships with our loved ones and colleagues like we were driving a car on autopilot. And if you take a moment, what becomes of our quality of life if our attention is stolen by big giants who will sell your clicks and the information based on where you put your attention, your time, out of your credit of your life, and we are not able to train it. So think about it. What becomes of our relationship when we go with that mode to our loved ones, to our people, our teams who are stressed about the current situation? We need to do something. So the question is, how do we take our attention back? And I want to offer a few solutions to you. So a really cool solution that I know is to get acquainted with the concept of emotional intelligence. That means that we become aware of how our emotions participate in our decision-making. I don't do that normally, but I'll read that definition off of the slide. I don't like reading slides out loud. But emotional intelligence has been defined by Professor Salovey and Meyer in 1990, when it kind of came to the scene of psychology, as the ability to monitor one's own and others' feelings and emotions. One, to discriminate among them, and to use this information to guide one's thinking and actions. It's a pretty loaded statement here, But the thing is that we learn to monitor our emotions and feelings. You see two separate words here, by the way. Feelings and emotions are not necessarily the same, although we speak of them as though they're synonyms. But emotions can be seen as the body's physiological responses to stimuli. And they are fast and automatic. They come from the older parts of the brain, from our salient system, so to say. And I'll speak of that a bit later. And feelings are what happens a bit later. Emotions last from 7 to 90 seconds. This number will vary depending on who you read. Feelings is when your perceptions and preconceived notions get mixed into the pile. Feelings last longer, and moods are a completely different beast. Feelings or emotions tend to be focused on a specific situation. Moods tend to be abstract. If and when we learn to develop our emotional intelligence, we get access to an ability. We get access to resilience. So resilience is a term that comes from physics in some sense. And in physics, it means the ability of a material to reassume its previous shape. So if you look at a sponge, maybe you use one under the shower, or if somebody does makeup, you use sponges. You squeeze it, it goes out of shape. Stress comes to the structure, you release it. If it's resilient, it pops back to the previous position. The quicker it does that, the faster it does that, and the more the new shape is like the previous one, the more resilient that material is. So what we're talking about is emotional resilience. I want to offer to you that, yes, these times are stressful, but stress is normal. You can never get rid of emotions. You need emotions to make decisions, otherwise you'll be like Elliot, unable to make decisions, because you can only rationalize things, make arguments, but we don't work like that. You can never make a decision without the emotions informing what's good, what's not good for me or my family or for my community. And that will lead us to becoming more resilient to difficulty. So the ability to bounce back. And with that, I promised that I'll tell you a little bit of myself, that I'll introduce myself properly as we go. So as I said, my name is Marko. And 12 years ago, and if you start running time backwards, maybe 18 years ago, I used to do PR. I was a PR director. I ran PR for a ministry. I later ran it for a political party. I was the PR advisor for a couple of ministers. And at a relatively early age, by age 29 or 30, I discovered already back then that I was burned out. The information flows that were going through my ears and eyes 12 hours a day were so big that back in the day, nobody had Bluetooth dongles. I broke a 200 euro Jabra to pieces because of using it, this flippable Nokia N70 or what that was. The knobs fell off because I used it so much. Nowadays, I'm telling you that all of you are doing it. Back then, it was the domain of information people and a few others. So I did the cliche thing. I unplugged, I quit my career, and I went to Asia. Yeah, you're laughing. The people who are watching us online, there was a little laughter in the audience, because it is a cliche thing to do. So I tried to do what we've been taught to do. Enjoy stuff, yeah? So I really pushed hard on the gas pedal of pleasure. I tried to party myself to death. I nearly succeeded. I've got a few extra screws in my body, constant reminders that the hedonic strategy might not work. I didn't know back then. I didn't know anything about any of this because I used to get drunk and that was my way to handle emotions. It's the way for many men and women to handle emotions, but I want to stop here. I want to specifically emphasize men. Guys, it's Movember. And girls, it's Movember. So guys, lose your beard, grow a mustache. It's Men's Mental Health Awareness Month and Men's Cancer Awareness Month. So we invite you to join us. So back then, that was my only mechanism to get drunk. That didn't work very well. So I was like, what else is there? The things that my civilization has taught me, they don't work. We think like I eat well, I hug well, I party well, things are good. Maybe not, because we have something called hedonic adaptation. The baseline keeps shifting away. As you increase pleasure, nature has made sure that our dopamine regulation mechanisms, which take care of our motivation, it kind of brings us back to zero. So you increase something, and the body makes sure that, no, I'm not going to let this ape sit in the hammock. Otherwise, they won't procreate, and they won't look for food. So I was like, okay, that's not working. What else? So I walked up a hill. That's again a cliche, and I ended up in a Buddhist monastery. I was like, okay, crazy people, show me what you've got. Let's look at this meditation thing. And I was a bit embarrassed to be there because I was this great guy with 2 master's degrees, one in public administration, another one from London in European politics and governance, and I'm learning meditation? Woo, pathetic. And I did 10 days of a training course, and that was the hardest thing I'd ever done. Because you see how mad your mind is, and the best thing I'd ever done. It was like 5 years of psychotherapy in 10 days without knowing I needed it. So with my scientific training, I was like, oh, okay, what's going on here? Which part of this is brainwashing, sensory deprivation, and which part of that is just manipulation, placebo, and which part actually works? So I spent many years after that trying to figure it out, doing a lot of self-experimentation. I don't recommend all of it to everybody, but I learned a lot. But I was always a little bit dissatisfied because the language of the East, the mental training techniques that they use work, but the language doesn't quite work for secular countries. And I was looking for a way to talk about it, because the stuff works. You can train your mind, and I'll explain in a bit neuroscientifically why. And then I bumped into the fact that Silicon Valley has been using training programs for a while, and I joined the ranks of the facilitators of the Search Inside Yourself Emotional Intelligence program, which was born at Google. It was put together with a scientist at Stanford and other universities to give emotional intelligence tools through using the anchor of mindfulness to people who are skeptical, rational, scientific. And it's still Google's most popular internal training. SAP is using it. If you know, SAP is a European software giant. Facebook is using it. Many companies are using it to help their people manage stress, perform better, and maintain a relatively reasonable level of well-being, which you can call happiness, if you will. So Daniel Goleman took the term that I defined for you before through Professor Salovey and Meyer from 1990 and popularized it not too long ago through this famous book that you're seeing on the slides, Emotional Intelligence. And he points our attention to 2 dimensions there. If we want to develop our emotional intelligence, we need to start with self-awareness. Self-awareness opens the door to self-management so that we can learn to take emotional information in and then make better calls, better choices, better decisions. Something that Elliot can never do unless they figure out a way to connect these parts of the brain again. And that, if you work on self-awareness, opens the door to the awareness of others. Social awareness, understanding that others are emotional beings. Everybody in this room is an emotional being, even if you're a psychopath. And that opens up the possibility to manage our relationship at work or at home differently. So the cornerstone is self-awareness. The question is that what do we mean by self-awareness? That's what I'll focus on, and I'll share with you a few tools how you can kind of increase the resolution of the image, of the internal image that you have of yourself to a brighter state. So self-awareness is an awareness of our internal states, preferences, resources, and intuitions. That's one definition of it. So we can learn to practice attention in a way where we become aware of all these things in real time as they happen. Even as they come through the older parts of our system, even if they are emotions, even before we're able to explain why we're feeling not so good about this person, or even before you decided whether you like me or you don't like me when I got on the stage. This is all emotional stuff. You're rationalizing it later. So how do we hack into that system? And I want to offer you the same discovery that I had, but through the lens of neuroscience. So the answer, one possible answer, and it's one of the more powerful ones, is mindfulness. So that is training your mind, hence the image here. We learn to train the muscle of our mind, so to say. How do we define mindfulness? There's many ways for it. I like a simple one. This is the one we use in the Google-born SIY program. It's the movement from autopilot to being aware of what's going on here right now with this body, or between me and this person, or between me and you. So I want to offer you a micro practice now. These are little practices we use in our program all around the world in different organizations, which you can do so that nobody knows you're doing anything, but you're actually hacking, if you want, into your neural network. Let's tweak attention a little bit. So it's an experiment. It's also a tool for you. So we're going to use your breath as an anchor point, and also people online. I can't see which camera is on, but people who are online, do the same exercise. If you're boiling coffee right now, or you're having a sandwich, I know how this online thing works, I've done it. Put it down, let's do the experiment. So we use our breath because it's available. You take one breath, you don't have to change it in any way. Bring your attention to your breath. You take a second breath, you relax your body. You know how to do it. And you take a third breath, and you ask your CEO of your brain, what's important now? What do I really want to be focused to now? So do one round of that in your own speed. I won't disturb you. So times are different. Also, interaction with the audience is different. I'll ask the people in the room, and I'll relay it to the people watching online. How many people in the room notice some sort of a change in the body or in the mind? Yeah, mental state, thoughts, or the body. Some are nodding. About half the people, maybe even more, are raising their hand or nodding their head. We took about 30 seconds now, maybe, out of our time together, and you saw that it was actually possible to regulate yourself. So what else is possible? If it's possible for this guy to walk up and say that he was burned out once and he learned to manage his stuff, and that there's other people walking around in high-performance environments in Silicon Valley telling other people that you don't have to go crazy, you don't have to kill yourself, there's actually other ways to do it. So I want to share with you the quote of Viktor Frankl. Normally, when there's a bigger audience, I would ask how many people know who Viktor Frankl is, but I don't want to discriminate against the people online, so I'll tell you. Viktor Frankl was a psychiatrist and the creator of logotherapy, also a psychologist. And what's interesting is that the discovery that you're seeing on the screen as the quote, this is something he discovered in the midst of the horrors of the Holocaust. He was also a Holocaust survivor. So what we're doing here is that we're learning to tap into that space in our attention, if you will, that is there before a stimulus comes at the organism of the relative of apes that we are. We're all monkeys here in some sense. And before that information comes in, it comes in, and before we react, there's actually a pause. It's possible to sit there, to let the emotional parts of the brain kind of react, and then wait until the evolutionarily younger parts come online to make the decision. This stuff has been studied increasingly. So this slide is a bit old, but 2019 universities, psychology department, neuroscience department are popping out around 1,300, 1,400 studies per year on the topic of mental cultivation, mental training. It's used in psychotherapy, it's used in militaries, in police offices, everywhere. It's a real thing. I'm sharing the science because you might be skeptical. Well, why would I try it? Some of you experienced that it works already, but there's many, many layers to it. There's a study by Judge and Brewer that was conducted in 2011, where they studied people and had them do attention training exercises. And they discovered something interesting, that when we do not, and pay attention to this, when we do not take conscious control over where our attention is, when you don't put it somewhere yourself, it defaults back to thinking, worrying, ruminating, and thinking about oneself. That's the default mode. So they discovered that the areas in the brain that have been correlated with these keywords lit up when in idle state in an fMRI scanner. They found that when new people practiced mind training, which can be defined as meditation, which means familiarizing oneself with certain mental processes, they found that these regions were downregulated. So the mind wandering lessened, but they also found that people who'd been doing these practices for a longer time, they've been doing proper push-ups, for them this effect lasted even when they were not practicing. So what's going on here? We have the older emotional part of the brain, and then we have the evolutionary newer part of the brain. The newer part takes information from the old part. The old part is very fast. Every mammal has that part. And that part is automatic, and it's, as I said, it's there to protect us. For example, from the boogeyman of COVID. And it's a legit thing, it's a legit fear. So anxiety and stress and fear are okay. We get a normal response. The question is now, how strong is the internet connection between the emotional centers, the guardians at the gate of our castle, and the CEO of the castle or the king? And the thing is that sometimes it takes several minutes for the CEO to come online. How many of you, and I'll asking the audience again, show of hands, and I'll relay it to online, have had this experience that you have such a strong emotion that suddenly you discover later that you've broken dishes, you've yelled at somebody, you've punched someone, you've ran out with your coat and discovered that you're in the middle of a city street? Yeah? It's a familiar thing. That's more than a half to people online watching. So this is what Daniel Goleman called the amygdala hijack. That means that the emotional part of the brain is trying to protect you desperately, not to fall prey to the tiger and the saber-toothed tiger and the wolves. But it's just the question is that when the wolves are gone or the tigers are gone, look around you. This is super safe. But we're still worried about what my grandmother is thinking about me. And we get an equal amount of anxiety. Some people are laughing in the audience. That's good. So how do we respond to becoming activated? I want to share another technique with you. This one is called the stop technique. So what happens is that when you're in the middle of a stressful situation, you get triggered. It's okay. Emotions are normal. You're never going to get rid of your emotions. Congratulations. They are there to help you live and to protect you and to attract you to a mate or mates and to take care of the threats and pull you away from the threats. So the stop technique is similar to the previous one, but it goes a bit differently. So you stop your activity. You can do it secretly again. You stop your engagement, you stop your thinking, what am I going to say back to this horrible person who did this horrible thing to me? I stop. I take a breath. That's like grandmother taught us, yeah? I'll take 10 deep breaths. When we take a breath, as you see, we're delaying. We're buying time. We're learning that something's happening in the body. I'm ready to go. My muscles are tense. My mouth is dry. My jaw is tensed up. I'm getting angry. But I don't consciously know yet why. But I can learn to take stock of this information in my body. I take a breath. I'm buying time for the king to come back to the castle. I observe in detail what is going on in my body right now. The things I described to you, these sensations. And only then, when I've observed, I've stopped, I've taken a breath, I've observed in detail which kind of information my body is relaying to me, then I proceed consciously making a decision. What is the best course of action here? This person walked into my office and yelled at me. Is yelling back the best course of action? Very rarely. Usually this person is distressed. They may be distressed about the same stuff that we've been talking about this conference, and they're actually in pain. So a good leader is able to respond to that pain and help them manage that. So we can move from autopilot to being aware. We can move from going through life in a mode where the machinery inside us that's there to protect us from dangers also takes over everyday life and our relationships. We can move to being aware of stuff that's going on. It's a kind of a third modality, if you will. It's a third strategy in addition to suppressing emotions or expressing them. When I'm getting the sensations in my body that I know are the pattern of anger, I can make a choice. Am I going to punch this person, or am I going to tighten my muscles and not express my anger? Or there's a third way. This is something a therapist will sometimes also teach you if you do finally go to psychotherapy. And if you are, any of you are, because of the situation, experiencing prolonged anxiety or symptoms of depression and you doubt whether things are okay, do reach out to a clinical psychotherapist. They're awesome people. They can sometimes help you with just a few sessions. And it looks completely different than how it's depicted in American movies. They have awesome tools. And many of them use the same techniques. to bring your attention to the internal information, because this information is often talking to us through our emotions about our values. And this is another big topic, how these areas are linked. So finally, as time is ticking, I want to share with you a way to do this mental training as a gym practice. The micro practices you can take away if you want to just use them in a moment, but those of you who think that you want to do an experiment, my invitation is try it out and I'll share with you how to do it. So I didn't know if I'd have time, so I had my final slide up here. I'll go over it. If you want to contact me, you can contact me. But basically, I want to share with you how to train your attention. So the way we'll do it, there's many ways to do it. But one of the more common ways is that we use the most easily accessible anchor point for our attention. It's not the Facebook feed. It's our breath, because it's always there. When you're born, it's there. When you die, that's the last thing that goes. When you wake up in the morning, you can become aware of that. So we try to follow our breath. What you'll discover very soon is because of that default mode network in our mind, there's a distraction that comes to your mind. Maybe there's a sound, somebody makes a step on the ground, it squeaks, or I say something, or you think about your grandmother again. The distraction comes in. What then happens is that we usually get frustrated. Oh, I can't do it. But the point here is not to get calm. We're actually learning how our mind works. If you get calm, congratulations. If you don't, congratulations. How many people in this audience, and back home I'm asking the same question, have tried to do some sort of mental training or meditation, but think it's too hard and have maybe felt like it's failing? So it's a common thing. What I'm telling you is your coach didn't set you up for success. There's wrong goals in the game. The goal is not to get calm or get rid of emotions. The goal is to learn everything you can about every emotion. So if your body gives you calmness, you study calmness. If your body gives you anxiety, you study anxiety to pieces. So it's normal to get distracted. Our job is to become that grandmother I was telling you about. We will look at our mind's activity like it's a puppy, or like a cute child who's doing stupid things. So we notice the distraction and kindly take our attention and put it back to our breath. And we've completed one push-up. You haven't failed, you've just made a push-up. And that's how the training works. The more we do it, the more attention is willing to stay where we want it to be, and we get less distracted. So I want to invite you to do an experiment with me. And for this, I want to invite you to put down cell phones if you have them in your hands, or if you have notebooks in your hands, and find a comfortable position on the chair. A few minutes here. Find a position that's both relaxed and alert. So if you're very tense, you can really relax into the chair. If you're sleepy, maybe not supporting your back. You may close your eyes, but you don't have to if you don't want to. But if you keep your eyes closed, I would recommend lowering your gaze, so less visual noise comes into your mind. And bring your attention to your breath. As we did before, become aware of the fact that you're breathing. You don't have to do anything with the breath. I'll help you a bit. Let's hone your attention in. Let's bring it in. Become aware of the fact that the chair is supporting your body. There's physical sensations there. And now maybe, can you hear two sounds around you? Okay, and now taking that curious attitude and putting it back on our breath. Wherever you feel it most vivid. Some people feel it at the nose, some people feel it on the stomach, rising and falling, some people feel the chest, some people even feel like the whole body is breathing. Whatever works for you. So try to make this your home base for the exercise. We'll do it for a few minutes. And try to keep your attention with your breath. See what happens. you'll see that thoughts are probably rushing, coming and going. It's okay. That's what our mind is supposed to do. We've been training it like this for 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 years. So not chasing after the thoughts and not pushing them away, just making the movement of bringing attention back to the breath. That's all we're doing. I'll give you an extra tool for your attention, so the mind has more to do. You can even label your breath. When you're breathing in, you can say in your mind, breathing in. When you're breathing out, you can say, breathing out. It just gives more stuff for your mind to do that's under your control. In and out. I'll keep quiet for 30 seconds. See if you can follow the breath for a bit, or how many push-ups you can do. And now again, gently becoming aware of the sounds in the room. Can you hear one sound? How about two? We're just controlling where attention is going. Can you become aware of the fact that your body is heavy on the chair? Okay. And if your eyes were closed, now gently opening your eyes and becoming aware of the fact that you're seeing. So I'm going to stop here. And I want to invite you to think of this exercise as not being over. But what if you go away from here, or you continue listening to what comes next, as though it was part of the exercise? So you can constantly check in with curiosity where your attention is, and gently bring it back. Whether you're listening to someone, or you're having a conversation with someone, or a conflict with someone. You can either bring in some of the other exercises, you know, the 30-second micro-practice, 3 breaths micro-practice of settling your mind on the breath, relaxing the body and asking what's important now, or doing the stop practice, stopping, breathing, observing, and proceeding. But basically, running an experiment. Nobody's telling you what should happen or what you have to do, but testing it out. Maybe for a week. Do 3 minutes each day for a week, if you like it. If you don't, okay. But it's an offering for an experiment. And that's the curious mind that might give the result of making us better friends with our emotions that are never going to go away unless something bad happens to you, like happened to Elliot, and then you won't be able to make decisions in life, and life is going to fall apart. So we have to befriend our emotions, even the darkest ones and even the most difficult ones, especially when times are difficult. So we need new skills, and this is one doorway to new emotional intelligence skills. Thank you.
Thank you, Marko. I know we're quite doing well on time, but I did want to ask you 1 or 2 questions. I think this ties really nicely to the topic we were discussing before, which is the rise in wellness, given everything that's happened in the world. And it's a lot of this is physical wellness, but also the topic of mental wellness has come through, and for lack of a better word, I think a lot of people are looking for a fast track to happiness or a non-stressful state. But like you said, we can't get rid of emotions, but there are things that we can do. So in your expert opinion, if people are kind of starting out on this journey, I know you give us some pointers right now. Do you what's the best for people to do? Is it a daily practice, something in the morning when you're kind of most calm, you haven't yet opened your phone and looked at all the bad news and the number of COVID cases coming and all the new restrictions? What's the best time of the day to start this in your view?
Honestly, I don't believe in normative prescriptions, especially because we're dealing with stuff that may cause resistance. We like it or we don't like it. My invitation is to find out. If you don't mind, I'll look at the audience
whilst
please. I give the answer.
Yeah.
So my invitation is to find out. Yes, a very common recommendation is to try to do some attention training exercises in the morning. Many people love it. Fresh thing, you wake up in the morning, the worries are not yet in the head. I personally don't like it. I like doing in the evening to wrap things up, for example. And as we go, we do experiments with our attention. We can find ways to, I always do it before coming on the stage. Many sports people do it. Michael Jordan and his coach are very famous for speaking about using these techniques. So basically, the invitation is to be curious and to experiment. We're all different and there's no ready-made solutions, but kind of the technique or the approach to it is different. And you know what, later you can swap the breath for one sound if you want. Or you can swap it for another thing, an object in your mind or outside that you can keep steady. The point is really, there's no magic there, teaching your mind to be steady with one thing. And that's not what we're designed to do. It's kind of going against the evolutionary grain. So basically finding what works for you. We were joking before about eating. You can do that in eating. It's possible to sense how we're lifting for the spoon, we're lifting it up, we're putting it in the mouth, we're tasting it. Tasting is a very common thing that therapists use in mindfulness-based stress reduction programs. That's one of the most famous secular programs around the world. If you do sports, people who have very high physical intelligence, if you're really aware of your body, we can bring it to sports. So rather than just falling into enjoying a run, and I've never had runner's high, by the way, so I don't know what the fuss is about. So I turn into my suffering when I jog, but you can turn into your pleasure. But the thing there is that we're not looking for a pleasant state. If we want to do these exercises, we want to look at where is my attention? How steady can I keep it with one thing? And I'll mention one last thing. And after you've experimented with this a bit, you can actually make it crazy, and you can start using the opposite movement with your attention. As crazy as that sounds, but we're almost talking like sports. Instead of trying to make one object stick in the mind, you open it up, try it now, and you let everything in. And you might discover that you like this one more. The point is to learn how does your attention work.
And to experiment.
And to experiment, and to be curious and to be kind to yourself. Because we can't fail with this when we understand that every time the mind wandered, it was a push-up. When you discover it wanders and you bring it back, you've won. So you can't lose. I'm setting you up for a win-win game.
And I think that's a perfect way to end. We're setting up to a win-win game. Thank you, Marko, so much. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
We have two more short sessions, but really interesting ones to go. So if I can please ask Einar to come up to the stage. Thank you.
Hello. Can you hear me? Okay, let's get serious now. My name is Einar. And I'm from Hack Digital Agency. And I'm going to talk about marketing in uncertain times. So, at first, I would like to ask who here has sold something in their lives? Raise your hand. Okay, some of you, most. And do you remember your first sale? You raise your hand if you remember. Okay. So I remember my first sale as well. I was about 6 or 7 years old. I'm not in the middle, I'm here, down here. And I went to this local marketplace in my hometown, Põltsamaa. And I was there. I saw that you can get the table for free and sell your stuff there. And suddenly, the 6-year-old me felt like, okay, I need to sell something. So I pedaled home with my bicycle, gathered all the toys that I wasn't so fond of anymore, and went back to the market. So I set everything out there on the table and think like, okay, I have seen in the movies that people shout out something that they want to sell something, they say something. So I think, toy cars for only 20 cents maybe is a good one. And I yell out, toy cars for only 20 cents. And soon after that, I make my first sale. Actually, it was 2 sales in one because 2 brothers bought 2 toy cars. But I was really excited. The selling was going well. And I thought like, yeah, I'm moving product. And suddenly, after like 20 minutes maybe of selling, I see my mother standing there in front of this table. And I'm like, maybe my mother wants to buy something as well. And I say like, toy cars for only 20 cents. My mother goes red from her neck up, and I'm like, okay, something's wrong. She shouts at me like, let's go home, boy. What have you done here? And so on. I didn't understand at that time what was wrong. But after a few years, I discovered that the toy cars were worth much more, like 20 euros or so. So my business wasn't so profitable. But I learned a lot of things out of that. So I would say marketing is about sales, and it basically is selling. So because when you market something, you sell an idea. And I guess anybody who has sold something here knows that you have to sell the idea. So what do you need to sell the idea? You need a unique selling proposition. My unique selling proposition was that the toy cars were worth only 20 cents. But it's not a really good proposition because somebody can come there and sell their stuff for 10 cents. So you need something better. So the unique selling proposition basically is what customers want and what you do best. Don't even look at the competition, what they are doing. For example, Tool, who was here today, they did everything better than the competition, and they added their own stuff. What are they good at? So here's an example of an Estonian business. They rent out cars for long term. They're called Mobire. And Mobire's unique selling proposition is that you get everything in one monthly payment. You get the leasing, you get the car tires, servicing, everything in one payment. So it's a really good proposition. But you need a value proposition as well. And the value proposition is much wider, and it's more emotional. A good value proposition has the unique selling proposition in it, or it just expands it. So here's an example about Mobire's value proposition. Stay in motion. So it basically says that you have to keep moving. You can do stuff and you don't have to worry about the car stuff. That's for Mobire. They're gonna take care of that. So, marketing in uncertain times. You have to know your customer and how may they change. I guess a lot of people here have experienced that during the COVID crisis, our own, we have changed ourselves and our customers as well, what they want, what are they scared of, and so on. And here is a graph of 1,000 US companies that on the last crisis in 2007-2008 made critical changes to their value propositions, and they came out as winners in the long run. After 10 years, they were 40% up according to this graph, and compared to the other ones who didn't do nothing, just did the same stuff after the recession. And I'm going to show you an example what somebody maybe has seen it already, but it's a good example what Hyundai did at the last recession. I think we don't have the volume here, but okay. I'm going to talk about it then. Hyundai, they said to the US people that you can buy any new Hyundai and you get assurance that you can get it back anytime you want, and you don't have to pay nothing extra. So you basically buy a car, you pay your bills every month, and when you can't pay anymore, you can get it back. And they get a really huge gap of other Asian car manufacturers in the US because of that. So they changed their value proposition when it was crucial. And the thing with chasing the value proposition is that typically we segment profiles according to the demographics. So, for example, it's a male, 40 years old, has a family, drives a SUV. But during crisis times or recession times, you need to look at other aspects. And the psychological aspects come into play. For example, is this person scared? Has he lost his job, or is going to lose his job? So you have to look at that while marketing. And here is another graph. So you see, how does the segments change when recession hits? There are the ones that slam on the brakes and say like, okay, I can't buy nothing anymore. I don't have any job anymore, or something like that. There are the ones that are patient but hurt. So, and there are the ones that are comfortably well off. So they are the ones that can buy anything at the same level they did before. And there are the ones who live for the day. They don't care what tomorrow brings. So who you want to focus on while marketing? You want the ones that are well off, a bit of the ones that are patient, but they are in pain. And they live for the day. They can't buy anything because they live for the day all the time. So if you sell something bigger like cars, like Hyundai did, you need to get the segment right. You assure the people, you give them confidence that they can get the product back and they don't lose anything. So for this short overview, I'm just going to summarize and have some more stuff here, but basically the key point is to know your customers. So if you know what they need, just try to market this. So consumer behavior will change if recession hits or something happens. So you need to change your value proposition accordingly. And marketing channels change. For example, when COVID hit in Estonia, Facebook was a really good challenge to be in, because everybody was in Facebook and Instagram and social media. And even TV ads were pretty good because people were home watching TV, and you could get them for a really good price. And change your products and services accordingly. I have an example of our agency. We did really fast web shops because the people who were selling offline, they didn't have web shops, and we did like web shops for 3 to 5 days. So they could get online fast. And rearrange your resources. For example, a retailer in Estonia called Kaubamaja, I'm sure a lot of you know it. They changed the resources. They closed their doors in COVID times, and they put the people to work in the e-services, in the e-commerce store. So that's basically it from me. Thank you.
So, hello everyone. I would like to challenge you for the end of this conference, but I would need that clicker. If I may use it, then I would really appreciate the clicker that you have on the piano, please. While I get the clicker, there is a little task for you to remember the history. Are you with me? During the last week of February, the first corona epidemic signal was reached in Estonia. And then the crisis burned out and the whole country was shut down. On the 12th of March, we received the news of total lockdown. What did you think on that evening? What did you do on that evening? Generally, I think that we could divide people into 3 categories, in Estonia at least. The first ones who thought, oh man, this must be a joke for April. We're not gonna have a lockdown. This is probably just bad news, so let's look what it takes. Oh, not bad, I don't need to go to work tomorrow. Let's just hang out and see what's gonna happen. Oh, nothing happens. Oh, that's even good. I even don't need to go to work the other day. I can be at home, I can do all kinds of things. I don't care what's happening. Were you this one? Then there is a second category of people who thought, oh man, the world ends today. The only way to get forward is to, I need help. I need support from the government. Oh, and they gave support to this people, but they didn't give support to my business or my area. Oh man, there is so many things I need to, So these kind of people just basically worn out and only try to think on what can I get in order to make the next step. The driving force was a concern, not trying to do something, but trying to stay and wait until the help reaches you. And if the help doesn't reach you quick enough, then they started to complain. Write articles or call to someone or just see what's happening around. And then I think there were a third category of people who realized that this is a really, really serious situation. We already heard the news from other countries, and we knew that this situation is not going to end just the other day or the next day. Maybe some of these people started to think that, what do I have? What can I do in order to make a difference? Or do I have resources, or do I have connections of friends or cooperative partners or something that we could do something together to change the situation, to face the current reality? I must say that the days, even today, as we already have the new rules that boundaries around us, they hinder a lot of things in our daily lives. And it was the same on that day as well. The world didn't look a nice place to be. All of the ways we were used to do things were all of a sudden boundaried. The way we do business, the way we work, the way we act, the way we communicate, even paying our bills or just purchasing things, all of this all of a sudden was really, really, really difficult. I think there is a lot of things we can line up that disturbed our life on that moment, that evening, that day. And it was difficult for all of us. There is even a small survey done of what influenced the people and what boundaries we all were facing on that evening. So I come back to the question, do you remember what was your thought or what was your action of that evening when you heard the news that the whole country is going to be locked down? There is always another side of the coin. You may concentrate on the things that are hindering you constantly of doing things, and those things are still hindering for us of doing the business. Those things are hindering us to do the tourism, to sell things, to connect with people, all that kind of stuff. It's still around. But we should never forget that in every crisis there lies also an opportunity for new things to work out. So how does human brain work? You reach a thing that you're not expecting, and then you have a choice. Oh man, I'm gonna never make this. Oh man, I need help. Oh man, maybe this is gonna go away. I just wait and see what's gonna happen. Or you may go onto that circle of trying to find a ways, hey, let's try to make something, let's work our ways out and see what comes next. No one knows what comes, but at least we have a choice to do an action and to do something. So the new normal that we're all facing is something that we are very well aware of. Everything goes digital. All the rules, the ways, the best practices we had so far, all of a sudden didn't have any value at all. I was fortunate to be surrounded with a group of people who had courage inside to say, hey, let's do something different. The thing with a very short story that I would like to share with you, which is about global virtual solution, lies actually on one phone call. On the same day when the whole country was locked down, I was in a phone conversation with a person on the Ministry of Education who was in a need to make a conference for all the parents in the country whose kids had been all of a sudden in a position to do homeschooling. And I called to the developing director of Eventech, Mr. Alexander, and said, look, here is a funny thing. In less than 24 hours, we should be doing a live broadcast about something, with a program we don't know of. Can we think of something? And together with Eventech and a few other people that was circled around in this time, the only action, the only decision we made, we thought, okay, maybe it even can't go any worse. Let's just do something and see what will follow. On today, we know that the whole world has gone virtual. The Consortium of Global Virtual Solutions has now been receiving requests for the services around the globe. Both of us, Eventech, Royal Experience, Kultuurikatel, 2-1 Productions, several of us that are in this consortium, that we only operated in the local market by so far, all of a sudden have a market worldwide. In this diagram, you see a bit of an overview what the virtual world looks like in that sense of how people use their time in behind the computer. But the way we can connect with people from this day forward has changed forever. And there is no idea for us to start to stay thinking, hey, maybe the good old thing will come back. It will come partly, but never in the same way as it was before. What we still are in need of as we're human beings is that we need to engage people, we need to reach out to people, we need to connect with people, we still want people to come to us, we still need to sell our services, we still have a great tourist places here in this region or in the entire country. We have our beautiful tourist houses, we have hotels, we have services, we have goods, we have all kinds of things that we've worked for so far. Some of us have dedicated our own life to do that. That's not gonna leave us. We just need to think of new ways how to sell those things from this day forward. Added value of cooperation is the thing that saved our business and the businesses of those people, of those companies who are part of the consortium of Global Virtual Solutions. So my question to you is, who is your friend? who is your cooperative partner, or who are the people that you are talking to in order to proceed forward with the business that you have. To sum this thing up, I want to ask the same question from you. What was the thought in your head on the day of that evening when the whole country was locked down? You see, I think in every moment in our life, we have millions of choices. And to demonstrate that, I would like to use this thing. Thank you. You have a choice in every second of your life to do something. And you may choose of picking one of those thousands of opportunities that you are facing in every second and pick it up and do something for that matter. So, to demonstrate that so that you would remember that as you leave for this conference, I'll do a little visual effect and I'm gonna pick one opportunity that I want to use today, and I encourage you to do the same. Use the opportunity and let's change the business, let's change the course, and let's make Estonia a success story in this crazy world of the new pandemic. Don't give it up. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Lehari. I think I can't really top that one in the end, so I'll just pick up the pieces from here. But thank you everyone for tuning in today, for coming here to the Strand Hotel in Pärnu, and for joining us. There's been a lot of content. I think we've been here almost 9 hours, so I know there's a lot to digest, so I do recommend that you go back and rewatch things and share that with your teams. There's a lot of really great opportunities here to use this time now with the months that will be slow for business, to reorganize, to recenter, to think about your values and use these tools. There's been some really great presentations of building strategies and looking at your business plan differently. There's been beautiful things about storytelling and these moments of truth, and we've seen a lot about the customer experience journey tying back into the main topic of PLAYDAY 2020. So I really encourage you to have a re-listen and look about what sustainability should really be about, that it's not just a gimmick or a box to tick, but it actually has to rely on some true principles. And I think as our friends from Tallinn Airport summed it up well, is that life goes on, and hopefully when we meet again in a year's time, or if you go do a 10 latitude at the end of May, that we are in a better place in this world, but we've learned from this, and we can, like I said at the beginning, to build back better. So I want to thank all our speakers. I want to thank everyone from the city of Pärnu for organizing this, the production team, and everyone taking care of us and making us feel safe, the team here at Strand Hotel as well. So thank you, everyone. My name is Lehari Rand. It's been really lovely hosting you, and see you again soon. Thank you so much.
All right. Aitäh teile kõigile, Lexsoul Dancemachine tänab kogu südamest. Me jääme siia lõpetama paari looga. Mõnusat õhtut teile. Yeah!
Down into got stank. Yes.
sõitke turvaliselt ja püsige tervena. Lexsoul Dancemachine.
Läks fucking trummi pooleks viimase breigiga, ma ei saanud seda viimast asja lüüa.